Hilo naambiwa ni ule mzee. Ni hiyo miaka. Wakati wa Kenyatta tunaanza kupiga kura kutokea leo.
Pengine tangu mzee huyu kukuoa mmekuwa mkipiga kura pamoja?
Nioa mimi mtikiana. Mimi naoa hivyo wakati wa Mwingereza. Mimi naona Mwingereza akienda kwao. Alafu tukapiga kura, ule Kenyatta akaenda. Tukapiga kura tukapata mjumbe anaitwa Kenyatta. Tukapiga watu wawili, Kenyatta na Paulo Ngei. Anaenda. Kenyatta akakalia kiti, tunakaa naye. Wakati wa kukupa anaenda akawacha Moi. Tena wacha na ule Moi wetu. Tena kana anatuambia sisi kumpigia kula. Anatuambia tupate nini? Nyayo. Tukapata nyayo yake. Mpaka akatoka. Kibaki akaendelea. Kibaki akiendelea, usili wake wa Kibaki ni kuona watu wa hii akamapatia pesa kitoko akongewekea. Ile mambo yake ni haya tu. Lakini ule mtoto wetu Hulu anafanya vizuri. Hata mimi namshukrani. Akaleta lami kutoka Kibwezi kaenda upande ule. Tukakanyanga lami. Tukaona ule mtoto wetu ni mzuri. Alafu hii nyingine ni ule mwingine si uko wapi? Akitokea tuko naye Mungu akipenda. Sawa.
Na unaweza kuambia nini vijana wadogo kuhusu kupiga kura hasa kama jamii?
Mimi siwezi mambo ya watoto. Watoto naona hapa makipiga wakina mama. Akimasukuma, matataka pesa, makakule mikuka. Kuna mingine. Hata ukimwambia nenda upige kula kwa anambia haya. Mimi nakuya nenda. Ukinywa na muongo ya homumuoni. Hiyo tu mambo ya watoto.
Naam. Kwa hivyo unawasihi wako wakijitokeza kupiga kura?
Nini?
Unawasihi wajitokeze kupiga kura?
Haya wakisikia ala watoko.
Okay. Naam, shukran sana. Tumekuwa tukizungumza na mzee hapa Musia pamoja na mkewe ambao wamemaliza shughuli ya kupiga kura. Sasa wanaelekea nyumbani baada ya kuzungumza tunao kuhusu
to you, because you remember part of the prayers by Azimio is actually criminal culpability on the part of Chairperson Wafula Chebukati.
IEBC commissioners are appointed by the president and confirmed by parliament, as Mheshimiwa here will confirm. Once they are given their 6-year term, they are supposed to run their term through the offices for the whole 6 years. Some of these were appointed 3 years ago, so they still have 3 years to go. Article 251 of the Constitution is clear on how removal of commissioners is to occur. Such a petition has to go through Parliament, and they decide whether or not this, and a tribunal is appointed after that. First, I think a tribunal is appointed to check out on all the allegations and complaints that are raised against the commissioners. Then Parliament passes a vote on this. After you have proven the culpability, whether it is civil or criminal or whatever, at those stages, then you can now prefer charges once you have removed them from office.
At this point, can the Supreme Court, obviously after listening to the evidence adduced, can the Supreme Court recommend to the Director of Public Prosecutions or the DCI to do a criminal investigation with the intent of prosecuting the commissioner?
I don't think the Supreme Court will take that angle at this time. The Supreme Court is already overburdened with 9 petitions. They have so much to decide on, and the main issue they will be focusing on is the presidential election, nullification or not. Any other steps, whether recommendations will be made, will probably be made by outside parties or anyone else who after the judgment has been given. But there are 7 judges who will each have their own dissenting opinions, and they will give their own recommendations. But I don't think the main judgment that they will all agree to will be focusing so much on what individual discrepancies were being done, rather the whole process, whether was it fair and justifiedly and justly done, or if it was not, nullify it, go run the presidential election again, then deal with whatever other nitty-gritty small things that you want to deal with after that. I do think that the IEBC commissioners, as they are, just have to pack up and go home.
All right, just have to pack up and go. Mheshimiwa Gigi, as you weigh in on that, as we talk about criminal culpability in terms of the conduct of this election, we must also think about perjury, because these people have sworn affidavits. There is a big likelihood one of them probably, or two of them, are lying. It could be from the Chebukati side, it could be from this other side. There's no way you can recommend criminal culpability on the end of probably a person who intentionally lies to the court.
You see, the way our justice system is that, like Eli says here, that you first establish the issues before the court. And the issue before the court right now is the legality of the election. Once that is established, should you find now on the basis of that judgment, find that someone must have, perjured themselves?
Kura kwa uzuri. Obviously, watu walikuwa wanataraji kupiga kura tarehe 9 mwezi wa huu, watu walikuwa wamejitokeza na watu walikufa moyo kwa sababu hawakupewa nafasi siku ile. Ndio maana hata wanaimasishwa watoke, lakini I know a big number of people that they're expressing some kind of dissatisfaction by saying bana, IEBC iko na matata kiasi.
Naam, ni Hassan Joho huyo akiwa anazungumza.
I'm wondering, we had the inauguration of county governments, and we have many county chiefs from the Azimio side, all of them who are now in court. You see some of them are even lawyers, and they're in Supreme Court after they were sworn in the same, as a product of the same election. So you see, we have a lot of we're not genuine people, because when I see Agri Orengo in court after being sworn in as a governor, and now he comes and says, okay, now this election was not fine. So what are you telling us? That the election of the president was not fine, but the election of the governor was okay. So what are the Azimio governors telling us? That this election was only was good to the extent that they were elected, and was bad to the extent that their presidential candidate did not go through.
But the allegations raised about the presidential election are completely different from probably the conduct of the gubernatorial election.
You see, if you remember the case in the last election, and the most, I think the most contentious question was that you're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So what did you do with if you only elected one person? What did you do with the rest of the 5? And the answer was that you went and you did not mark the ballots, so they were probably rejected, and then you put them in their respective boxes because you're not allowed to go out with the election materials outside the polling station. But that is not the case in this. There is nobody who has raised an issue and said that we had more of the ballots in the presidential election than there were in the gubernatorial ones or in the parliamentary ones.
Is that claim by Raila?
You see that petition, and it may be sub judice to discuss it here.
Yeah.
But then the issue is, if you look at all the petitions, the principal, the cardinal issue at the petition is the conduct of the commissioners and everybody else. It's not the actual tallying of the ballots. One of the places that they said that there was an issue was in Gatundu South, and they said that there was a change between the presidential elections results, and they said that there was an added 10,000 votes. I put it to you that right now, if you go to the portal, you will find that even what I posted on my Facebook page on the actual day that we were tallying is the same thing that is on the portal. So, and this has happened to, we also had our tallying center.
And that is on your side now. If that is on your side to make the submissions in court,
the problem is,
and prove
the problem is,
wrong.
The problem is that the people we are going against relied so much on some magic that would happen at the end of the elections. And like Wakili Gisore says there, is that some of these commissioners do not even seem to be interested in their jobs. And it is true. They are not interested in their job because they were there to serve one purpose, and it is over. Their bosses, that is not their actual job. Their actual job, their allegiance is to some other people. And they must now do the job. The job is to make sure that this election goes a certain way. It's not to be there and be free and fair and impartial.
Okay. And I'm sure at some point your legal team, and I believe you're also playing a part in there, you make the submissions and of course point out some of the discrepancies they're talking about. But the big question that Regina was posing there, what do you do as a judge when the respondent agrees with the petitioner, and you also have another respondent,
and also a quick one,
agreeing with the petitioner?
For the court even to decide to determine exactly which IEBC is the court going to be dealing with, because it seems as if now we have two sets within the same body. I do not envy the seven judges.
So as you talk about, the IEBC and how they will deal with it, first of all, tell us from a legal position, what happens when you have a respondent agreeing with a petitioner?
You see, the work of the court is to establish whether the process was free, fair.
The bottom line is the election.
That's the election.
Okay.
These are things, and I'm telling you, these are things that are shenanigans. We are just being entertained to some shambolic things. It's the only thing, by the way, if the entire IEBC came and said we did not conduct a proper election, all of them, including Chebukati, and then they're told, table your documents and we see how you did that. Because so to speak, what the court is doing some quasi audit, is auditing the election. I mean, of course, not through like Wakili says, but what you're doing when you go to court is to say, please tell us whether this was free and fair. That is what we're asking the court to do. Even if all of us came and said, or even if, including Chebukati, all of them said that we do not believe in the process, and the court finds that the process was fine, according to the law, then the election is good. So this division in IEBC is neither here nor there. The court is going to establish the facts. I mean, the court is going to be finding out, wait a minute, what does the law say about this ballot? It says ABCD. Fine. Was it followed? Yes, it was. Whether there are a gazillion, whether the entire IEBC is saying that it wasn't followed, the court is going to find the truth. And the court is going to make a ruling. All right. And the ruling of the court is going to be final, and that shall be the end of it.
The end of that matter.
Yeah.
Let me hear your opinion, Eli, on the same.
To a very small extent, I will agree with the Mheshimiwa that very small one, that IEBC is not a person, it is an institution. And whether or not the parties within the IEBC disagree with each other, there will be a process where the court will look at what did the institution do. Whether all of them came together and said we did not run an election fairly, the court will still look at the election, not the individuals. So Chebukati can come and say all he wants to say, the live long day on one side, and Juliana is a co-wife in the IBC can come and say whatever she wants to say on the other side, but the Supreme Court will not be looking at those in-house battles between whichever spouse is who.
To call the four commissioners dissenting or call them majority, but you have a situation, you clearly have a situation here, and do you think these divisions will finally have a bearing on how the judges decide? The two learned colleagues of yours believe it will have no effect.
It might or might not have, depending on how the evidence attached is going to actually be able to lay it out to the court. Because if one commissioner says that he's in charge of ICT and he claims that the system was hacked and he was the one in charge, then that is not something you just wash away and say, it's just making pedestrian statements. If evidence is adduced to the same effect and that the evidence is concrete, then I don't see any reason why the judges at the court should not be able to see to it that indeed there was some mischief, or if that actually, whatever he claims materially affects the election, then there will be a sense in which the court will be able to see.
And never mind, the ICT manager has sworn an affidavit saying there was no hack.
Yes.
As the commissioner who was probably in charge of ICT says it was hacked, the expert says it was not.
Now, Kiore, this is where it boils down to evidence. What you say versus what Regina says. Now, I will have to look at through your evidence and versus his evidence. That we can't be able to discuss because it will have to be traversed in court. That is why I say it may or may not. If somebody alleges and cannot be able to prove, remember, allegations are can be put across in any nature. But what really carries the day is how you canvass your evidence, how concrete your evidence is, and then for this particular case being an election, how did this evidence materially, how do you portray that this evidence actually materially affected the numbers? Because the election is about the numbers. If it did to a greater extent, then of course there is no reason. But if it was minute or something which can be able to be overlooked or did not affect us much, then the judges will also have to decide on the side of Kenyans that indeed Kenyans went and voted. We shouldn't be able to punish them again because of some very trivial issues, because no election can be perfect, 100%. That is not possible.
Okay. Regina?
President as well as National Assembly to have them out. But then
actually cast an ego view on that, because now we are totally pegged on the Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court decision should be able to give guidance. First, we will be watching out to look whether they actually find IBC culpable. If they do, then that changes the tide. If they don't, or they say whatever it is that these IBC people are saying is just trivial issues, we want to uphold the election, then from there we will have to decide now whether these people, the way they have unmasked themselves, are they worthy of the office? Are they worthy of the kind of clothes we have meant them to wear? So we will need to actually either decide on how to discipline them, and disciplining IBC officials, of course, the process of removal will have to be discussed. And there's a sense in which I see that come rain or come sunshine, whichever way the decision goes, people do not have faith in people who behave the way they have behaved. There is even the aspect of the Ethics and Corruption and the Leadership Act, which behooves government officials to behave in a certain way. So these people have underwhelmingly behaved in a manner that cannot inspire any Kenyan to trust that they can be able to even be in charge of their own homes. Because now, taking the IBC as a home, literally, I'm not talking of their own private lives, because that is different. Their own homes in terms of the capacity bestowed upon them. So I don't think we should be able to have such people. We need IBC which is strong, which is solid, which is able to make decisions as a body, as a corporate body, because that's what they should be able to be seen as. And if they fail to do that, then we are likely to be in problems like we are in, and we wouldn't want to be in another circus like the one we are going through now. Yes.
So your recommendation is either they resign voluntarily, or, with the provisions of the law and the President and the National Assembly and such, it is a matter of ethics and integrity.
Regina, I wouldn't expect somebody who has said that, we failed and we actually didn't perform our job as expected, to actually continue drawing salary and be in office after, especially if the Supreme Court says that indeed what these guys are saying is true. So that should have actually been an open resignation that, this job was difficult and we shouldn't have been given to this job in the first place. So the honorable thing I expect them to do is to resign. But in the event that it's upheld, then still that particular smirk is still on their face. They should actually consider resigning, or the Mheshimiwa.
Yes, actually, we are taking it back then, should they?
It will go back to Mheshimiwa to now start telling us how they start the process, because they will have to do their own part of investigation and be able to remove them from office. And that we shouldn't expect any less of Mheshimiwas in the office.
Now let's take it back to Mheshimiwa. What do you think, in the long run, after all this is said and done, whether we have the validation of the election or even the nullification of the election by the Apex Court, when it comes to the issues of integrity, especially for the commissioners, the 7 of them, Chebukati has already said that he's not going to be, overseeing another election. So the question is, what happens to the 6? are you of dissenting opinion, Mheshimiwa Rigathi, calls for, in as far as integrity is concerned, the resignation of these commissioners, whether it is validated, the election is validated or nullified, or are you siding with Wakili here?
I keep saying anybody who holds a public office, anybody who works for a public institution must know that their work is to serve the public. And the first instance is to make sure that they are accountable and that they have integrity. Even the utterances that I'm finding flying left, right, and center, these people should ask themselves, what happens? Is it in public good? Is it in public interest for you to make such allegations? First of all, as an institution, as a body. And also, and this responsibility is carried by people individually and severally. So, first of all, I think after the shenanigans that we've seen, that body needs to have a different face, and it needs to be changed. Of course, Chebukati already said that his intention was to, retire at some point before the next elections. The other individuals, like properly observed by my colleague here, is that they don't seem to be interested in their jobs. So the first thing that we do is to relieve them of their jobs. They seem to have been incapable of holding the offices. But I also want to say this, sincerely speaking, from the bottom of my heart, before all these things came, I had thought that Chebukati had actually tried to, address and develop better on what had happened in 2017. Because what had happened in 2017 is that we said that there was no transparency, the servers could not be opened and everything. And he said this time, we want you to observe and see what is happening real time. If what happened in Gatundu South is anything to go by, sincerely speaking, I think Chebukati did a very good job. And I think he's a man of, to me, he's a hero, because if this is the kind of working environment that he had behind the scenes in the offices, then he must have had a very difficult time. Because people are telling you that we're not willing to work with you, we're not willing to be transparent, we're not willing to be, all those things. And when you hear the allegations being made, we had an entire week of jokes flying everywhere on social media that of the 0.001, and you're saying that hesabu inakaa ngumu kidogo, because you're saying if this is the kind of colleagues you had, then of course work becomes very hard. I also want to say this. I think there are people who are hell-bent. An election, why we hold an election is so that we get an outcome that we do not have, and we must not have an expectation before it. When I went to Bomas and saw what happened, and I saw even what the police did during just before Chebukati announced these results, you remember there was chaos. And when the people who are now in court, the chief agent of Azimio, went to the table and said that you're not going to announce these results, it seems that there are people who had the results beforehand, and we did not seem to know, because we were all sitting at Bomas waiting for Chebukati to announce his results. What happened? We saw some people saying you cannot announce these results as they are. So I asked Olekina, what did you know that we did not know? So it tells you the integrity. It means that there's someone within that commission that had leaked some information. Because why was there chaos before the announcement? Why was Chebukati being beaten? Why was he assaulted before he announced? It means that someone in the political class had information that was supposed to be confidential and classified and only belonged to the commission.
Which brings me to the other point that I want us to discuss. And Eli, you can take it up. I'm looking at 2013, when we have James Oswago, the CU then, being accused of being a loyalist to a particular side. You have in 2017 Chebukati, the other commissioners, including Akombe and the others who resigned months after the general election, and Ezra Chiloba. Now, a similar situation repeating almost in a similar fashion in this election. There's a conversation we have not had about experts and loyalists. How do you think you have fared in terms of filling independent commissions? Experts vis-a-vis loyalists.
I think there is a very big problem there, because when you look at the judiciary, they come as very impartial guests to decide an issue one way or another. when you come to other commissions outside of the judiciary, you start seeing petty politics being run out on the street when they're just supposed to be doing one single function. IEBC is almost as sacred an institution as the judiciary. And the fact that you're seeing people who are being appointed to these positions making some very dangerous and outlandish statements out in public, it does not hold the IEBC to the esteem it deserves. Because at the point where you have a chairman who is supposed to announce a result, it does not matter whichsoever party you are in the IEBC, you should respect his office and allow him to do his job. Whatever issues you have after that, you can present in a court of law, not in a court of public opinion. So the members of the IEBC as they are now have not really held the office to the standard that it is. And Kenyans should not associate the office of IEBC with all the mess that you have seen now. After the elections are over and the new government, whichever it is, takes over, they should really look into reconstituting this place with professionals, if not from our legal profession or from professional sectors where people come with the respect of the office. They respect the office more than they respect the words and utterances of people. So that the next election when it's conducted, they will all walk and speak with one voice, the chairman, right? And if there is any dissenting issue arising, it will not arise at the point of announcement of who is going to be the next president. Because before that explosion on Monday, when they were announcing the results, there seems to be work going on. All the commissioners were coming to the front of the podium, making the announcements, all well and good. If they were having issues from behind, they should have addressed them with the chair, finished, made the announcement without any issues. But the fact that they decided now, on the date of the announcement, we will now decamp, run to another hotel, call a press conference, and try to undercut, shows that they are not acting as professionals. They are acting as loyalists.
All right.
Yes.
I want us to widen the scope because I'm just thinking about independent institutions. I don't know whether you remember the tug of war between the former chairperson of the National Lands Commission and the cabinet secretary and the vice chair of that commission, Abigail Mbagaya. And it still goes to the question of parliament. Parliament can see through the lenses and see loyalists vis-a-vis experts, but you still give them a clean bill of health. I know, of course, you are a new member of parliament, but I mean, you're going to an institution that we shall hold you accountable for. How does parliament pass people, or adopt these names, even when they can clearly see these are parochial interests being entrenched in an independent institution?
I want to say that this is not just parliament that can see. Even members of the public can see. You know, if you just walk into the streets, just walk to Kijabe Street right here, and ask people what they think about what is happening in IEBC, they will tell you. They will tell you that they know that ABCD so-and-so is a loyalist of so-and-so. We can see it. I mean, it's not rocket science. So the issue is, initially, when these things are happening, and you know, I want to, as you say, widen the scope and say, you know, the 12th parliament was, so to speak, held to ransom by the executive, and it was unable to execute its duties properly. You remember, you know, there was a lot of cases. You know, when the media bill was being passed, when the security bill was being, you remember all those things, and you know the kind of instructions that came. We know the kind of instructions that came from Statehouse. You know, you remember the PG that everybody went and caused chaos about. People went and voted in parliament, and then they went outside, and then everybody made these claims that, you know, we were forced to do ABC. You remember all those things. So I want to say that a lot of these appointments that passed through parliament were not properly passed because parliament did not have its independence. And this is something that we're saying, that the separation of powers and the independence of institutions. I mean, when we say that judiciary, like we say, for judiciary to be able to execute its mandate, then it must be free from any influence of executive or legislature, and the same to all the three arms of government. So, what I would say is that we have been seeing this not just as members of parliament, but also as members of the public, and that is why we are saying immediately when you know, this capture continues. We have not been sworn in as yet.
Yeah.
Because the president was supposed to have convened the parliament and he has not. So, of course, we have the 30 days deadline that must happen. So, I mean, the law will take its course should he not convene by that time. But these are laws that we should have been making right now. But are we in parliament legally? We're in abeyance. Not just yet.
Yeah.
So, what I'm saying is, once we go to parliament, we are going to make sure, and personally, I will see to it, and that is exactly what I said about, this loyalist, you cannot be a loyalist and have merit. So it means we have killed meritocracy in our institutions. And now what we do is that we reward proximity, we have tokenism, just because, you're my girlfriend or you are, I don't know, you are someone, your family, and then we say, okay, you go there and take care of our interest. And this is what we're saying as a society must come to an end, because what does it, if what we want is fairness at the IEBC, what does it care who sits at that seat, whether it's my relative or not? If what we want is fairness, we just want someone who can execute their mandate and say, we're going to look at these things and I'm going to read these numbers as they are, as they came from the members of the public.
All right.
So this is what we're going to be looking at. And if you cannot execute that mandate, then you just go home.
Good. What you've done is you have set yourself up, because we'll be looking at you when those names of cabinet ministers, PSAs come to parliament. We will be looking at you and see how you vote. It will be quite interesting. But Wakili, sorry, as I hand it to Regina, probably what we need to do as a matter of priority is probably to audit public institutions as well as independent bodies. Probably ask ourselves whether we have loyalists or experts that are steering the affairs of these independent institutions.
Yeah, I think there's a problem, as Mheshimiwa is trying to put it. I don't know, we should expect him to steer his members better now that he's going to take the mandate of actually passing some of those people. I will want to see where his vote will lie, because that's very important, because in this country you have suffered the allegations which I put across that people are sent to office courtesy of whom not meritocracy, and that is quite a big challenge, because now at the end of the day you're going to have this person, of course, play tune to the person who has ensured that he has ascended to office. We have not only seen this, even choosing of parastatal heads and CEOs, we see some of the most incompetent people taking office and then they run down institutions, which is very absurd. And we will want to have Parliament is part of the problem. That's why I'm trying to cast a finger to Mheshimiwa, because they are charged with a very key responsibility whereby they need to do vetting. They decide not to vet. They decide just to pass somebody courtesy of an incentive or not, and that we end up with a big problem. So I'm hoping that Mheshimiwa and his colleagues, or Mheshimiwa being here and speaking passionately, should be able to lobby his colleagues, or if he fails, at least he should stand as a one man alone, who should be able to oppose some of these heinous crimes that are causing us
that I guarantee you,
which are causing us a lot of anguish, because had this been checked from the start, we could not be ending up where we are ending right now.
Now, since you've talked about, the role that Parliament is playing, and today we know even what we're showing on our screens there is just, the election underway in some areas where it had been postponed twice, and Kenyans were, despite the low turnout, they're still exercising their democratic right. Now, that brings a question of numbers. And as it stands when it comes to, governors, we have Kenya Kwanza there having 22 governors. Azimio la Umoja, 21 governors, now National Assembly there, members of Parliament, 162 to Azimio and 159 to Kenya Kwanza. Now let's talk about this issue of numbers, because every time we have a debate that is happening in Parliament, tyranny of numbers, the question comes in. Now, this number situation, as Kenyans continue to exercise their democratic right there, do you think the outcome of the presidential election has grounding in the way that Kenyans who hadn't voted are actually voting this morning from 6 a.m., so to speak?
I think to some extent, Regina, it has, because Now, if you have seen that a candidate of your choice has come into power, then you are likely to wake up and vote him, because they are also involved in the grassroots elections. We have seen members of, I don't know how Mheshimiwa is not on the ground.
He's in studio.
He's in studio. At least we need to thank him for honoring the call. Otherwise, he should have been seeing him either in Rongai or somewhere in West Pokot where elections are happening. And this is very important because it boils down to these numbers, as you've said, because for governors, you know, there is the office of the chairman of the Council of Governors, which is a very important office. And you see the numbers are very close.
Very close.
So whoever is going to get both numbers of governors is going to go up. I think Kenya Kwanza has 22, and so if Kenya Kwanza wins, it's going to go to 24.
Yes.
And
if they get all two, they get 24.
Yes,
if they get one, they get 23. Then we'll have a tie there, 23-23.
Yes.
Actually, 23-22.
Yes, which is still a very tight contest, and that is very important, especially it's very important for the people who are in government to actually have the chair being aligned to their side, because we have had this tiff of county government versus national government when it comes to aspects of the funds which are supposed to go to the counties, and they have been crying for. So if you have a working relationship with the chairman of the Council of Governors, then it becomes a little bit easier, because you can tell him, we're in a fix, kindly tell your members to behave in a certain manner. And there is a sense in which the chair of the Council of Governors seems to be speaking for all the governors. At least you have not seen some dissent in that particular aspect. So that means that there is a sense in which they share a common problem, and they coalesce and associate with whoever it is that they have put in office. That is very important. Coming to Parliament, it's also a very tight contest. I don't know, is it four seats?
No, those are 4 seats.
Where
currently we have Azimio with 162 members of Parliament as well, where then Kenya Kwanza comes in very close, as you can see, at 159, and 4 positions are up for grabs. But before even we speak matters of what is happening in the National Assembly, let's take you down to Mombasa County, where we're joined by Ann Boro to bring us up to speed with what is happening since, polling stations opened up at 6 a.m. this morning. Good morning, Ann Boro. How are you?
Good morning to you, to Regina Manyara, back in Broadcasting House, and you're coming live to you from Jomvu, which is in Meritini. And right now, I'll be joined by the Jomvu elector, Member of Parliament, Badi Twalib, who has just casted his vote here at the World Bank Primary School Polling Center. He's just going to tell us how the process has been and maybe how the security is right now. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa, you can say your name. Tell us how the process has been for you.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib, na ndio area member of parliament here, na nimekuja hapa ku cast my vote, na the exercise was very smooth. Nimetumia muda mchache sana katika kupiga kura yangu. Leo hii mimi pia nimekuja hapa as a voter, and as well kama team leader wa Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir, ambaye ndio leo main recipient katika hii election ya leo kama governor. Kwa hivyo nataka kuwasihi watu wangu popote pale walipo wajitokeze kwa wingi, kwa sababu there has been low turnout ya voters kutoka asubuhi in the entire county, not only in Jomvu, lakini nataka kuwasihi watu wangu wa Jomvu wajitokeze kwa wingi popote pale walipo. This is just like a by-election ambayo mara nyingi huwa turnout is very low, unlike the general election ambayo juzi tulifanya elections za 5 candidates. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaambia leo nikiwa team leader wa Mheshimiwa Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir, watu wetu masupporter wajitokeze kwa wingi ili kuja kupiga maamuzi yao ya kuchagua gavana wetu ambaye si mwingine. Nafikiri by jioni tutakuwa tumetangaziwa kwa Mheshimiwa Abdulswamad amekuwa gavana wetu. Na pia vile vile nataka kupongeza security team ya kwangu yote, kwa sababu the exercise has been smooth. kwa all my 3 wards. Nikitizama Mikindani, Meritini na hapa Jomvu Kuu, yote imekuwa iko sawa na security personnel wako vizuri, na vile vile pia wananchi nataka kuwapongeza, wana exercise their democratic right ya kuja kupiga kura in a very sober way na vile vile in a very peaceful way. Kwa hivyo mimi nikiwa mjumbe wa hapa nataka kuchukua fursa hii washukuru wananchi wangu wote wa Jomvu kwa kunichagua tena kwa mara ya 3. Na mimi nimepiga kura yangu, even my daughter amekuja hapa kupiga kura pamoja na mimi, na tuna furaha sote kwa sababu tumeweza ku exercise our democratic right, na tutoa shukrani kama family na kama wote wale ambao walitupigia kura tarehe 9 na kuweza kuchaguliwa kwa mara ya 3 kama mbunge wa sehemu ya hapa. Na nawasihi watu wangu, nawaambia don't let me down. Umenichagua kwa mara ya 3. Nguvu zangu ni huyu governor. Mchagueni huyu governor, tufanye kazi, tupate maendeleo ndani ya Jomvu. Asanteni sana.
Labda tumesikia kuwa umepiga kura mama. You can start with your names and tell us the whole process vile imekuwa.
Jina langu ni Aziza Badi Twalib. Process imekuwa very smooth.
Maybe what would you tell watu wengine pale nje, kwa sababu today is also a holiday for Mombasa residents and Kakamega residents, kwa sababu wana vote for the governor. Maybe matarajio yako pia kwa governor ambaye umemteua ni yapi?
Vitu ambavyo natarajia kutokana na governor mwenye ambaye nimemchagua, nataka tuletee maendeleo Mombasa, na kwa watu wengine na wahimiza waje wapige kura, tumchague governor wetu ambaye tutaleta maendeleo Mombasa.
Boss, labda utaweza kuniambia umeweza kupiga kura leo hapa?
Yeah, nimeweza kupiga kura asubuhi mapema leo asubuhi.
Na imekuwaje, the whole process imekuwaje?
Process kidogo imekuwa slow, but kufikia saa 3 na kitu ilikuwa imepick na iko standby like that.
Najua sasa utakuwa unachagua gavana wako sahihi, kwa sababu wale wengine washaweza kuchagua gavana wao. Labda ni kipi ungetarajia gavana wako ambao utamchagua leo akufanyie?
Tuko na mengi yale ambayo tunatarajia kutoka kwa gavana wetu mpya, ambaye tumejiandaa kabisa, kwa sababu huu uchaguzi umeahirishwa karibu mara 2, hii ikiwa ni mara ya 3. Wananchi wamekasirika sana kwa sababu ikikaa hivyo maendeleo bado wanaingojea, na tunatarajia mambo mengi katika miundo msingi, katika education, security na mambo mengine yale ambayo tunatarajia tufanyie.
Tumeona kuwa kila kitu kimeendelea shwari. Maybe kuna kitu chochote ungependa kuambia wananchi wa Mombasa, kwa sababu wengi hawajajitokeza leo na siku leo imekuwa ni holiday, ungewaambia je wale ambao wako nyumbani, kwa sababu ukifika saa 11 kituo kitakuwa kimefungwa na yule ambaye atakuwa hajachagua atalalamikia nani?
Naomba tu wale wote ambao hawajaingia sasa kupiga kura waingie na wahakikishe kwamba haki yao imetimia, kwa sababu wakikaa nyumbani haki yao haitatimia kama watapiga kura. So naomba tu wote watoke na waje wapige kura.
Labda utueleze pia wewe, labda umekuwa hapa, wewe ni polling officer ama wewe ni nani na unafanya nini hapa?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Geoffrey Ogutu. Mimi ni agent hapa, na kila kitu imeendelea vizuri. Ile challenge ambayo tumepata ni kwamba unapata mtu anakuja hajui anaelekea stream gani. So lazima tuwe sisi vile tulienda kwa hiyo mafunzo kuonyesha ya kwamba huyu ako na letter K anaenda hapa, ako na M anaenda hapa, so that ndio unaona hiyo smooth running. So tungependa kuona kila mtu akija hapa system inaendelea vizuri, hatujapata shida yoyote tangu asubuhi, kila kitu kiko shwari. Na tunashukuru sana kwa security wetu, tuna coordinate nao vizuri. So tunashukuru sana kwa upande wa security, it's very well organized. Sisi wenyewe kama tumesimamia kila kitu, kituo kinaenda vizuri, mtu akiingia na vote alafu anaenda nyumbani. Na vile tulisema tuweke peace, ukivote rudi nyumbani, ngoja matokeo.
Asante sana. Like you've heard, Manyara, we've been in different polling centers in Mombasa County as you continue to cover this area. We have seen that security has been tightened and residents have really tried to come out, but the numbers are still low. But we're just waiting. We do not know how long, but by 5 o'clock we hope that the numbers will have increased for them to be able to vote. Back to you, studio, Manyara.
Thank you very much, Mboro, for that update in regard to what is happening in Mombasa. There are low voter turnout there. A majority of Kenyans saying that it is because of the postponement, issues of security and such. Now we take you to Kitui Rural there. What you saw on our split screen was none other than David Mboni Mwalika, who is, working at retaining his Kitui Rural parliamentary seat there. He just cast his vote there. So we take you down there to just show you the live pictures of what is happening in Kitui Rural there, where they're taking or rather casting their vote. Let's have a listening in.
Sidhani kama saa hii ni vile watu unasikia kuna watu wananunua kula pale na pale, lakini kwa hiyo sasa kuna mtu tumepata kama ananunua kura.
Na pengine unaweza zungumzia vipi shughuli hii kuahirishwa tarehe Agosti 9? Je, uliona kwamba ilifaa?
Ndio na la, kwa sababu kulikuwa na mistake kubwa sana. Ballot papers ilikuwa mzuri, lakini picha yangu na mwenzangu mpinzani wangu sikuwa zetu. Hizo picha zilikuwa za watu wa kutoka West Pokot. Kwa hivyo wakati huo hakuna kitu ambayo tungefanya. Mimi mwenyewe nilienda kaziona, nikaziangalia, nikagagua, nikaona hizi asifai kamwe. Lakini kitu ya kushangaza ni kwamba wakati walisema.
Indeed, now what you can see away from Kitui Rural, we are in Mombasa there, where the UDA candidate Hassan Omar is casting his vote there. These are just live pictures, and his closest rival happens to be ODM. The candidate there, Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, who we saw cast his vote earlier, but now what you're seeing on the screen is the Kenya Kwanza candidate there, Hassan Omar, casting his vote there. There's been talk on exactly what influence does, the absence of Mike Sonko, former governor Nairobi County, what does the absence of Mike Sonko from that particular race have in regard to the process that we are seeing right now? And Mombasa is indeed going to be quite a tight race between ODM there, presumably an ODM tough there, given that the Senator Mohamed Faki did retain his seat on an ODM ticket there. And we also saw woman rep there, an ODM Ghana, that is none other than Lady Zamzam there. So, Gisoro, let me bring you back into this conversation in regard to Mombasa County and the tight race there. As you've said, 2 seats are up for grabs today when it comes to governors. That is in Mombasa and Kakamega. Mombasa has been predominantly termed as ODM stuff, and we are seeing UDA and Azimio la Umoja coalition are not, they're pulling all stops to ensure that their candidates get this top seats. Change of numbers there. Now that absence of Mike Sonko from the ballot, and we saw, it took a court process. Do you think it has changed the tide when it comes to politics of Mombasa County?
From the way I see it, Regina, it's quite interesting. The people who are in the ballot, as I earlier indicated, that there's a sense that they're not people who are resonating so much with the ground to pull crowds, that I'd said earlier. But then there's the aspect of Mike Sonko which you've brought in, which is very interesting. Mike Sonko is that one person who is, if he were to be in the ballot, you could have seen a difference in terms of the turnout, because he's a seasoned politician. There's a way he makes his agenda resonate with the people to the very ground. There is a very good mobilizer, because with Sonko, you can trust that he will use every matatu that day to pull people to the polling stations from every village, and which I think is something we are not seeing with the people who are running. But then Mike Sonko is now behind in the Kenya Kwanza candidate, so we should be able to maybe have a feel of that to some extent. They should be able to render that helping hand to see that as a normal.
Their candidate.
Yeah, their candidate has been able to get some significant supporters who resonate or who actually agitate around it.
Wakili, before we, finish up with matters of Mombasa, let's take you back to Kitui Rural, where we were having a listen in to Mwalika there, speaking and addressing members of the public and the media there. Let's listen in.
Of course, size wa kurudi. Yeah. But at least you can see there is good mobilization. Because ukiona akina mama wagongo akikuja, wewe unafikiri wamejileta? Si wameleta.
Kwa hivyo una imani ya kutetea kiti?
Sio imani ya kutetea kiti. Ni imani ya kuchukua kiti. Unajua kuna kutetea na kuchukua. Kutetea unaweza tetea lakini usikose ku. Nimesomea Mombasa bwana. So najua hii. Najua ruka kidogo kidogo.
Kama kuna mwingine hapo maswali.
English ama?
Kitui Rural there, where David Mwalika, who is the current member of parliament there, trying to retain his seat, and his closest rival being none other than former area member of parliament Charles Nyamai, flying the UDA flag there. And over the last 1 week, we have seen Wiper Party indeed has been doing several campaigns to just ensure that their candidates clinches that seat. We take you back to Mombasa County and have a listen in to UDA governor candidate there, that is none other than Hassan Omar.
Nani mwingine uchuma chini? Twende chini mwingine. Twende chini mwingine. Mimi na live wangu na microphone msiweke juu sana tafadhali tunaharibu hiyo shot.
Haya, mnataka
haya start.
Nianze? Haya, asante. Thank you again once again. Tumekuja hapa ku exercise haki yangu na ya bibi yangu na pia ndo rafiki yangu Mohamed ya kupiga kura. I've definitely elected myself for governor of Mombasa together with my dear sister Selina. The voter turnout so far is quite low. It's the characteristics of by-elections, which experience voter turnouts of about 30 to 35%. We're about halfway in most polling stations around Mombasa, ranging from about 11 to 17%. Now I'm hoping that within the next, by the afternoon, a lot more will start to improve. There have been a bit of incidences where some people tried to attack a car that was delivering food to our agents. There's widespread bribery by the ODM, which we have asked the police to either manage, or in the next hour or so we'll manage it ourselves. We will take no prisoners. We have told the police structure, particularly the county commander and the county commissioner, that it is time to live by the rules of democracy. Na kama wao hawezi democracy, we will actually enforce democracy ourselves. So within the next 1 hour, if we might see incidences of Babu Owino and others moving with militia and actually bribing voters, we are actually now going to enforce that by ourselves. So we are quite confident that this is an election that we will win. And I'm asking the voters that we still have a couple of hours. It's now about 11:30. You have another couple of hours to the close of polling. So exercise your right. I know it's a Monday. I know it's a by-election type of format. But I think it's also a postponed election. And the high stakes for Mombasa, kuhakikisha kwamba tumeondoa hii project na wale walanguzi na wale watu waliharibu hii county. Kwa hivyo I'm very confident kwamba tutapata ushindi.
Are you satisfied with how IEBC is conducting the process?
Paka sasa I cannot put a pass or fail for IEBC. Hii ni kura moja, kwa hivyo wale mapio ambao wengi ni wafanyikazi wa Abu Joho nimeona paka sasa wamebehave. Maana tumekuwa tumelinda hizi polling stations sisi wenyewe. Paka sasa hatujasikia tukio lolote ambapo kama walijaribu wakati wa ndugu yangu Shalo kutoa ballot papers zaidi, kuleta uhasama ule wa kupita kiasi. Maana safari hii pia sisi serikali ni ya Kenya kwanza. Hatutaki kuleta ujeuri, hatutaki kuwa kama ODM, maana walipewa nafasi kidogo kutawala katika hii handshake, wameonyesha ubabe, wameonyesha jeuri. Sisi hatuna haja, hatutaki kwenda katika msimu huo wa kisiasa. Lakini tumeona wale ambao ni wengi hao msione pale wamekaa, wale polling officer, baada hii utawapata autoport na boss fight. Not boss fight, inaitwaje ile? Autoport na ile yake nyingine. Boss fight ni mwingine. Kwa hivyo sisi tumesema wakijaribu port side wakijaribu kukua wahudumu wa Abu, manake huyu CRO alikataa tubadilishe hawa polling presiding officers, lakini wakifikiria bado wameajiriwa hapa na inaitwa nini, port side ama autoport. Sisi kama raia tunakubaliwa kuchunga sheria na kulinda sheria, lakini mpaka sasa pia naona kwa idadi fulani, maeneo fulani, apart from OCS ambao ni wako Azimio, wamejaribu kudumisha usalama ambao kwa bila mapendeleo.
Those are some serious allegations, Mheshimiwa, you're making. Do you have the evidence na umeshauriana na polisi?
Wewe ni mwanahabari bwana, tafuta hiyo evidence. Sisi tukikwambia sisi tunajua. Yako magari imesimama, inatoa pesa, tuko tunaziona zote na wanajipiga kifua.
Now that is UDA candidate there aiming to succeed outgoing Mombasa Governor Ali Hassan Joho there in a tight race there, trying to see if indeed Kenya Kwanza is going to surpass the influence of ODM, given that the senator there, Mohamed Feki, flying the ODM flag there, retained his seat, and the woman rep is none other than ODM's Zamzam there. So Mombasa is a tight race, and you can see even from the attire there, indeed, the candidate there is already in gear, showing that, yes, they're, these are just gimmicks, these are just pictures there. 580,000 registered, 223 voters registered to cast their ballot in Mombasa County, 6 constituencies there, and around slightly above 1,046 polling stations there. Well, voter turnout is still low. Now back to you, Gishu, and what we're talking about, the influence of ODM when it comes to Mombasa County, and why Mombasa County is seemingly very important right now. Other than the numbers, Mombasa County is also, Kenya's gateway when it comes to matters of investment, goods and trade. An important aspect. Whoever controls Mombasa County literally controls the gateway to the country. Your take?
Regina, it's not only the gateway to the country, just to correct, it's the gateway to East and Central Africa, the whole region. So it has a lot of meaning. Azimio side through the ODM wing, they have been in control of the politics of Mombasa for the longest, given that Governor Joho is also the deputy party leader in ODM, and he has been able to win that seat by a huge margin for the last 2 elections. So that would play a key role, and he has handed over the baton to Abdul Swamad, the son of the former political kingpin. And that also means something, because the father was a political kingpin for the longest in the coast, and a political appointment during the Kanu era. So we should expect it's a seat for ODM, or as it were Azimio, to lose. But then we can't also write off the wing which is being brought in by Kenya Kwanza. Hassan Omar has been contesting for, I think, almost all the elections. I think from 2013, if I'm not wrong, has been contesting for governor. No, in 2013 he contested for senator, but this time he's been going for governor. He's been going for governor, and he has a strong side, given that Sonko has now come in, and there's a strong sense that there's that particular strength that Sonko brings on board. We should be able to see him garner quite a number of votes because of the aspect of Sonko coming in.
Now let's hear what the religious leaders have to say in regard to where the country finds itself at a time when we have a presidential petition at the Apex Court. Let's have a listen in.
For upholding peace and calm during this electoral period. It is a manifestation of democratic maturity that is commendable. Let us all continue with this trend, especially in view of the intensive legal discourses that will be happening this week at the Supreme Court. We call on all Kenyans to wait until the Supreme Court processes the petitions, keeping in mind the wisdom of Proverbs chapter 18:17. In a lawsuit, the first to speak seeks right until someone comes forward and cross-examines. Taking cognizance of the centrality of the presidential poll petitions to democracy in Kenya, we have taken time in our places of worship to pray for the judges and staff of the Supreme Court. We encourage you to undertake your duty with utmost good faith, fairness, impartiality, and public trust, keeping in mind the words recorded in Holy Scriptures. And I quote from Surah An-Nisa 4:58, "Verily, Allah commands you to render trust to whom they are due, and when you judge people between two people, to judge with justice, excellence in that which Allah instructs you. Verily, Allah is ever hearing and seeing. But let justice roll down like waters, and righteousness like a ever-flowing stream," in Amos 5:24. It is our prayer and confidence that truth will prevail and justice will be done and be seen to be done at the Supreme Court. On our part as religious leaders, we urge every Kenyan, regardless of their political affiliation, to accept the ruling of the Supreme Court as the position of justice. It is Kenya that will have won either way. We commend the residents of the counties, constituencies, and wards who are participating in electing their leaders today following the earlier postponement. We call upon the residents of these areas to exercise their democratic right and to do so peacefully. Failing to vote is in essence voting for the person you do not want to become your leader. In conclusion, we commend all the persons who contested for different seats during this electoral period for promoting peace and issue-based campaigns. We especially thank the presidential candidates for upholding national cohesion and expressing support for rule of law. Let us join in prayer as we patiently and peacefully wait for the Supreme Court processes to be concluded. May the words of the national anthem be the inspiration for our hearts at all times. Let all with one accord, in common bond united, build this nation together, and all glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving. God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our brief statement read by Bishop Rotich, the Bishop of Kericho Diocese of the Catholic Church of Kenya. Is there any question or comment so that we... If there isn't, then we want to thank you.
All right, that's Bishop Rotich leading the religious leaders, of course, reading out our statement, calling on Kenyans to, of course, cast their faith in the Supreme Court and most importantly accept the decision as an anchor of justice, and also calling on the members of public who are exercising their democratic right to vote in Mombasa, Kakamega, Kacheliba, Pokot South, Kitui Rural, Rungai, Kwajenga, and Nyaki Ward to get out and cast their ballot. Kind of an interesting one there from the religious leaders. Still in studio, I have my panel, of course, picking up from what is happening there, but that's Rungai constituency, yes? Voting ongoing there. I believe this is a UDA candidate, Chebor, voting in Rungai. This is the biggest challenger to Raymond Moy. And like Mheshimiwa Jiji was talking about, quite some opposition has been mounted on Raymond by the UDA stalwarts, including the Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua. Whether he will withstand the storm, it's only a matter of time. Probably by today evening we'll see how he fares. That's Raymond Moi. His biggest challenger, actually would say headache, is Chebor, the gentleman voting there, and we'll be sure to see how this exercise pans out. It's quite an easy one, and short one for that matter, because you don't spend more than 2 minutes here. Once you've been checked and it's verified that you are recognizable through the KIMS kit, or you have been identified, there's only one ballot paper to mark. If it is in Rongai, it's the MP position in Rongai. If it is in Kakamega, it is the gubernatorial ballot in Kakamega, and that's just it. So get out. If you're a voter in these areas, just get out and cast your ballot. Let's head back to the Supreme Court. And you were talking about timelines earlier, because 9 petitions, I would assume probably at some point the judges will merge the petitions to one. But the big question is the amount of evidence provided for, of course I saw Azimio has reduced its lorry of evidence to 40 pages, but there's also, other evidence that is going to be brought, and what is also being brought right now, because I think by 6 everybody should have filed. Do the judges have ample time to go through this evidence and at the same time go through it, deal with it, and issue a decision, based on the same? But before you respond to that, let's head over to Rongai again, listen to Jabor. Of course, I see the Senator-elect for Nyandarua, Meru, John, standing alongside him there. Of course, it's a place where also Kenya Kwanza has deployed quite a battery of politicians to protect the vote.
Nimeona tu ni ile voter turnout iko chini, lakini the whole process is very well. Naona inaendelea mzuri. Naomba tu watu wajitokeze vizuri, because bado kuna time between now and 5, bado kuna muda mrefu sana. So nasema watu wajitokeze wapige kura. Otherwise watu ya IBC naona kazi yao ni mzuri, go very fast, wanaendelea vizuri na hakuna vurugu. Kura ya Rongai yote nimepiga round, iko na amani, hakuna shida yote. Kuna any interference nini, tuko sawa. Ni ile tu voter turnout utiko chini, ndio naambia watu yetu wajitokeza kabisa, kwa sababu hiyo muda bado iko. Otherwise usalama iko sawa, kila kitu iko sawa, na ushindi tunayo. Hata kama turnout iko chini, mimi najua binashinda. Kwa tumisha amani, tuende na wakuje kwa wingi, wapige hii kura by 5, sababu inafungwa 5. Otherwise the whole process is okay.
Mpinzani wako ameweza kusema kwa baadhi ya viongozi kutoka chama cha UD ambao ni wenzako wameonekana wakijaribu kuwanong'onezea wapiga kura kando wakielekea katika vituo za kupiga kura, kama njia moja kujaribu kuwashawisha ama wanafanya kampeni wakati huu ambapo si halali kufanya kampeni. Unaweza sema vipi?
No, hakuna kampeni inaendelea. Wale waheshimiwa walikuja ni wale wanaleta moral support. Hawana issue wacha interfere na any polling station, hakuna shida yote. Hiyo ni uoga ya siasa. Tayari is sensing defeat. Kwa hivyo hapo musike tu by saa 12 tutakuwa tumemalizana na yeye. Waje hiyo wasiwasi. Hawa tu wamekuja na moral support, hakuna kitu kingine, they are not even agents, nothing. Na hata wajuane na wananchi.
Amesema they even have badges.
No.
All right, Chibor of UDA there, speaking to members of press, obviously after voting. And of course you will know there were quite an allegation or allegations raised by Raymond Moi. That's what he was trying to respond to in terms of the intimidation or alleged intimidation that is happening in Rongai. Is that tear gas? Okay. I was trying to see the situation there in Kakamega, and we will try to see what is happening in Kakamega. Before we head over to Regina, a quick one, obviously, Wakili Kagomba, to respond on that issue of, have we really thought about timelines in terms of adjudicating presidential petitions? Because all that evidence brought before the judges, and now they appear like they only have 7 days to write the judgment. Listen, write a judgment, and by 5th, we want a judgment.
You know, I like the drama that Azimio has. You know, Azimio are very dramatic people. They come in a truck and they take photos of it and say that, only to remove one small box that also has just a small file of 40 pages and now bring to court, So first of all, I think this is the easiest case to deal with.
Is it?
Yeah, it is the easiest because the petitions are 9, but they also are similar. And so what I expect the court to do is to bring all these cases and consolidate the cases and say, okay. Because you see what a court of that level does is that it will not address itself to issues of small issues. It deals with the top line issues of legality, really. A lot of times, even in an appellate court, you'll not be dealing with the issues of fact, you deal with issues of law. So such a
Again,
court...
I have the unfortunate one of cutting you short. Cleopas Malala Wahungu speaking now.
My vote, of course, in my favor. And I want to thank my wife who has also casted her vote in my favor. I believe so. But so far, so good. I think as a candidate, I'm satisfied with the level of preparations by IEBC. I have seen very competent IEBC staff, and everything is going on well. Polling stations are opened on time, and people started streaming in by around 5. I've looked at the voter turnout. So far is at around 26-27%, but we are still optimistic that, of course, in any by-election, voter turnout is always approximately between 40 and 50%. So we're trying to mobilize our people to come and vote. We have experienced a lot of peace in Kakamega today, and I want to commend the Kakamega residents for having a peaceful election day. The drafters of our constitutions were very clear that the sovereignty of the people is vested in themselves, and therefore it is important that we allow the people of Kakamega to exercise their civic right to vote and elect a leader of their choice. As a candidate, I have said it time and again that I will be ready to concede defeat in case I am defeated fairly. But again, in the same breath, I would also like to urge my competitors to be ready to concede defeat. But I am advising them to concede defeat early enough because I'm certain that I am the winner of these elections. So I want to thank the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, who have come all the way from Nairobi, Mombasa, Kwale, Kisumu, Vihiga, all over the country just to come and give me moral support and logistical support. I want to thank our party leaders in Kenya Kwanza, His Excellency President-elect Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and
that's Cleopas Wahungu Malala, the outgoing senator for Kakamega County, now seeking to be governor in that county, and of course hoping to be lucky just like Irungu Kang'ata. I mean, you get from MCA to senator and to governor, and that has been the story of Irungu Kang'ata. Will it replicate in Kakamega? Of course, by this evening or tomorrow, we shall be knowing about the same. So let me just allow you to finish up on your point. And of course, it is important to point out that now it's official. The pre-trial conference tomorrow begins at 11.
Yeah. So I was saying, you see, the issues to be decided are very top-line issues. They're just issues of law. And like Wakil Gisore said, is to determine whether, if there are any issues, whether they really affected the outcome of the election. So, and I say that this is the easiest petition that the court has had to deal with, because the issues are there are actually no issues. Like I said, when you listen to the observers, they said that this was a very transparent election that Chebukati tried to chair and hold. So the 40-page petition that was brought by Azimio and our response to it, and of course tomorrow after the pre-trial conference, then we'll decide the issues that are going to be addressed. There are very few issues, and I expect that in the 7 days that the court will have addressed itself, and they'll give us a verdict. And there are only 3 outcomes that we expect from it. All right. To say whether there was any material, anything that was of material that was material to the election, and maybe say, okay, now we nullify the election, or say we uphold the election, or maybe at the most explicit would be maybe invoking Section 80 of the Elections Act and saying, okay, now we have overturned, and now this is the decision of the court, and we have announced so and so maybe Gachagua to be the president, the president-elect. You know. No, it could be. I mean, there's a court. The court makes a decision, and we follow it. I mean, if the court decides that Gachagua was the duly elected president, then we just follow it. You know. So I'm saying that the court has it's not a very tedious petition, because you see, it doesn't cite many issues. If you listen to them, what they say, they try to. There's a document that they had outlined the places where they had some issues. It's very easy to find to establish whether these issues were there or not, because IEBC has been very transparent. You know, even the media, you know that when you get some the Form 34As, which is online, the 34B, which is online, and the 34C, which is online again, it's very easy to establish the issues that they have raised. So the court does not even need 7 days. They just need a few days. We just need some clerks, and you just compare those. There are about 42 places that they are contesting. Yeah. That, 42 by 3? Those are just maybe 120 forms that you're looking at. Very easy. With the kind of support that the court has, that should take 2 days. They verify that.
Regina? Oh, well, I like the way Mheshimiwa is very confident that even the court, the apex court, will not require the full mandate for 7 days to tackle the issues as hand there, especially now with the issue of IEBC. The question is, which IEBC? In regard, we have seen 4 have different prayers with Chebukati and history on the other hand, having different prayers. But before we even continue speaking matters of IEBC, and I want to throw this question back to you, Kuria, just in as much as, you've covered the elections for a long while. Now, I want to take you back to Nakuru County and Rongai constituency. Now, in the event, in the likelihood that Raymond Moi, suffers the same fate as his younger brother there, when former Senator Gideon Moi, who failed to clinch his senatorial seat in Baringo, and he loses in the current or the ongoing election. What does this point to in as far as, the influence of the Moi family is concerned in Rift Valley? And also we can rope in Mheshimiwa and Wakili on your end.
That's a quite interesting question, and a very sloppy one, in the sense that I don't want to engage in it. Let me leave this one to give us a response. Because Gigi, you had spoken, let me just allow Wakili Eli to respond very quickly to it. Yeah. Go ahead, Wakili.
I will choose to bite my tongue a bit on that issue. Yes. But just to reiterate, the issues that we are facing are very few. A judge or a magistrate deals with maybe 50 to 100 matters a day on a regular court date. When you're telling us that you only have 9 petitions to deal with, and they can consolidate all the questions into 1, 2, 3, 4-point form, they will be done with this thing by Thursday. You shouldn't be worried about that. Okay. Yeah. On the other issue, I don't think I want to comment much on it. It is a very political question.
We said that politics should be...
Probably you will be presenting one of them in court, so you want to be very careful.
We said
now that you're the politician, take it.
We said politics should be left to politicians.
Yes.
And therefore, I will address that issue. And I'll say this.
Yeah. And of course, with a lot of respect.
Of course. I mean, I have. Yesterday I was looking at our numbers, right. And we saw. We're asking how the economy is faring, and we say that the economy is growing. We see when you go to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the economy is growing at 5.6%. But then you also realize that the poverty rate is also growing at a very high rate. We realized yesterday that we're at 86% poverty, people of population living below poverty line. What does that tell you? It tells you that there's been a hold of our economy by a very few people at the top, and I think this election was very different, and you will appreciate that for the first time in a long time, there was no voting along tribal lines, and the voting was actually more on economic issues. So one of the things that I expect to find in Rongai is that Raymond will be floored by Chebor because, of course, you know, our side we're saying
you're
that...
speaking as a UDA person.
I'm saying on our side as UDA, we are saying we are the bottom-up people, and we're saying these are the expectations of us, and these are really the expectations and the aspirations of everyone out there. We say the majority of the population, these people who are coming out to vote, if you look at them, you are not seeing a very... You know, you can tell the class and the living standard measure. You can tell the demographics of the people who are coming to vote. Okay. You will see that there's a lady coming there with a shuka carrying a child. I mean, you know how the other class lives. They don't do those things. They just come in high heels and, you know, driven in big cars. This is a Wanjiku election. And in a Wanjiku election, you do not expect a Moi family person to win against Chebor. Because we're saying that the aspirations of Kenyans are held by our party. We are the party that carries the aspirations of Kenyans, because this is about issues. And we say these are not about people. This is about unga. This is about the price of fuel. This is about all those things. Now, the issues that's coming to numbers is that we have 86% of Kenyans living below 500 shillings a day, below $5. What that tells you, in an economy that is growing at 5.7%, in an economy that has a per capita GDP of 2,000, it tells you that this economy is held by very few people. What we are looking for, and really this is not personal, but you're saying it is time to devolve everything. It is time to devolve industry. It is time to devolve our economy. So when Regina asks whether probably this is the time that the Moi family is going to lose hold of probably the economy, the politics, the political and social economic power that they've had, I say it is a pattern that we've seen in these elections. You have realized that a lot of money was spent in these elections, like it did in Gatundu South, but people voted against that money. They said, okay, we are going to have all this power and all this money that is being... There was a lot of voter bribery, and that was coming in terms of unga and other forms. And people said, okay, we're going to do that, but then that power with a certain family that I will not mention here.
Don't mention them.
I will not mention families, but you know, that power was there because it's a reality and you've seen it. Okay. It's time that now Kenyans decided maneno is about Kenyans and the whole...
I think you see the direction.
Well, you're speaking, you know, you're making quite some serious allegations there. We might be seeking actually to...
But it is important because Wakili Eli pleaded the fifth on that matter.
Yes.
It is important that Gisore tells us whether he's pleading the fifth.
Look at that. Look at the demographics that you're seeing on TV. Yeah. When you see Kwajenga,
look at Gisore, you pleading the fifth.
No, on the issue of of Kenya Kwanza and their candidate in Rift Valley, we should expect
in Rongai,
we should expect Wakili, of course, to defend their candidate. But as for me, I think we are seeing a very interesting turn of events in the Rift Valley, because that is part of the Rift Valley, and I think we are seeing the Kenya Kwanza leader trying to consolidate. And declare that this is my territory. So if you are not with me, then you are out. I think that is the kind of statement which is being given. That's what Mheshimiwa is trying to belabor, to say that we really want this thing to give credence to our party leader that is the supremo for the Rift Valley. And he has tried to do that. You see the way he swept Nakuru, and Rongai is around the environments of Nakuru. I think we should be able to expect that the same should happen. But if it turns out the other way, then I think we will be able to know that indeed democracy exists in Rift Valley.
Now talking about democracy existing, and I want to look, you've said that, you know, change, there's a wind of change blowing, especially in the Rift Valley, given that if you look at Nakuru County, its top leadership is all female, you know, and we have also, Jane Kehara was fortunate enough to actually retain her seat, and we have also seen, you know, a representation of women in as far as the MCA, you know, constitution is concerned. Now, this issue about the change in the Rift Valley, in Mount Kenya, we've been saying we need a voice of Mount Kenya. And are we saying, or rather, sorry, are you saying that there's some wind of change that wants to change, that who is going to be the kingpin in Rift Valley? Is that something that you're pointing out to, and that this is going to be, you know, realized in these particular elections that we find ourselves in?
I think it's not kind of a wind, because if you look at it from earlier on, when the president-elect declared his intentions to run for any top seat, he has been consolidating Rift Valley. If actually you can look back to his campaigns towards the just ended election, he did very few visits to Rift Valley because he knew that is his stronghold. And that speaks to the fact that he knows it's solidly under him. Solidly under him, he just needs to communicate some small statement and it will be enforced to the ground. And you've seen the way they have swept the whole of Rift Valley. And interesting for me, Regina, is the fact that we have women also coming to the fore to show that he's a candidate who respects the balancing of genders in parliament, and he's been able to support and nurture very strong women to take up elective seats, which is very interesting. But also, as interesting as it sounds, we also need to look at the male gender, because in Nakuru, really, the male gender suffered a big blow. Wow. We should be able to have some semblance of balance.
Out of 12 constituencies, I think only about 4 are women. I mean, so there are a majority of 8 in any case. And in the deputy governor, by the way, is also male. So.
Well, I think Nakuru has proven, or rather is a case study that we need to look at, given that it's top leadership. Kerry, if you remember, we had Tabitha Karanja with her wars with the Kenya Revenue Authority. We had Susan Kihiga when he's talked about her, her political journey there. It was not easy actually wrestling that particular seat from Lee Kenyanji, so to speak. So I can say the wind of change when it comes to women leadership is not just happening, in Nakuru County. We have seen that in the globe. So as Gesore is trying to point that we need to also be sensitive to the male representation, I think it's only fair that we need to start somewhere. We've always been talking about, gender parity and also equal representation, at least the gender rule, which has been very good on paper and in verbatim, but we have not seen it realized in as far as implementation of that. But now we've seen Nakuru County is setting the pace. Yes. But now, talking about numbers and such, Kyria, then this is the issue of we are looking for numbers, and now 2 governor positions are up for grabs in the current, or rather the ongoing elections there, that would tip the scale for either Kenya Kwanza or Azimio as is. I'd want to take you back to Kakamega. And this is my question to your panel on that side, Kyria. When we look at the tag team of Fernandez Baraza and Ayub Savula of ODM against ANC, that's the closest rival. ANC there, Kenya Kwanza, Cleophas Malala there. And looking at the histories that we saw that my question would be, what would Cleophas Malala win or lose mean for ANC under Kenya Kwanza? There have been conversations around MOUs that were signed, conversations that were heard before the election. Now here in Kakamega, what would a win by Cleophas Malala or a loss mean for ANC under the Kenya Kwanza coalition? I don't know, we start off with...
Start with Eli.
Eli.
Before we come to the politician.
Yes, to the politician. Yes, please.
Kakamega, I think it's already a foregone conclusion. I know I will be, my colleague will object to the same, but it is a stronghold, much the same as Rift Valley is a stronghold for the other side. Cleophas, while he has run a good campaign, well, all of us watched, there is a lot of attention that was given by the Azimio side to try and retain that seat. The day will be carried, I think, by Azimio. At the end of the day, irrespective of Facebook being hacked. And after that, we can now look at whether or not we'll be fighting in Mombasa, and there's 2 independent candidates who have yet to give out there.
There's a question that Regina asks, and what would be the significance if it were to flip? If Kakamega were to flip?
I think there's a saying that when the winds of change start flowing, you're better off walking at the side of the wind. And such a scenario, while unlikely, would give a lot of credence to my colleague and his party, as they will be taking over the country not just at the presidential level, but also at the governorship, senate, parliamentary level, where they still hold a majority, if you've seen, in all standing until all the elections are done. There is currently a majority held by UDA, and that is the reality.
Okay. Gigi, you want to weigh in on the significance of Kakamega going flipping to Kenya Kwanza?
You know, first of all, what Eli is not telling you is that he's the Azimio mole in LSK.
Quite an allegation there.
Another allegation.
He will defend himself. At least you mentioned him.
He has the right of reply. Yeah. But what he's not told you is, these Azimio people are very interesting. They say things smack in their eyes, right in front of their eyes, but they don't want to believe them. I mean, how do you expect to win in a place where he just said, admittedly so, that UDA has a majority, even in parliament right now? We swept all the seats. So, I mean, these are the same people who voted, and they're the same people who are going to vote for the gubernatorial
position. But Kakamega has different results in terms of the Popular Party.
Wait. What do you mean?
Of course, when you look at Kakamega, majority of members of parliament are from Azimio.
No, they're not. It's the other way around.
What do you mean?
We have more seats in Kakamega than Azimio has.
Which?
I mean, I mean, you start from Lurambi, you go. I mean, we have all the seats. Practically all the seats. All the seats are ANC and Kenya Kwanza.
ANC has only 7 positions.
So, which are a lot. From how many? So, you see, that is what. But the significance would be that first of all, as Regina put it, is that we have a very tight race in the council of governors, because the difference is about we have a swing now. Depending on how this thing goes, it could be one of the two sides could have the majority. But we are very upbeat about the seat because I've been there. We really campaigned, and what we expect once we win this position, when Malala brings the seat to Kenya Kwanza, is that we'll have now the Council of Governors on our side, because when we go to the elections, we're going to win. And of course, even some of these people who are voting on the other side have started pledging their allegiance to Kenya Kwanza.
Now that you support that side, tell us what are the dynamics that will hand Kenya Kwanza this seat in Kakamega?
You see, like we've been saying, if we're to go back to elections right now, and I keep telling you that people are tired of these elections and this politics, and they want to go back to business. There are a lot of people who did not see, there was a lot of fear peddled that there will be deep state and they're going to do I don't know what. And there are a lot of people who voted on that thing, and they will say, okay, let me not lose my vote because I think, sorry. They think Kenya Kwanza was going to lose against Azimio because Azimio has a government, has a president, has ABCD. Now, that alone, when people realized, oh, okay, this deep state is not as deep as we thought. It is a bit shallow. Now, people are going to vote with their will. And they also know that, and I can tell you that the aspirations of this country is being carried by UDA and Kenya Kwanza because we understand the issues from down from the common mwananchi that they're going through. So that is one. Number two, we have, as a team, we did not come to Supreme Court to vote. We went to campaign during the time that was put. The last 7 days until the end of the campaign period, we camped there and we really campaigned, and we told our people to please vote with their conscience, without intimidation, without this fear of government. And also, the people who are putting these issues were the administration, the DCC, the county commissioners. And we have been saying that they must stop being used now. One thing I know, after the president-elect was elected, they stopped. And now they're not doing the shenanigans that they had done before. So people have the free will, and they're going to vote for UDA and ANC.
And that is what is going to hand over the seat to you.
Yeah.
But on a quick one, as a point of correction, Azimio has more seats than you do in Kakamega County. Actually, so that's a matter. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
I hope I have corrected you, so now you understand better.
And we have the deeds, Curia, just I was about to interject on that point, is that, Musalia Mudavadi ANC has secured 3 parliamentary seats in Kakamega. We have Navaholo, Malava, and Shinyalu, while Eugene Wamalwa and the DAP KA secured 1. Now, ODM dominance there in Western Kenya, well, has been very evident in Kakamega, securing 8 out of the 12 parliamentary seats. And when you talk
Which
about...
Which makes Kenya Kwanza the minority.
But I told you, this is intimidation of the government, and it's not there. So there will be no intimidation of the government.
That's an allegation.
And
that's an allegation we cannot prove, because you made another one here.
I can prove it.
Of a mole in Azimio. Very quickly, do you want to respond to that?
Very plainly, I am an impartial party. I am not a mole for either of the political parties that are currently battling it out in the Supreme Court. Lest I be added also amicus curiae over there. But I think what the dynamics you're discussing, you should look at the consequence of the announcement by Chebukati, right? We have a declared president-elect. How many minds were changed going to the ballot at the time when that announcement was made? Because when people go to the ballot on 29th of August, they are aware that currently Kenya Kwanza might be carrying the day in the next 6 days. So the voices of change have already started to speak up and down around the country.
All right.
You might find that the voters' mind a little bit was changed, but it's still a very uphill task to go into Raila's homestead and tell him, I am sitting here and I'm going to run your county.
Maybe it's a discussion we're having, but of course we shall have the definite answer because the people of Kakamega are going to decide. But Wakili, I want us to look at the numbers, because you can see the numbers on your screen as regards Kenya Kwanza's composition in the National Assembly as well as Azimio. But there's a spanner in the works in terms of the post-poll agreements that, the president-elect is doing. And on it, these numbers still capture Maendeleo, Chap and PAR, which had already signed a pre-election agreement as part of Azimio. And that is according to the law, because the registrar of political parties has already said it is illegal to belong to two coalitions within this period up until November. But the question is, when it comes to voting, will the opinion of registrar of political parties count as compared to the position that a party has already taken, that we are headed this direction?
It won't, Kyori, because voting as a matter of speaking in the House is limited to the House. Now you can only come out here and discipline someone that you didn't play to our side. But as per to voting on the floor of the House, it goes by whatever it is that you feel sways you, or whatever side of whatever side you belong to, the way you have been whipped. That's why we have the chief whip for each of the sides. That is his role, to ensure that all the members are able and capable to actually vote for whatever motion that they feel they should be able to be supporting. But the decision, because it's very important that members of parliament have the freedom to choose, to make their own free will. I think Mheshimiwa here has been very passionate on some very key issues, which I think I tend to gravitate around. I wouldn't want to see him being whipped to a very unpopular side because of the party. I think he should be able to have his free will to choose, so that whatever discipline that they want to meet on him should also be considered, because sometimes parties give rise to the kind of problems that we are having. Because you'll be told that's our candidate, just vote, don't question. And and we end up being in the problems we are in. So I would want to think that if a member feels that he should be able to vote for whatever bill, even if it's unpopular with his party, then he should be allowed to do that.
Indeed, issues of numbers. And we have mentioned something that is very key there, the pre-poll and the post-poll agreements. And before we actually got to this conversation, I was posing the question to the politician, that is Gigi, and Wakili on the other hand, in the regard, like the impact that, Cleophas Malala's win or lose will have in as far as ANC position is concerned within Kenya Kwanza. When you took to the polls, we understand that the president-elect said, hey, hold up, we are not getting into any agreements. We're going to have these agreements after the polls. Now we are midway, we are somewhere, but we've already done. Now this particular win, should it go the ANC way, What will this then mean for Mudavadi's position within the Kenya Kwanza coalition?
That is interesting because you remember there was that story going around that he was told to deliver 70%, but the only thing he delivered was his polling station. So I think this will go a long way to give confidence in the Kenya Kwanza coalition, because there's a way, in a manner of speaking, he didn't deliver what was rumored to have been given to him, that he was to deliver 70% of Western, and actually people are even saying Wetangula actually did a better job than Mudavadi, who was actually given the communication. And remember, people were saying that Wetangula had just come in and there was no proper negotiation on how he came in. But then he ended up delivering to the man. So we will want to see if he wins, then that will of course consolidate his win in Western, and his stronghold. It will be considered now that Western is slowly moving from Azimio coming to the Kenya Kwanza wing, and that will be very interesting, because we saw Bungoma fought almost to the man for Kenya Kwanza, and that was strange because that was a stronghold for ODM and Azimio, if we were to say as much. That, of course, at least even some people are actually saying the people who delivered the victory for Kenya Kwanza was actually Bungoma, because it's the only place where Baba has been garnering votes, but he didn't garner this time, and the vote actually totally shifted.
Yes.
That is a very important thing to note.
Wakili Gesore, they are thinking that, this is quite a task for Musalia Mudavadi in as far as, his stand and his place within the Kenya Kwanza coalition there. In Kakamega, so far, ANC has secured 3 parliamentary seats, that is in Navaholo, Malava and Shinyalu. Now the question
Regina, sorry to cut you short, but it is important that we also tell our viewers that without a doubt that if the president-elect and his win is upheld by the Supreme Court, just visit the Twitter page or the Facebook page of Musalia Mudavadi. You will see that the name has changed completely. It is Chief Minister Designate. So irrespective of how many seats he's brought into Kenya Kwanza, his position is secure under that arrangement. He is the Prime Cabinet Secretary Designate in a Kenya Kwanza administration. That is, of course, if that is upheld. Whether it's about his political stronghold, that's a different story.
Yeah, I actually wanted to say that, the presidential election, all these pre-election pacts were to consolidate the vote so that we get the Kenya Kwanza presidential vote. This is behind us. We are done now, and we would want, of course, to get this seat, but that has no impact on how the government is going to be formed. As you say, the issues that were deliberated before and the government that we're going to form and how the positions were going to be distributed, that has already happened. And we also come from a government that operates from a point of honesty. We are people who are who are doing the first time in a long time, being honest and saying we had this pact and we're going to respect it. And that is what William Ruto has done, the president-elect has they said, okay, we had this pact and we're supposed to bring ABCD. We didn't manage quite exactly the numbers, but we have the seat. So you proceed with the chief minister position, and I do not expect that to change. Whether we get the seat or we do not, it has no bearing at all.
Okay.
Now, on that note, we'll be taking a quick breather. Remember, being the 29th of August 2022, we have elections taking place in Mombasa and Kakamega, as well as Kitui Rural, Kachiliba, Pokot South, and Rongai in Nakuru County, as well as Nyaki West in North Imenti, Meru, and Kwanjenga. And because in Nairobi, remember, these have been postponed twice over emergency and mix-up in ballot papers, and that is according to the IEBC. We'll continue keeping tabs. Remember, you're watching Kenya Decides on KBC Channel 1.
Songea tukupashe na zile ambavyo vitakupa tabasamu tosha.
Hana mapenzi wala mahaba, mtoto mbaya sana huyu.
What did you just say? Sio tamthilia tu.
And why you are saying that
Ni tamthilia tosha.
Alinishika hivi. What?
Sio burudani tu, ni burudani tosha.
It is the day that the Lord has made.
Na sinema bomba.
Enda kabisa kama uelewi kitu unafaa uelewe.
Na mada za kusisimua. KBC Channel 1, shirika la utangazaji Kenya.
Mimi niache kazi zangu hapa, nitoke hapa nikamtafute badi na mshauri. Namwambia nini mimi sasa?
Kwa hivyo tafadhali usinifanye hasira zangu nikakumalizia wewe. Eti kwa sababu nataka kunizuia nisimwone mtoto wangu. Ni mara ngapi mimi nilikupigia simu kushika? Na karibu hapa keti atue kwa sababu yako wewe na huyo mtoto wake.
Ati kina safari. Mwanzio wantia majonzi.
Mwanzio mimi. Hebu ondoka nayo chai yako hapa.
There. Good boys gone bad. Eric Omondi has evolved from being a comedian to now being the king clout chaser.
How does a gospel artist make money? Jaguar wept again.
Anaweza kuwa celeb, anaweza kuwa na followers, but it's a time for artists to make bank.
Yes. How is your relationship with Zari, considering that she dates young?
These are accessories.
They do not make.
Slap the guy.
Yo, what's up? My name is Ted Josiah.
Ah, mashallah.
You sing about serious issues. It will not trend. If you sing about Abjambosi.
Now. Bahati hata kuwa na machozi. Willy Paul ndio alikuwa anatoa machozi.
For your beat these boys with stones. Let's all be logic. Yesu ashukangi chini analeta pesa.
Musicians are missing the point.
Do we sip water?
You are watching Pop Culture with Adhiambo with a Y.
Stay away! I threw the fox in the demon tower.
You're going to be my wife soon. And once that happens, no one will dare question you.
Genova is planning to marry the human girl. And he's refusing to marry Suzanne.
Karibuni sana to the Second Chance TV game show.
Tough questions.
Virunga National Park is located within which mountain ranges? Aberdare. Aberdare? Is that your final answer?
Tough challenges.
Dona teammate yako kwenda. 3, 2, 1.
It's a survival for the smartest.
10 seconds to go. Who is the current president of Malawi?
Jakaya Kikwete.
Wrong answer. That is the wrong answer. Does it border to the east?
Nakuru.
Nakuru County. Nakuru County, you get 2,000 bob.
Premiering soon on Channel 1.
Wagwan Rasta. Kumbuka kila Monday ni Iris serving you nothing but the best in reggae music.
Aisha ni yangu. Washugulika na yako.
And on Tuesday, it's all about Kenyan music, bringing you the best from the 2-5 flow.
Brand new wheel, just hopped in.
And of course, to all you hip-hop heads, we've got you covered each and every Wednesday. Not forgetting, we've got some R&B on the side.
Let me see the woman that is with me.
Now every Thursday tunavuka border across Africa to bring you nothing but the best for Afro Thursday.
Ready for burn up warning, someone's playing.
And on Friday, we do it live with me, Emily Mbai.
And me, DJ Koljax, on the ones and twos.
Not forgetting DJ_Lizadiva pale pia. Make sure you get interactive from 4:30 to 6 p.m. #KBC Club 1.
Good afternoon. If you're tuning in, this is still Kenya Decides on KBC Channel 1. I'm Regina Manyara, being the 29th of August, a day when we are having the postponed elections in Kakamega and Mombasa County underway, as well as in Kitui Rural, Kachiliba, Pokot South, which happened to be in Pokot West County, as well as Nrongai in Nakuru County. They're also having elections in Nyaki West Ward, in Imenti, North Imenti, Meru County, and Kwanjenga, Embakasi, Nairobi. And we have our reporters stationed there to bring us, updates in regard to the ongoing election. And from morning, the conversation has been low voter turnout, where some Kenyans who've been interviewed by our reporters on ground indicate that the fact that it has been postponed twice over, as well as issues of security and just generally lethargy when it comes to voting, may be drawn from, this is a process that a majority of Kenyans already took part in, and this select 8 areas are just doing this now. So Kenyans are busy, keen on going back to work. And in as much as government has created time officially, especially in the 2 counties, to allow Kenyans to participate in their democratic right and civic rights, so to speak, we are seeing low voter turnout to around 30 to 26%, but we'll be keeping tabs on that. Remember, polling stations are closing in the evening, no likelihood of extension of time. So all the candidates there continue to implore Kenyans to participate in the election. Now, before we bring you back to the conversation here with our panel that is made up of a politician who is also an advocate, that is Gigi Kagomba, MP-elect Gatundu South, as well as Eli Mogake, a legal expert, and Gibson Gesore, who is a lawyer. Would want to take you to Mombasa with Anne Mboro to bring us up to speed with what is happening in County 01 as they take to the polls. Good afternoon once again, Mboro. What is the status report this afternoon?
Good afternoon to you, to Regina Manyara, back at Broadcasting House, and I'm coming live to you once again from Changamwe Sub-County. And as you can see behind me, the presiding officers are not busy. They have nothing, and no one is coming to come cast their vote. So rightly, I'll be joined by my colleague Ruth Masita, who's been camping here the last election and this election, just to give us figures of how the people have been voting today and how the turnout has been. Karibu sana Ruth Masita. Unaweza kutueleza tu labda kwa kifupi, utueleze waliosajiliwa hapa Mombasa hapa Changamwe constituency ni wangapi, na labda pia turnout ya leo imekuwaje?
Naam, asante sana mwenzangu Anburu. Bila shaka tuko hapa katika eneo bunge la Changamwe. Wapiga kura ambao wamesajiliwa katika eneo bunge hili ni 93,561 na vituo vya kupigia kura ni 152. Tangia mwendo wa saa 12 asubuhi nilipofika katika baadhi ya vituo vya kupiga kura, tuliweza kushuhudia idadi ndogo ya wapiga kura ambao waliweza kufika katika vituo tofauti vya kupigia kura. Vituo ambavyo niliweza kutembelea ni kama vile kituo cha Chaani Social Hall, kuna Changamwe Primary pamoja na Kipevu Primary. Vituo hivyo viliweza kushuhudia idadi ndogo, na niliweza kuzungumza na afisa msimamizi wa kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha hapa Changamwe, Bwana Charo Kalume, na ameweza kusema kwamba wako na imani kwamba itakapotimia kuanzia mwendo wa mchana hivi watu wataweza kujitokeza, lakini pia kasisitiza kwamba itakapotimia mwendo wa saa 11 ambapo ni muda ule ambao IBC inafunga vituo, wataweza kuvifunga. Na pia akasema kwamba kulikuwa na changamoto kidogo ya kwamba kulikuwa na vifaa vya kupigia kura viwili hivi katika stesheni 2 ambavyo vilikuwa na itilafu, lakini baadaye wakatuma maafisa wa IT na wakaweza kufika hapa na kufika katika vituo hivyo na wakaweza kuvitengeneza. Hivyo ni swala zima tu la kuonyesha kwamba bado kuna idadi ndogo ambayo ya wapiga kura wanaofika katika vituo vya kupiga kura ili kuweza kutekeleza jukumu lao la kidemokrasia.
Labda katika pitepite zako ungesema shida ni gani leo watu hawajaweza kujitokeza?
Niliweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakazi wa eneo hili. Kumbuka ni eneo ambalo niliweza kuelezwa na wakazi hao kwamba kulishuhudiwa milipuko ya risasi wakati baadhi ya wagombea walikuwa wanatembea katika eneo la Chani, na huenda wanasema hilo likawa sababu la wapiga kura kushindwa kufika katika vituo vya kupiga kura. So hivyo ni jambo ambalo huenda likawa ni changizo kuu ambalo watu wameshindwa kujitokeza, lakini pia tumeona baadhi ya wanasiasa wameweza kutembea katika maeneo tofauti eneo bunge hili ili kuwarai wakazi waweze kujitokeza na kupiga kura.
Hali ya usalama iko vipi eneo hili la Changamwe?
Hali ya usalama iko shwari, hata tulishuhudia OCPD wa eneo hili David Matthew ameweza kutembelea baadhi ya vituo vya kupigia kura ili kuhakikisha kwamba usalama umeweza kudumishwa katika eneo bunge hili. Hivyo hali ya usalama iko shwari.
Asante sana Ruth. As you've heard, Manyara, things are just quiet, things are calm, security is tight, and I will continue giving you updates from different sub-counties in this Mombasa County. Just as my colleague Juni is in Nyali and Kisauni constituency, we'll also be giving you updates as they come to us. Back to you in studio, Manyara.
Thank you very much, Anne, for that quick update. Now, tomorrow, the pre-trial starts at the Apex Court at 11 a.m. To you, Kyria.
All right, from Anburu, we head over to the Supreme Court. Once more, Sarafina Ruby is on standby. Again, let's just have a feel of what is happening there. Of course, you would imagine it's a beehive of activities. This is the very last day of making written submissions. Sarafina, over to you.
Indeed, a very good afternoon, Kyria. We're still here at the Supreme Court Sub-Registry, whereby we continue to follow up on any applications that will be filed. As we had mentioned earlier on, is that one application had been filed by lawyer Dunstan Omari, whereby in his application he seeks, or he says that persons living with disability were left out in the just concluded general election, saying that they are about 800 of them across the country, and if they had been included or supplied with the brailles to vote or even access to their wheelchairs, then this would have had a great effect in the just announced presidential election results. Therefore, he's seeking to be enjoined in the petition so that the will of people living or persons living with disabilities can be heard and allowed if there will be any other general election that will be conducted. Also being able to get further responses are filed in regards to the other responses that have been filed by respondents, and one of them is has been filed by the National Security Advisory Committee led by the chair, who is Joseph Kinyua, who is also the head of the public service, whereby in their responses they dispute, or in their affidavit they dispute allegations leveled against them that on the 15th they tried to get in touch with the chair of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Wafula Chebukati, as well as the other commission, and that they tried to subvert the will of the people regardless of the outcome of the results, whereby they sought him to declare a certain candidate as the president-elect. Well, in the affidavit, they have disputed those allegations, saying that they are wrong, and even earlier on they had tried to reach the chair, but he was responsive to them. He was not responsive to their call. And thereafter, they say that a meeting was held, and it was held in open. It was not a secret meeting. And in the meeting, they were just trying to seek to advance the security situation in the country, and also at the National Tallying Center, which was at Bomas. Whereafter also, and some of the things that came out of the meeting, the chair says that the affidavit further says that after the meeting, the recommendations for further deployment on adequate security in all potential affected areas was discussed. The Inspector General of Police, the National Police Service, was asked or recommended to issue an assurance on security to the nation, and also to persuade the possible losing candidate to engage their supporters to allow for a peaceful redress mechanism. Also, the Inspector General of Police, the National Police Service, was asked to enhance security for the IEBC commissioners. So he says these are just some of the recommendations that came out of the meeting that was held at the National Tallying Center, and not what is alleged or insinuated by the chair, Wafula Chebukati, in his affidavit, whereby he says that they sought to influence him to change the outcome, to announce a different candidate regardless of the outcome of what had been achieved from the votes that had been tallied, verified and declared. Therefore, we just continue to follow up to get to understand, to get to see whether there will be more responses that will be filed in regard to the other responses that have already been filed here by the respondents, given that this is all in regards to the petition challenging the presidential elections that were declared on the 15th of August. Also, as we had mentioned earlier on in the morning, is that come tomorrow, there will be a pre-trial conference. Just behind me is where we have the ceremonial hall inside here. This is where the pre-trial conference will be held, and thereafter we will have the hearing kick off immediately after the pre-trial conference. And according to a notice that we've received this morning, is that the pre-trial conference will kick off at 11 a.m. in the morning. And in the pre-trial conference, what will be discussed or what will happen during the pre-trial conference is that they'll be looking into any interlocutory applications that will be filed. They'll also be looking into any other applications that will be filed, and also any application of anyone seeking to be enjoined as amicus curiae or friend of the court. Given that so far we were able to see last evening that lawyer Charles Kanjama, representing 3 ICT persons, are seeking to be enjoined in this petition as amicus curiae. Also, they'll be considering any other applications that will be filed, given that you've been able to see a number of affidavits filed by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. It's saying that they are the IEBC. You've seen an affidavit filed by the chair of Wafula Chebukati, saying that their affidavit is what is representing the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And we've been able to see another affidavit filed by the other 4 commissioners, led by the deputy of the IEBC, who is Juliana Cherera, saying that they are the actual IEBC. So there are 2 different representatives of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and now we seek will be following up tomorrow to get to see what the Supreme Court will be able to say in regards to this, to determine now who is the actual Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Given that earlier on also previously we've been able to see a similar situation occur, whereby though it was not related to the presidential election results, this was related to the Law Society of Kenya, whereby we had seen the president and the other persons of the society who were in different camps, and this was brought before the court. And when this came to court, what was declared was that the side that had the president of the Law Society of Kenya is what was then referred to the Law Society of Kenya in court. So we don't know what will happen tomorrow, whereby if the Supreme Court judges will be able to make a decision on which side will be declared as the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission and which affidavit will be used in court. Other things that also be declared tomorrow during the pre-trial conference is also to determine whether the other petitions, given that so far there are 9 petitions, there are 8 petitions out of the 9 disputing the elections, disputing the presidential election results, and 1 cross petition by Moses Kuria saying that the petition filed by Azimio candidate Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua should not be heard. And thereafter there was a preliminary objection filed by Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, saying that even the petition, the cross petition filed by Moses Kuria, should not be heard at the Supreme Court, given that the Supreme Court under Article 140 of the Constitution allows only for presidential election petitions to be heard, and the cross petition by Moses Kuria is not a presidential election petition, and therefore it should be crossed out, it should be struck out, given that it's not even limited to the 14 days as required for all the other presidential election petitions. Therefore, it will be very interesting to get to see how the court will determine all these factors come tomorrow. And also, apart from that, we will also be seeking to see whether these petitions will be consolidated. And apart from consolidation, we'll also be waiting to see how much time will be given to the petitioners, how much time will be allocated for the rebuttal from the respondents, and also any other directives that will be given by the 7-judge bench led by the Chief Justice Martha Koome, his deputy Philomena Mbetemwilu, the other Supreme Court judges, Njoki Ndung'u, Smoky Nwanjala, Isaac Lenaula, Ibrahim Mohammed, William Ouko. Therefore, it will be very interesting to get to see any directives that we will get come tomorrow. Back to you, Curia.
All right, that is Serafina Robi, of course, giving us a quick update on the latest from Milimani. And Milimani is where the Supreme Court registry is. It's rush against time for anybody who is filing submissions, written submissions for that matter, because tomorrow at 11 a.m. we expect a pre-trial conference, of course, presided over by the President of the Supreme Court, that is Chief Justice Martha Karambu Koome, and of course the other 6 judges. Let me take this conversation to where we left it before we went to the Supreme Court and Mombasa, and we were talking about numbers. But Mheshimiwa, I see a flip on it. One, UDA wants a majority in the National Assembly and Senate, obviously to pass the agenda or the bottom-up policies like you call them. But there's also something we've seen over the years, a semblance of party dictatorship, emasculating parliament, so much so that independence of legislature is emasculated by the strength of parties or coalitions.
That has been true, and actually, this has not been so much in the previous. This has only happened in the 12th and the 11th parliaments. I mean, the 10th parliament was very independent, if you remember. This is a parliament that had Kiraitu Murungi, Murungaru, and those are gentlemen. I mean, it was a very independent parliament. So what you're saying is that the capture or emasculation, as you put it, of one arm of government on another is purely based on the person sitting on that seat. Our president-elect has been very categorical, saying that, and even during campaigns he said that we want to give independence to these institutions, including the DCI and the courts and the Director of Public Prosecutions are saying we want to give them financial independence so that they get their money from the consolidated fund. The same spirit is in Parliament. And even when we did, we did the first thing we did when we got to after elections, we did a caucus of the entire Kenya Kwanza parliamentary group. The first thing that he promised is that we want Parliament to have independence. In fact, we even caucused and decided, started having conversations on how we want the House leadership to be. And the President said the executive has got nothing to do with it, absolutely. So you go, in fact, he actually walked out and let us discuss that. And that was taken over by members of Parliament, who are members of Parliament elect. So what I'm saying is, we need to go back to, and you see the problem with this is that it has come back to bite Azimio. Azimio has been the one that was in charge.
Looks like today you will not let go of Azimio.
It's the truth. We must put it as it is. So this thing has come back to bite them. And you remember Agri Orengo once said that that democracy has a way of eating its own children. Yeah. So it's the same thing. And what the president-elect said is that we want to empower institutions of government, and that is what we're going to do with Parliament, so that Parliament does its legislative work properly, and executive does its work. And you remember, even in the speech he gave in front of the media, he said, No, at Karen, at his residence in Karen, and he said, we want to have an opposition that works, that is going to put the government in check, and that is exactly, and I told you, it's completely dependent on the people sitting in Parliament, whether we are going to allow our independence to be taken away or to be usurped by executive, and the executive itself and its intention. This thing we've been calling state capture is what has made Parliament be taken to be under executive in the last 10 years. And this, by the way, has only been the last 10 years, and like I've told you, is in the 12th and the 11th Parliament. So the 13th Parliament is going to be absolutely independent, and we have very independent-minded people like myself and other UDA and Kenya Kwanza parliamentarians.
We will see how you live up to that on the aspect of being independent. But I'm just thinking about President-elect and his assertions that I will engage the opposition purely on the basis of they check my government. Of course, opposition in this case being Azimio. That is not confirmed just yet, up until probably the Supreme Court tells us how to go about it. But I'm wondering, for a person who realizes the place of opposition in checking government, what is his interest in raiding opposition?
Dr. Ruto is a very wily political animal, and he has survived, not just survived, but thrived in Kenyan politics from the moment he walked in with the multi-party politics when he was in KANU Youth. To run a country, you need a majority. In every sense of from Council of Governors, Senate, and Parliament, you'll need a majority. So what he requires to do at this stage is form as many friendships as he can and partnerships, so that when his government, if it is his government, takes over, he is able to run the country and able to get the agenda across the line. That is important. Okay. But what is also important for all of us to understand is that in every democracy, especially a young one like ours, the evolution of that democracy is very dependent on the opposition being able to have its voice heard. Kenya has always thrived because before he ran for presidencies, or while he was running for presidencies, Honorable Raila always had a very strong voice in opposition and pushed whichever government of the day was in power to really be on its toes at every juncture, at every step. Opposition is very critical for us to move forward.
I will allow you to respond. Let me just head over to Gibson and then hand it to Regina. Listening to Mheshimiwa Gigi, he calls it state capture. What we have seen, majoritarian in the National Assembly. We've seen, a semblance of majoritarian rule. And Gigi calls it state capture. His boss is looking for numbers to improve his majoritarian presence in the both houses of parliament. And Gigi stops short of calling it state capture. Isn't it then still state capture?
Indeed.
I think Mheshimiwa is already switched into the full gear of being a politician, speaking from both sides of the mouth. But that is as expected. That is as expected. If he has come this far, it means he subscribed to some simple truths of being a politician. Yeah. So what we are looking at is a very interesting twist. I think his party boss was expecting a clean sweep, especially of so many seats, and he didn't get that. So when he didn't get that, that is in my own opinion. He has to stop short of saying, wait a minute, now I'm in this position. These guys, we are almost at par with these people, the opposite side, and I want to take government. The best thing you do as a politician or as any sane person is to look for low-lying fruits which you can pick to your side, so that at least you can be able to bolster your numbers. As to the issue of majoritarian and state capture, I don't know. Mheshimiwa should be able to tell that. Should be able to explain to us more that is state capture while they are still engaging in that, unless he wants to admit that his boss is also trying to engage.
Or maybe state capture is not a very bad thing.
Or maybe state capture is not a bad thing as from where he comes from, but the way he put it, it sounds to be very bad because he was trying to portray the other side. But I don't know, when the shoes is on his side, I don't know whether how he will be able to react on that.
You know, first of all,
very quickly,
what? Let me put this to you. What would have happened if this coalition? Some of these coalitions that you're calling raiding. What you're calling raiding is actually PA, is UDM, is Chap. These are people who actually came before elections. Only that.
Except UDM.
Yes, except UDM. Only that on paper. Then there are issues of legality into whether this should be this way or that other way. But what he's saying is, we're in an independent, in a democratic space where we're saying that even before elections you could choose to go to this side or to go to the other side. And when you call it trading, these are people who have decided that they want to align themselves with the government that has won. And people wait and watch, and you say, okay, we do not know exactly where we want to be. Like UDM came and said, okay, now we want to be associated with the government. And they came. And once we have formed the majority, and the minority is going to be headed by Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga has good experience in the opposition, putting government in check. Only that this time Kidogo came and did handshake, and which is not going to happen this time. We are going to have a very good government because opposition we have very experienced members of the opposition who have been in opposition for a very long time, who know how to handle opposition. So the government is going to be put in check, and therefore we cannot have the capture of parliament as it did this time, because the person who actually gave this parliament to executive is the opposition leader, Raila Odinga, when he walked to the government and worked with these people. So we are not going to have a scenario like that.
Regina?
Now, indeed, the final remarks, Wakili Gibson Gesore, in regard to where we find ourselves. The Apex Court begins its sitting today, and we understand a high level of trial observers, jurists, is already in the country, not only to just, they are going to be attending all the Supreme Court hearing, monitor, and also document the presidential election petition. Any areas of concern that you've seen as far as, this petition is concerned? Final remarks, that is.
Given that we're not supposed to say much because the judges would have to do their job, I think from where I sit, Regina, it's very interesting that we have a commission of jurists saying that we have a barrage of distinguished judges from across Africa and other legal experts from across Africa, because what is happening in Kenya is an interesting thing to the whole world, especially to Africa, because it has not happened, and elections in Kenya tend to be pesetas for the continent. And we will be watching and sitting, and these people, of course, who have come in will also be trying to pick some interesting tidbits of how this is done, so that in the event this happens in their country, they should be able to implement some of those, because Kenya tends to be one of the most enlightened countries when it comes to an election. Much as we have all these issues, our elections are very much advanced as opposed to other countries. So we only hope for the best. We wish the judges all the best, and the advocates who will be submitting, that they still remain true to the oath they took, that they are still going to say the truth and nothing else, so that we end up with a very good judgment, which is going to give, for me, I would want to anticipate a judgment which provides a continuity, not one which is a stopgap, which is going to leave us in an awkward situation as we are already in.
Curia.
Unfortunately, we have to put this to a cap. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Gigi Kagombe, the MP-elect for Gatundu South, Elkanah Mugaka, again a lawyer and legal analyst. Thank you for joining us. And Gibson Gisore also for your time throughout. My name is John Jacob Curie. Have yourself a fantastic afternoon. Regina, do you want to say goodbye?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Remember, Kenya decides, and the KBC, indeed, Kenya is watching. I'm Regina Manyara. Enjoy the rest of your viewing.
Kumbuka kila Monday ni Iris serving you nothing but the best in reggae music.
Aisha ni yangu, washughulika na yako.
And on Tuesday, it's all about Kenyan music, bringing you the best from the 2-5 flow.
Brand new wheel, just and of course, to all you hip-hop heads, we've got you covered each and every Wednesday. Not forgetting, we've got some R&B on the side.
Let me see the woman that is with baby.
Now, every Thursday, tunavuka border across Africa to bring you nothing but the best for Afro Thursday.
Ready for burn up warning, someone's playing.
And on Friday, we do it live with me, Emily Mbai.
And me, DJ Koljax, on the ones and twos.
Not forgetting DJ_Lizadiva Pale Pia. Make sure you get interactive from 4:30 to 6 p.m. Hashtag KBC Club 1.
This is the last time you'll get away with something like what you did last night, Tobias. You will not have another chance.
I'm not going to beg you, Lionel, never. You are going to give me everything that I want.
I am also a Morat. Your grandpa, Gonzalo Morat, is my dad.
There's no way that I'm going to do what you're asking me. And I would rather die than tell anyone about that secret. I will finally be a free woman and I'll be living with a friend.
Every day we are go fight. I think it's best that you forget me. God damn you, summer, you're no right.
Dirty and you want sweet soup, and there is no bad mind on the road. They shall slowly fade away.
Under the pressure, yeah, under the pressure,
Nothing they can do to stop this music.
Pull up another party, yeah, right now watch nobody, yeah. Pull up another Rari, yeah, bare feelings to my carry.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Allah?
We've got to take some time off and laugh, and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh?
With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Mimi niache kazi zangu hapa, nitoke hapa nikamtafute bado na mshauri, namwambia nini mimi sasa?
Kwa hivyo tafadhali usinifanye hasira zangu nikakumalizia wewe eti kwa sababu ndako ni
na stakabadhi hizo manake zilizoletwa hapa ni chache tu kidogo, na vile vile tuasubiri tu tuweze kuona kama tutaweza kupata majibu ya ombi hilo ambalo lilikuwa limewasilishwa, tuweze kuona jinsi walivyojibu. Ikumbukwe kwamba walikuwa wamepewa siku 4 kuweza kujibu rufaa hiyo, kuweza kuandika na kuwasilisha majibu yao kwa takriban siku 4. Basi siku ya mwisho ilikuwa iwe hapo kesho, lakini tuwaona washafika hapa. Vile vile yupo Kithure Kindiki kama nilivyokuwa nimekutajia. Tunamwona Adrian Kamotho kama alivyokaa, Kithure Kindiki, Kioko Kilokumi, Gladys Bosholei. Na pale nyuma pia tunamwona wakili Duncan Ojwang pamoja na mawakili wengine wa mrengo huo wa Kenya Kwanza ambao washawasili hapa kwenye mahakama ya upeo ambayo imeweza kuwekwa katika mahakama ya Milimani ili kuweza kupokea stakabadhi zote ambazo zitaweza kuwasilishwa haswa na wale ambao wameshtakiwa katika rufaa hiyo iliyowasilishwa na mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja. Na vile vile tutarajia basi kama tumewaona Kenya Kwanza wameweza kuwasili hapa, basi tutasubiri pia Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC iweze kuwasilisha majibu yake. Wasipoleta leo basi inamaanisha kwamba wataweza kuleta kesho, manake bado wana muda huu unakamilika, mwisho ni hapo kesho. Baada ya kuweza kuleta basi majibu yao, wote wakiweza kuleta majibu yao katika rufaa hiyo iliyowasilishwa na Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya, basi hapo baadaye mahakama hii kama ilivyokuwa imeratibu ni kuwa itakuwa basi inaweza kuchukua maombi mengine ambayo yataweza kuwasilishwa na wale ambao watataka kuweza kujumuishwa kwenye rufaa hii, ambao ni marafiki wa koti ambao wanajulikana kama amicus curiae. Na vile vile watakuwa sasa wanaweza kusubiri pia majibu ya waliowasilisha rufaa kutokana na majibu waliowasilishwa hii leo, ambapo kulingana na jinsi ambavyo mahakama hiyo ilivyokuwa imeratibu, ilisema kuwa maombi haya ambayo yaliita kama interlocutory applications na vile vile maombi atakawasilishwa na marafiki wa koti ama amicus curiae ataweza kuwasilishwa baada ya majibu haya kuweza kulitambua. Sasa tuone yashafika hapa, na vile vile Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC vile vile inatarajiwa kuleta. Basi wakishaleta inamaanisha kuwa basi pia sasa watakuwa wakipokea maombi kutoka kwa hao wengine ambao nimeweza kukueleza. Wakishaleta basi zitaweza kusikizwa. Baada ya kusikizwa wataweza kuambiwa kama wataweza kukubaliwa kuweza kuingia kwenye rufaa hiyo, kuweza kuwa katika kesi hii ya rufaa hii iliyowasilishwa na Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya. Baada ya hapo basi kutakuwa na kikao cha kupanga tu jinsi ambavyo kesi hii itaweza kusikizwa. Kikao hicho ambacho kinajulikana kama pre-trial conference kitaweza kuwa siku ya Jumanne. Baada ya kikao hicho basi kitakuwa tu cha kusaidia kupanga jinsi ambavyo kesi hiyo itaweza kusikizwa. Kutaka tu kuwajuza wale waliowasilisha rufaa watakuwa na muda gani wa kuweza kuongea, wale wa kujibu watakuwa na muda gani wa kuweza kujibu, na vile vile mpangilio wa jinsi ambavyo watu watakavyokaa ndani ya koti ambayo itakuwa inasikiliza kesi, ambapo ni jumba moja tu lililopo hapa katika mahakama ya Milimani. Wataweza kupangwa kwenye kikao hicho ambacho kimeitwa kama pre-trial conference, ambacho kitaweza kufanyika siku ya Jumanne. Basi baada tu ya kikao hicho kukamilika, rufaa hiyo itaanza kusikizwa. Ikishasikizwa basi kwa siku zilizosalia, inamaanisha kuwa ifikiapo tarehe 5 mwezi wa Septemba wataweza kutoa hukumu iwapo wataweza kukubali wito ama rufaa hiyo ambayo iliwasilishwa na Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya, ambapo wanataka matokeo yaliyotangazwa tarehe 15 mwezi wa 8 iweze kutupiliwa mbali. Iwapo itaweza kukubaliwa basi kwamba matokeo hayo yakabatilishwa, inamaanisha kuwa basi Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC ina siku 60 kuweza kupanga na kufanya uchaguzi mwingine kwa takriban muda wa siku 60. Na iwapo basi hawatakubaliana na rufaa hiyo, tutaweza kuona kuwa yule aliyokuwa ametangazwa hapo awali tarehe 15 basi ataweza kuapishwa ifikapo tarehe 12 mwezi wa 9. Tutasubiri tuweze kuona jinsi ambavyo kesi hii itaweza kufuatiliwa nitakavyoanza kuendeshwa na jopo hilo la majaji 7 ambao watakuwa wanaongozwa na Jaji Mkuu Martha Koome pamoja na naibu wake Philomena Mbete Mwilo na wenzake ambapo ni Njoki Ndung'u, Isaac Lenaula, Ibrahim Mohamed, Smokin Wanjala na William Ouko. Hilo ni jopo la majaji 7 wa mahakama ya upeo ambayo itakuwa inasikiza rufaa hiyo iliyowasilishwa, kwani kulingana na katiba basi imepewa jukumu la kuweza kusikiza rufaa yoyote ambayo inaweza kuwasilishwa kutokana na uchaguzi mkuu, kupinga matokeo ya urais peke yake. Vile vile tumeweza kuona kuwa kutokana na rufaa hii ambayo iliweza kuletwa na mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya vilevile walikuwa wanataka kuwa kura hizo ziweze kuhesabiwa tena. Basi iwapo mahakama hiyo upeo itaweza kuagiza kuwa kura hizo ziweze kuhesabiwa tena, kama zitahesabiwa tena, yule atakayeshinda basi ataweza kutangazwa na mahakama ya upeo, na baada ya kutangazwa basi itaweza kuelekeza Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC iweze kumpa cheti yule ambaye ataweza kutangazwa kuweza kushinda, iwapo tu ataweza kuagiza kuwa ama kuelekeza kuwa kura hizo ziweze kuhesabiwa tena. Basi tumeweza kuona kuwa kulikuwa pia na rufaa ambayo iliweza kuwasilishwa na mbunge mmoja wa Mugirango Kusini pamoja na mawakili wengine Ashford Koome, ambao walikuwa wanataka kuwa swala hilo ama jukumu hilo lilopewa mahakama ya upeo kuwa wanaweza wakaagiza kura zikaweza kuhesabiwa, na baada ya kuhesabiwa yule ambaye ataweza kushinda akaweza kutangazwa na akapewa cheti. Walikuwa wanapinga, manake hicho ni kigezo ama ni jukumu ambalo liliweza kuwekwa katika act ambayo iliweza kutengenezwa ama kupitishwa na bunge mwaka 2011 ambayo inajulikana kama Elections Act of 2011, ambayo inaikubalia mahakama kuweza kutangaza mshindi iwapo itaweza kuelezea ama kusema kuwa kura hizo ziweze kuhesabiwa. Baada ya kuhesabiwa yule ambaye ataweza kutangazwa mshindi basi iweze kupewa cheti. Wanataka mahakama hiyo ya upeo iweze kutolewa jukumu hilo. Basi waliweza kupeleka rufaa hiyo katika mahakama kuu ambayo ni High Court mbele ya jaji mmoja ambaye aliweza kutupilia mbali rufaa hiyo. Akasema kuwa koti yake ama koti hiyo haina uwezo wa kuweza kusikiza rufaa kama hiyo, ambapo walikuwa nataka tu koti iweze kupitia rufaa yao na vile vile kuelezea tu iwapo mahakama ya upeo ina jukumu kama hilo. Basi jukumu hilo, basi rufaa hiyo iliweza kutupiliwa mbali, na tumeweza kuwaona hao waliokuwa wamewasilisha rufaa hiyo basi wameweza kusema kuwa wataelekea sasa katika mahakama ya rufaa ambayo ni Court of Appeal. Tayari washatengeneza ile ambayo ile stakabadhi ambayo inaonyesha kuwa wako katika harakati ya kuandaa rufaa ambayo inajulikana kama notice of motion. Washaitengeneza tayari. Basi kwa sasa tuwasubiri tuweze kuona kama wataweza kupeleka rufaa. Na kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza hapo awali ni kwa picha unazoziona kwa sasa za moja kwa moja mbashara kabisa kutoka mahakama ya upeo ni picha ambazo zinaonyesha wale mawakili, kundi la mawakili wanaowakilisha mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza ama mrengo chama cha UDA, ambao hao nawaona hapo ni Edian Kamotho, Kithure Kindiki, Kioko Kilokumi, Gladys Bosholei, Duncan Ojwang. Kule nyuma pia tumuona wakiwa na mawakili tu wengine. Kikosi kizima tayari washaleta stakabadhi chache hapa na zikaweza kupokelewa na msajili wa mahakama ambaye yuko ngangari kabisa, amesimama hapa yasubiri stakabadhi zozote ambazo zinaweza kuwasilishwa na wale walioleta rufaa na wale walioshtakiwa zishachukuliwa. Basi kwa sasa wameweza kutueleza kuwa hapo nje kuwa wanawasubiri wenzao waweze kuleta stakabadhi zaidi. Na bila shaka baadhi ya mawakili ambao tumeweza kuwaona wakiweza kufika hapa ni mawakili ambao wamekuwa wakiwakilisha kesi ambazo zimekuwa zikiletwa katika mahakama ya upeo kupinga uchaguzi wa urais. Mwaka 2017 tuliweza kuwaona baadhi ya mawakili ambao kwa sasa bado tuwaona hapa. Vile vile tumeweza kuona kuwa wale mawakili wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC hapo awali tuliweza kumwona sema mwaka 2017 alikuwa mwanasheria mkuu Githu Muigai. Katika kesi hiyo basi aliweza kujumuishwa kama rafiki wa koti, aliweza kuwa amicus curiae mwaka 2017. Lakini kwa sasa kote bali atakuwa anawakilisha mmojawapo wa watu ambao wameweza kushtakiwa katika rufaa hii, ambapo ni Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC. Vile vile tukiweza tu kuangazia jopo la majaji wa mahakama ya upeo. Hawa ni majaji, baadhi yao isipokuwa William Ouko, ni majaji ambao waliweza kusikiza rufaa iliyokuwa imewasilishwa mwaka 2017. Japo kwa mwaka huu alikuwa jaji mkuu alikuwa ni David Maraga. Kwa sasa basi jaji mkuu ni Martha Koome. Vile vile wapo majaji watatu katika jopo hilo ambao wameweza kusikiza rufaa takriban 2 za kupinga matokeo ya uchaguzi wa urais. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa rufaa hii ni rufaa ambayo inasubiriwa na Wakenya kwa hamu sana kutaka kujua jinsi ambavyo itakavyoenda. Manake wale waliowasilisha rufaa hiyo hawataki tu kubatilishwa kwa matokeo. Vile vile wanataka kuweza kuona kama mahakama hii ya upeo inaweza kutoa hukumu ya kuruhusu kura hizo zilizopigwa zikahesabiwa, zikahakikiwa, iwapo tena shughuli hii nzima itaweza kurudiwa. Manake hapo awali, siku zilizopita tuliweza kuona Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC kiongozwa na mkurugenzi wao waliweza kufika hapa kuweza tu kuleta baadhi ya stakabadhi ambazo zilikuwa zimeitishwa na mrengo wa Azimio, na tukaweza kuzungumza na mkurugenzi mkuu wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC ambaye ni Marjan Hussein Marjan, na vile vile mojawapo makamishna ambaye waliweza kutujuza kuwa wao wako sawa kabisa, wana imani na shughuli nzima ya uchaguzi walioifanya kuanzia tarehe 9. Manake wanasema kuwa kila kitu kilikuwa wazi, shughuli nzima ilikuwa wazi, waliweza kuwajumuisha mawakala wa mirengo mbalimbali katika shughuli hiyo nzima. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa hawaoni dosari yoyote kwenye shughuli hiyo ambayo iliweza kukamilika, na hapo baadaye basi wakaweza kutangaza matokeo hayo ambayo waliweza kuyatangaza tarehe 15 mwezi wa 8. Basi wao wanasema wana imani kabisa kuwa kesi hii dhidi yao wataweza kushinda. Vile vile mrengo wa Azimio ulisema kuwa wana uhakiki kuwa utaweza kushinda. Vile vile Kenya Kwanza wanasema kuwa wana uhakika kuwa wataweza kushinda. Kwa hivyo pande zote zina imani. Sasa kilichobaki ama kilichosalia ni kuweza kusubiri hukumu ya mahakama ya upeo, kuweza kuona wataweza kutoa hukumu gani, kwani wanatarajiwa kuweza kuangazia kama shughuli hiyo iliweza kufanyika kulingana na katiba kama inavyotakikana kikatiba. Kama haikufuata katiba, basi ikaweza kupatikana kwa kulikuwa na dosari yoyote, basi wataweza kubatilisha ama wataweza kuagiza kuwa kuhesabiwa kwa kura hizo ziweze kuhesabiwa tena, ziweze kudhibitishwa tena, na hapo baadaye basi iweze kutangaza, mahakama hiyo pia itaweza kutangaza mshindi, na baada ya kutangaza basi itaweza kuagiza Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC iweze kutoa cheti na kumpa yule ambaye ataweza kutangazwa na ataweza kutangazwa na mahakama ya upeo. Hii leo pia hapo awali, mtazamaji, pia tuliweza kuona mrengo wa Azimio ambao uliweza kujumuisha tu zile stakabadhi ambazo zilikuwa zimeletwa hapo awali, ikazijumuisha na kuzipunguza. Hapo awali tuliona kwa zililetwa na lori zima. Basi tuliweza kuongea na moja wapo wa mawakili wa Azimio ambaye ni Fred Orego ambaye alitujuza kuwa ameweza kuzipunguza hadi karatasi 30. walizileta hapa. Vile vile wameweza kukubaliana katika stakabadhi hizo ambazo zimeweza kujumuishwa na kupunguza, wameweza kukubaliana na watu wengine 7, kwani kumbukwe kwamba kwa sasa ni rufaa 9 ambazo zimeweza kuletwa. Ni rufaa 9 ambazo zimeweza kuletwa hapa katika mahakama ya upeo. Hiyo moja ya mrengo wa Azimio ambayo naye kinara wa mrengo huo Raila Odinga na mgombea mwenza Martha Karua ni mojawapo tu ya hizo rufaa 9. Basi wamekubaliana na takriban rufaa 7 ambazo zimeweza kuwasilishwa kati ya hizo 9. Ila moja basi wameweza kuipinga. Hiyo moja wameweza kuwasilisha stakabadhi ya kotini ambayo inajulikana kama preliminary objection. Wakipinga hiyo rufaa ambayo ilikuwa imewasilishwa na mwanasiasa Moses Kuria. Manake wanasema kuwa kulingana na hiyo rufaa, mahakama ya upeo inafaa tu kusikiza rufaa zinazohusiana na uchaguzi na vile vile matokeo ya urais. Lakini sasa hiyo rufaa ambayo imeweza kuwasilishwa na Moses Kuria haihusiani kabisa na matokeo ya urais. Inahusiana na mambo mengine. Kwa hivyo wanaiomba mahakama ya upeo iweze kutupilia mbali rufaa hiyo ya Moses Kuria iweze kuondolewa. Na vile vile rufaa nyingine ambayo bado hatujaona kama imejumuishwa katika stakabadhi zao ni ile rufaa ambayo imeweza kuletwa na mwanamuziki ambaye kwa sasa pia ni mwanasiasa Ruben Kigame. Kwenye rufaa ya Ruben Kigame alikuwa yopinga matokeo yaliyotangazwa tarehe 15 mwezi huu, akisema kuwa hakuweza kujumuishwa kama mgombea wa urais. Kwa hivyo akasema hata kabla ya uchaguzi huo kufanyika, basi haukuwa halali. Hata hao wane waliowania ambaye tulimwona alikuwa ni Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Wahiga Mwaure na vile vile Wajakoya. Basi Kigame yeye yopinga yosema hakuweza kukubaliwa kuwania. Kwa hivyo alikuwa anataka shughuli nzima iweze kubatilishwa na uchaguzi mpya uweze kufanyika. Hizo picha unazoziona hapo hao ni mawakili. Wamuona Kithure Kindiki na Kioko kilo 10 na pale kando pia Edwin Kamotho. Ndo hao mtazamaji wanasimama ni kama basi wenzao wameweza kufika hapa pia kuweza kuwasaidia kuleta stakabadhi. Tunaendelea kufuatilia tuweze kujua kama kweli wameweza kufika hapa. Ndo hao wakiongozwa Gladys Bosholei ambaye pia tulipokuwa pale katika jumba la Bomas alikuwa yonekana sana akiweza kuongoza wenzake wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Duncan Ojwang ambaye ni wakili, Adrian Kamotho, Kioko kilo 10, Adrian Kamotho, Kithure Kindiki. Ndo hapa basi wamekuja kusimama hapa nje wakisubiri, wakiwasubiri wenzao waweze kuleta stakabadhi.
After the 9th August general elections, Musyoka, as we fondly knew him, had successfully conducted elections in the Embakasi East, a station that he had served from April 2022. Before his last tour of duty, Mr. Musyoka had served at the IBC for 10 years, having first been appointed as Constituent Election Coordinator for Kilome constituency in 2010. He was later transferred to North Horr in 2013, Machakos Town in 2015, and Kajiado South in 2017. The IBC family mourns a distinguished, capable, and competent officer Mr. Musyoka was a very effective and professional election official, an amiable gentleman, a family man, and notably an outstanding patriot who has paid the ultimate price in the course of executing a key national duty. The IBC and the country have lost a huge resource in a man who had become a highly dependable electoral manager. In the first half of the last century, Ernest Hemingway wrote a novel titled For Whom the Bell Tolls. It is a sad tragedy that in this country, the answer to this question seems to be that the bell tolls for the election officer of the IBC every 5 years. I ask and I wonder, why must an election officer be murdered after every general election? Whose gods do we anger by performing our sacred constitutional duty? Which earthly deities do our good deeds and duties so grievously offend? 5 years ago, we lost our ICT manager, Chris Musando. A week ago, we have lost our returning officer, Daniel Musyoka, who now lays before us and the nation. Their only crime is that they serve this nation diligently and honestly from their workstations at the IBC. Is Kenya's political rivalry and brinkmanship worth the life of good men like Musyoka and Musando before him? My fellow countrymen and women, we cannot continue like this. We cannot make working for IBC a death sentence, a place where honest professionals will shun. Our job is to prepare a register of voters, not to prepare a register of our murdered staff members. Our job is to prepare for polls, not to be prepared to be poll bearers of our murdered staff. It defies logic that with the sophistry and technological capabilities that criminal agencies have, they have not been able to resolve these mysterious murders of our staff. It's time that these agencies lift their constitutional, statutory, and operational calling and conclude investigations to see these troubling, tragic murders resolved. For as long as these murders remain unsolved, they will not only create an environment and culture of intimidation, but it also embolden the impunity of the perpetrators of these heinous acts. Serving in IBC, such a vital institution in our constitutional order and democratic framework, should not be an inherently hazardous occupation. If the staff and the independence of Kenya's institutions and commissions are not vehemently protected, the institutions will decreasingly attract honest and talented men and women of integrity, which will have disastrous consequences to our democracy. My fellow countrymen and women, if we do not stop the bell from tolling for IBC, the bell shall surely toll for all our independent institutions and the country at large. Kenya is not a failed state, and we must refuse to believe that ours is a country where the rule of law can be suspended at will during the election period. In the interest of justice and for the sake of the families of our slain staff, as well as our institutional interest, as IBC, we demand a comprehensive statement of the state of investigations of these murders. The abduction and execution of IBC officers such as Musyoka, whom we mourn today, fits into an unfortunate pattern of harassment and intimidation of IBC staff. In this general election, The abuse of staff reached a very unimaginable scale. In an incident never witnessed before, Commissioner Professor Gulier, Commissioner Molu, and Mr. Marjan, the CEO, and myself were physically assaulted and injured at the National Tallying Center, that's at the Bomas of Kenya. These shameless attacks, amounting to election offenses, were perpetrated by, among others, persons regarded as national leaders in the full view of the whole nation and the whole world. To date, no one has been arrested for crimes committed against senior constitutional office holders seen live on national television. Further to date, I'm yet to hear of any human rights group or defenders condemn the heinous act that occurred at the Bomas of Kenya on 15th of August. If the leadership of IBC can be attacked in public, where there was heavy security, one cannot begin to imagine the peril of the IBC staff suffer or go through tucked away in the corners of the country. I call upon the Inspector General of Police, the Director of Criminal Investigations, and the Director of Public Prosecutions to move with speed to investigate and charge the perpetrators of these election offenses, which were geared towards subverting the will of the Kenyan people. IBC staff have suffered physical body attacks, threats to their persons and families, intimidation, and lawful arrests that can only be termed as abductions. In Eldas constituency, a presiding officer, Mr. Mohammed Kanyare, was shot by assailants, leading to amputation of his leg. Kanyare is still in hospital, and we wish him a quick recovery as we take solace in the fact that his life was spared. It must not be lost to the nation the litany of woes that some members of the IBC and staff have had to suffer in the course of their duties. We have been subjected to extremely negative ethnic profiling, irascible and unrelenting cyberbullying in the social media, including the creation of phantom and fake social media accounts of returning officers. We have suffered incessant verbal abuse and harassment from some politicians and their henchmen. We have faced blunt attacks and at polling stations, tallying centers, where lives and limbs have been lost. My fellow countrymen and women, this scorched earth mentality to electoral processes that is perpetrated by leaders does not sit with the aim to sound democratic practice and order. It gravely offends common human decency. It deeply undermines our sense of humanity and self-respect. It's wrong. It is shameful. It must stop. Elections are not and should not be war. They are merely a democratic device for choosing our leaders. I wish to most sincerely thank from the bottom of my heart and from the Commission, brave members and staff of the Commission who gallantly defend democracy in the face of adversity. Men and women who choose to still march on for liberty when turning back was a more comfortable and safer option. Those who stood up for virtue, even as they were tempted by corrupt individuals masquerading as leaders. I salute the commissioners and staff who exhibited uncommon valor when our ideals as a commission were put to test. For the sake of our country, we must continue to hold the line. For this is the true price of freedom and liberty. And if anyone thinks that the IBC will cut and run, they are mistaken. We are acutely aware of our constitutional mandate and the oath of office that we have subscribed to and pledged to discharge to the best of our abilities. To the family of Daniel, Mrs. Tabitha Mbolu, the young children Prudence and Isaac, the parents Mr. and Mrs. Mishoka Nzuki, and the entire family, on behalf of my family and on the behalf of the entire IBC family, there are no words that can diminish the loss that you feel. But please receive my deepest condolences and those of the Commission, and take comfort that Musyoka died defending its ideals of independence and impartiality while serving this country to the best of his abilities. Indeed, your husband, your father, your son, your brother died a hero. Be assured that his legacy is safe, his service deeply appreciated and forever recognized by the Commission. The world may take little note, but to us, Musyoka is one of the unsung heroes of our times, where honesty and integrity is not a common virtue. Yes, the bell may have tolled for Musyoka and Musando before him, unless the Inspector General of Police, Director of Criminal Investigations, and DPP put an end to these crimes at every general election. Through immediate and conclusive action, the bell shall surely toll for this country, its democracy, its constitution, and its people. May the soul of Daniel Mbolo Musyoka rest in eternal peace. That is a message from the Commission. I now wish to request to hand over a condolence message from the Commission to a member of the family. And as we said, we request that we be allowed to go back to Nairobi, where we have other pressing duties to do. And thank you, the people of Mala, for coming in large numbers to console with the family. Asante sana.
Asanteni, thank you. Chairman, just abasita kamoja tu ndio tukurelease. Asante, Chairman Jalsavas, thank you. Abasit and Asante sana. I think we have heard the speech of the chairman.
Mipaka IEBC amekuwa katika mazishi ya mojawapo wa maafisa waliosimamia uchaguzi uliokamilika, ambapo amekuwa tu akiongea akisema kuwa maafisa wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC wanafaa kulindwa dhidi ya vitisho vyovyote na vile vile mauaji ambayo yanatokea ya kiholela holela. Basi kando na hayo, hapa ambapo tupo katika mahakama ya upeo, ni kuwa bado tuendelea kusubiri tuweze kuona stakabadhi zaidi ambazo zinatarajiwa ziweze kuwasilishwa hapa. Na hapa awali tumeweza kuona kuwa kikosi hiki kimeweza kuongezeka. Zaidi ya wale ambao walikuwa hapo awali, tumemwona wakala mkuu wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza Veronica Maina ameweza kufika. Vile vile tumemwona wakili Kivutha Kibwana, mwanasiasa ambaye vile vile alikuwa mwanasiasa ambaye ni mwanasiasa vile vile. Kwa sasa tuwaona wameweza kuketi pale wakiendelea kusubiri stakabadhi hizo ziweze kuletwa. Kama walivyokaa, tumeona Kivutha Kibwana Kioko kilo 10. Vile vile tumeona pale Veronica Maina, Gladys Boschole, ambapo tu ni baadhi tu ya watu waliofika ambapo wanawasilisha mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Wameweza kuleta majibu ya ile rufaa iliyowasilishwa na mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya. Walikuwa wamepewa siku 4 kuweza kuwasilisha majibu yao kutokana na rufaa hiyo. Na siku ya mwisho ya kuwasilisha maombi hayo ilikuwa ni majibu hayo ilikuwa ni hapo kesho, siku ya Jumamosi. Basi kama Kenya Kwanza ama UDA wameweza kuwasilisha majibu yao hii leo. Basi kwa sasa tunaotarajia iweze kufika hapa ni washtakiwa wengine katika rufaa hii ambao ni makamishna wote wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC ambao wameweza kushtakiwa kwenye rufaa hiyo, vile vile mwenyekiti wao Wafula Chebukati, na vile vile tume hiyo ya Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC vile vile imeweza kushtakiwa. Basi tutawasubiri waweze kuwasili hapa muda wowote, kama si leo basi kesho. Manake kesho basi ndo siku ya mwisho kabisa ya kuweza kuwasilisha majibu. Baada ya hapo basi tunatarajia tuweze kuona mtu yeyote ambaye yataka kuweza kujumuishwa katika rufaa hii, ambapo wanajulikana kama amicus curiae ama marafiki wa kote. Ikumbukwe kwamba kulingana na hukumu iliyotolewa mwaka 2017 na mahakama hii ya upeo, waliweza kusema kuwa iwapo unataka kuwa rafiki wa kote katika rufaa hizi za kupinga matokeo yaliyotangazwa ya urais, basi itabidi uzingatie jambo moja peke yake, jambo moja kabisa. Ukijihusisha na mambo mengi, huyo ni wakili mmoja wapo Gladys Shelley, basi iwapo utajihusisha na mambo zaidi ya moja, basi ombi lako halitakubaliwa. Hii ni kulingana na mojawapo tu ya vilelezo vilivyotolewa kutokana na hukumu iliyotolewa na mahakama ya upeo ya hukumu ya mwaka 2017. Basi wale ambao watataka kuweza kujumuisha katika rufaa hii, itabidi basi waweze kuzingatia jambo moja peke yake, ndipo waweze kukubaliwa kuweza kuwa kama amicus curiae ama rafiki wa kote. Rafiki wa kote basi akiwa katika rufaa kama hii, kazi yake kubwa ni kuweza tu kutoa maelezo zaidi kuhusiana na sheria. Hachukui upande wowote, haungi upande wowote, haungi wale waliowasilisha rufaa wala haungi washtakiwa. Yeye huja tu kuleta maelezo zaidi kuhusiana na sheria. Na baadhi tu ya wale waliokubaliwa mwaka 2017 kama nilivyotaja hapo awali, walikuwa aliyekuwa mwanasheria mkuu Githu Muigai, ambaye kwa sasa kwenye rufaa hii tumuona basi atakuwa anawasilisha Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC. Inatarajiwa kuwa basi baada ya kuweza kusikiza ombi litakalowasilishwa na mtu yote ambaye atataka kujumuishwa, na vile vile ombi ambalo maombi zaidi ambayo ataweza kuwasilishwa na pande zote husika ambazo zinajulikana kama interlocutory applications, ambazo zinatarajiwa ziweze kuletwa siku ya Jumatatu. Baada ya hapo basi wataweza kuzingatia kuweza kuona kama watakubali ama watamkubalia yeyote. Baada ya hapo siku ya Jumanne kutakuwa na kikao maalum ambacho kinajulikana kama pre-trial conference. Kwenye kikao hicho jopo hilo la majaji 7 wakiongozwa na Jaji Mkuu Martha Koome, naibu wake Philomena Mbete Mwilu, na majaji wengine wa mahakama ya upeo kama vile Jaji Njoki Ndung'u, Ibrahim Mohamed, Isaac Lenaula, Smokin Wanjala na William Mouko. Basi wataweza kukaa kwenye kikao hicho, na baada ya kukaa kwenye kikao hicho wataweza kutoa tu ratiba ya jinsi ambavyo kesi hiyo itaweza kusikizwa. Wataweza kuwaeleza wale wasilisha rufaa hiyo wana muda gani kuweza kuongea, wale wa kujibu wataweza kuelezwa na muda gani kuweza kujibu, na baada ya kukamilika kwa kikao hicho basi kusikizwa kwa kesi hii ama rufaa hii kutaanza rasmi. Kwa hivyo kwanza kwa kesi hii kunatarajiwa kuweze kuanza siku ya Jumanne ama Jumatano. Ikishaanza basi ndo hivyo, hukumu basi inatarajiwa iweze kutolewa isipite siku tarehe 5 mwezi wa 9. Katika kusikizwa kwenye rufaa hiyo itaweza kusikizwa katika jumba moja ambalo lipo hapa katika mahakama ya Milimani, na kwenye jumba hilo basi vile vile kama wanahabari tuliweza kupewa ratiba, na vile vile umma uliweza kupewa ilani na kuambiwa kuwa wale ambao wataweza kukubaliwa kuweza kufika hapa katika mahakama hii ya Milimani, ambapo mahakama ya upeo itakuwa ikikaa na kusikiza rufaa hiyo. Wale ambao wanatarajiwa kuweza kufika hapo ni mawakili, wale waliowasilisha rufaa na vile vile wanahabari. Lakini umma basi umeweza kuambiwa usije hapa, manake kesi hiyo vile vile itakuwa inapeperushwa katika vituo mbalimbali. Kituo rasmi, kituo cha KBC kitakuwa kikipeperusha kesi hiyo moja kwa moja, jinsi ambavyo kesi hiyo itakavyokuwa ikisikizwa. Vile vile nakumbuka kuwa hapo kesho basi, kama Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC haitaweza kufika hapa kuweza kuwasilisha majibu yake, basi wanatarajiwa waweze kufika hapa hapo kesho. Hapo jana tuliweza kuona ilani iliweza kutolewa hapa katika mahakama ya Milimani. Kwenye ilani hiyo basi waliweza kusema kuwa kufikia sasa ni marufuku mtu yeyote kuweza kuja hapa iwapo hauna stakabadhi inayokukubalia kuweza kuingia katika eneo hili. Kufikia ama kuanzia hii leo hadi tarehe 5, kesi zote ambazo iwapo mtu anataka kuwasilisha kesi yoyote, basi itabidi ameenda katika mahakama ya City Court ili kuweza kuwasilisha pale. Ama kama jambo basi ni la dharura kabisa, hadi inabidi kuwa iweze kusikizwa katika koti yote iliyopo hapa, basi ataweza kupewa kibali, na kibali hicho basi ndicho kitaweza kumruhusu kuweza kuingia hapa. Lakini iwapo hauna kibali, basi kuanzia hii leo hadi tarehe 5 hukubaliwi kuja hapa. Manake kesi nyingi ambazo zinaendelea kwa sasa zinasikizwa kupitia njia ya kidijitali. Kesi nyingi zinaendelea kwa njia ya kidijitali, kwa hivyo vikao ambavyo vilikuwa vinaendelea hapa kwa wazi katika mahakama ya Milimani vimeweza kusitishwa kulingana na ilani hiyo. Na vile vile kwenye ule upande mwingine tunaweza kuwaona wafanyakazi tu wa idara ya mahakama, haswa kitengo cha mahakama ya upeo, wanaendelea tu kufuatilia ama kudhibitisha stakabadhi ambazo tayari zimeweza kuwasilishwa, wakiweza kupitia. Hapa awali tuliweza kuona kwa wakati ule ambapo Veronica Maina aliweza kufika na kivuta kibwana, wakaweza kujiunga na baadhi ya mawakili wengine ambao wako hapa, akiwemo alikuwa msajili kitambo wa idara ya mahakama Gladys Boschley, na vile vile yupo alikuwa pamoja na alikuwa wakala mkuu wa mrengo huo wa Kenya Kwanza, Kithure Kindure. Vile vile tumeona wakili Kioko Kilokumi, Duncan Ojwang, pamoja na mawakili wengi sana ambao wako hapa kuweza kuwasilisha mrengo huo wa Kenya Kwanza. Na ikumbuke kuwa kulingana na ratiba iliyotolewa na mahakama ya upeo, vile vile ni kwamba kwanza tukifuatilia kisheria ni kuwa mahakama ya upeo ndiyo mahakama pekee yake ambayo ina jukumu la kuweza kusikiza rufaa inayopinga matokeo ya urais. Ndio mahakama pekee ambayo ina jukumu iliyojukumiwa na katiba kuweza kusikiza rufaa zinazoambatana na kupingwa kwa matokeo ya urais. Basi ikilinganishwa hivyo, basi mahakama hiyo pia iliweza pia kutoa ratiba yake, ikasema kuwa iwapo unataka kuwasilisha rufaa yoyote, basi unazo siku 7 kuweza kuwasilisha rufaa yako. Na rufaa hizo basi tumeona zimeweza kuwasilishwa hapa ni rufaa takriban 9 ambazo zimeweza kuwasilishwa na watu mbalimbali, wakiwemo Azimio la Umoja pamoja na watu wengine, ama pamoja na rufaa zingine 8. Vile vile Hapo asubuhi tuliweza kuona mrengo huo wa Azimio la Umoja ambao uliweza kuwasilisha rufaa yake anayeongoza mrengo huo Raila Odinga na mgombea mwenza Martha Karua waliweza kuleta vile vile stakabadhi zaidi. Na kwenye stakabadhi hizo basi wanaunga tu mkono hizo rufaa nyingine ambazo wanaunga mkono hizo rufaa zingine ambazo zimeweza kuwasilishwa, japokuwa moja na mbili. Mojawapo rufaa ambazo hawakubaliani nazo ni rufaa iliyowasilishwa na Moses Kuria. Basi tumeweza kuangalia stakabadhi ambayo aliweza kuwasilisha ambayo inajulikana kama preliminary objection. Tumeweza kuangalia stakabadhi hiyo na wanasema kuwa rufaa hilo wasilishwa na Moses Kuria, rufaa hilo wasilishwa na Moses Kuria haifai kusikizwa kwenye mahakama ya upeo, kwani mahakama ya upeo inajukumiwa tu kusikiza rufaa inayopinga matokeo ya uchaguzi wa urais. Kama walivyoandika basi kwenye preliminary objection yao, wanasema kwa mahakama hii does not have jurisdiction, yani haina jukumu la kusikiza. Na kwenye rufaa moja ambayo pia tumeweza kuona haijajumuishwa katika stakabadhi ambazo wanaweza kukubaliana na rufaa zingine ni ile rufaa ya Ruben Kigame. Kwenye rufaa hiyo ya Ruben Kigame alikuwa yopinga matokeo haya akisema kuwa hakukubaliwa kuweza kushiriki ama kuwania ama kugombea kiti cha urais. Kwa hivyo anasema kwa sababu hakuweza kukubaliwa kuwania kiti cha urais, basi shughuli nzima ibatilishwe ndipo pia yeye aweze kukubaliwa kuwania tena iwapo mahakama itaruhusu uchaguzi mwingine uweze kufanyika. Ikumbuka kwamba kulingana na sheria, iwapo mahakama ya upeo itaweza kubatilisha uchaguzi uliofanyika tarehe 9, hasa matokeo ya uchaguzi wa urais, basi inamaanisha kwamba uchaguzi unafaa kuandaliwa kwa takriban siku 60 baada ya hukumu ya mahakama ya upeo kuweza kutolewa. Na iwapo wataweza kukataa rufaa hiyo, alokuwa ametangazwa kuweza kushinda na tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, ambaye ni yule anayeongoza mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza William Ruto, basi yamaanisha kwamba ataweza kuapishwa ifikiapo tarehe 12. Na hapo kama picha hizo unazoziona, basi hicho ni kikosi kizima. Tawaona wale mawakala ama chief agents wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Tutamwona Kithure Kindiki, tutamwona Veronica Maina, ambapo Kithure Kindiki ndo alikuwa wakala mkuu ama chief agent, na Veronica Maina ndo alikuwa naibu wake assistant chief agent. Ndio unawaona hapo wawili. Alafu hapo kando yao alokaa ni Kioko Kilokome, anaoingia ni Gladys Boss-Sholei akaenda kujiunga nao. Pale tu anapiga gumzo akiweza kusubiri stakabadhi zaidi. Pia pale tumuona Kivuta Kibwana alijiunga nao. Tumeweza kuzungumza nao walipotoka hapo nje, wakaweza kutujuza kuwa wataweza kuongea na wanahabari pindi stakabadhi zao zote zitakapoletwa. Lakini walipokuwa wakipeana stakabadhi chache ambazo ziliweza kuletwa kwa mkondo wa pili, tuliona kuwa kuna vitu ambavyo havikuwa vimeweza kuwekwa kwenye mfumo wa kidijitali wa idara ya mahakama kama inavyostahili. Basi tulikuwa tunaona tu wakiambiwa kuwa wahakikishe kuwa wamefuata ratiba, wameweza kuweka stakabadhi hizo zinazotarajiwa ama zinazohitajika kuweza kuwekwa kwenye mfumo huo wa idara ya mahakama. Wanapoleta stakabadhi hizo katika eneo hili, kitu kinachofanyika ni kuwa zinaweza kuchukuliwa na wasajili wa idara ya mahakama ama registrars, deputy registrars ambao wapo katika eneo hili. Zinapochukuliwa basi zinaweza kukaguliwa. Baada ya kukaguliwa basi zinapelekwa katika ule upande mwingine. Zinapopelekwa katika ule upande mwingine, kinachofanyika pale basi ni kuwa zinaweza kuhakikiwa kama zote na kama zimewekwa kama inavyostahili. Baada ya hapo basi kama zote zinaweza kupitishwa, kinachofuata ni kuwa zinaweza kuwekwa mhuri. Zikishawekwa mhuri basi wa idara ya mahakama zinachukuliwa na mahakama, kumaanisha kwamba basi wameweza kufuata ratiba yote inayostahili. Vile vile ukiweza kuangalia hapo ni kwa unaweza kuwaona wale ambao wameshika dawa hapo. Tutawaona polisi. Idara ya usalama vile vile imeweza kuimarika kikubwa sana katika eneo hili kuhakikisha kuwa usalama unaweza kudhibitiwa. Polisi wapo ngangari kabisa kutoka sekta mbalimbali. Tumeona wale wanaoitwa administration police. Vile vile hapa awali tuliweza kuwaona GSU pia wapo, wamekita kambi. Hapa awali, siku za hapo awali pia tuliweza kuwaona wale wa SWAT. Basi wapo wale wa SWAT ambao ni Special Weapons and Tactics. Vile vile tuliweza kuwaona hao GSU na vile vile Administration Police. Basi inamaanisha kuwa usalama hapa katika mahakama ya Milimani umeweza kuimarishwa kikubwa kabisa, kuhakikisha kuwa shughuli hii haiwezi kuharibiwa na mtu yoyote. Na vile vile jopo hilo la majaji 7 wana muda mzuri, ikizingatiwa kuwa wana ratiba yao ambao wanafaa kufuata. Ifikiapo tarehe 5 mwezi wa 9 wanafaa kuwa washatoa hukumu. Ukiangalia pale nyuma basi waona tu baadhi ya wafanyakazi wa idara ya mahakama. Hao ni baadhi tu wasajili ambao wanafanya hapa katika sajili hii ya mahakama ya upeo, kuhakikisha kuwa wanaweza kudhibitisha na kuhakiki stakabadhi zote ambazo zinaweza kuletwa katika eneo hili. Basi hao kutoka kwenye idara ya usalama wapo katika milango mbalimbali kama unavyoona, kuhakikisha kuwa unaweza kuingia sehemu inayostahili na kutozua rabsha tu katika eneo hili, ili kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa shughuli nzima inaweza kufanyika kwa njia iliyo shwari kabisa. Bila shaka hao ni baadhi ya mawakili wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza unaowaona. Tutamwona akiweza tu kuzungumza na baadhi ya mawakili wengine wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, wakiendelea kusubiri stakabadhi ziweze kuletwa na wenzao. Hapa awali tuliweza kuona mrengo wa Azimio uliweza kuleta stakabadhi ukiwa na lori zima lilokuwa limebeba stakabadhi zao za hiyo rufaa waliokuwa wameleta hapa. Basi hatujui kama pia Kenya Kwanza wataweza kuwasilisha kwa lori ama kwa gari la aina gani ikilinganishwa na ukubwa wa stakabadhi zao. Hapa asubuhi basi tuliweza kuzungumza na wakili mmoja wa mrengo huo wa Azimio ambaye yajulikana kama Fred Orego, ambaye Orego aliweza kutujuza kuwa wameweza kupunguza na kujumuisha hilo lori zima ambalo tuliweza kuliona hapo awali, stakabadhi hizo zikaweza kupunguzwa na kuweza kujumuishwa, zikaweza kutoshea kwenye kijitabu cha karatasi 30. Basi hicho kijitabu ndicho kitaweza kutumika, ama hicho kitabu ndicho kitaweza kutumika katika kuwasilisha rufaa yao. Kama unavyowaona hapo, Gladys Boschole, Veronica Maina, Kithure Kindiki. Ndio hizo mtazamaji, baadhi ya stakabadhi zaidi zimeweza kuletwa. Basi muda si mchache tutamwona mmoja wapo wasajili wa idara ya mahakama atafika hapo kuzipokea. Muda si mchache tutaweza kuona zikikaguliwa. Ndio hizo basi baadhi ya stakabadhi ambazo wameweza kuleta zinaendelea kupangwa hapo mezani. Hapo baadaye zitaweza kuchukuliwa na mmoja wapo wasajili wa idara ya mahakama ambaye ataweza kukagua na kuwajuza kama zimeweza kuafikia vigezo vyote vinavyohitajika, na kama basi wameweza kuafikia, basi vitaweza kupelekwa katika ule upande mwingine. Basi ikilinganishwa na jinsi ambavyo hiyo mrengo ama huo mrengo wa kwanza, mrengo wa Azimio ulivyoleta stakabadhi zao, tukilinganisha tu na jinsi ambavyo mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza unawasilisha, tunaweza kuona tofauti kidogo. Maanake Azimio wao basi waliweza kuleta stakabadhi zao mara moja zote. Lakini hapa tuona majibu yanayoletwa na Kenya Kwanza yanaletwa kidogo kidogo, si kwa ujumla. Manake kikundi cha kwanza tuliweza kuona kiliweza kuletwa kiongozwa na wakili kilo 10, kiliweza kuletwa na boss Shole Konradhi. Alafu hapo baadaye tukamwona kilo 10 akiingia, alafu tukaona stakabadhi chache zikiandamana naye. Alafu sasa kwa sasa tuona zingine zimeweza kuletwa. Tusubiri tuone tu kama msajili wa idara ya mahakama atafika hapo. Kumbuka kwamba kesho ndio siku ya mwisho kwa mrengo huu wa Kenya Kwanza kuweza kuwasilisha majibu yao. Sio Kenya Kwanza peke yake, bali pia idara Konradhi, pia tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, pamoja na makamishna tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC ambao wameshtakiwa katika rufaa hiyo. Ndio hivyo mtazamaji, tuona stakabadhi hizo zikichukuliwa.
We are bringing our documents. So where do we get you?
Basi wametoka. Walikuwa wameleta stakabadhi, basi tuona wametoka nazo. Sijui kama ni kwa utani ama kweli. Wanasema kwa watu kama wataki kuchukua stakabadhi zetu. Basi wamesimama nazo hapo nje. Basi mtazamaji, kulingana tu na baadhi ya stakabadhi ambayo tumeweza kuipata, tumeweza sasa kujua kirasmi kabisa majibu haya yaliyoletwa ni majibu ya William Samoei Ruto. Kumbuka kwamba yeye ndiye alikuwa ametangazwa kuwa aliweza kuwa mshindi ama alikuwa ameshinda siku ya tarehe 15 mwezi wa 8. Basi kulingana na stakabadhi ambazo tumezipata kwa sasa, ambaye ni mshtakiwa wa 9 katika rufaa hii ya Raila Amolo Odinga na Martha Karua, William Ruto ni mshtakiwa wa 9. Na basi hawa mawakili unaowaona hapa na vile vile stakabadhi ambazo waziona zaweza kuletwa hapa ni stakabadhi za William Samoei Ruto. Basi tukiweza tu kupitia stakabadhi hii, yuaeleza kuwa yeye amekuwa naibu wa rais, anasema kuwa pia yeye ameweza kuangazia ama kuangalia rufaa zilizowasilishwa na mrengo wa Azimio. Anasema kuwa ameweza pia kuandika, akasema kuwa hapa awali kabla ya kuwa naibu rais alikuwa waziri, akaweza kuwa naibu waziri, akaweza kuwa mbunge wa eneo bunge la Eldoret North. Huyo ni wakili Duncan Ojwang na mwenzake wakitoka. Ambaye anasema kuwa ameweza kuangalia rufaa hiyo iliyowasilishwa, na kwa maneno yake kama alivyonukuu hapa, yasema kuwa this is akin is that of a tragic comedy akin to William Shakespeare's famous words about a story of full of sound and fury signifying nothing and controversies that are much ado but nothing about nothing. Anasema kuwa akiangalia rufaa hilo wasilishwa na Raila Odinga pamoja na mgombea mwenza Martha Karua, anasema kuwa hayambatani na matakwa ya umma, ambaye yasema kuwa na mshutumu aliwasilisha rufaa kuwa amekuwa akiwasilisha rufaa katika uchaguzi zote zilizofanyika. Anasema kuwa akiangalia jinsi ambavyo nchi inaendelea baada ya matokeo kuweza kutangazwa, anasema kuwa Wakenya washaendelea na maisha yao, na vile vile kuna amani baada ya kutangazwa kwa matokeo hayo. Basi katika majibu yake pia anasema kubatilisha matokeo yaliyokuwa yametangazwa tarehe 15 atakuwa ama hukumu hiyo, na mtazamaji taona wakili hao wamesimama wanatoka.
Kuna wheelbarrow imefika.
Okay. Na mtazamaji kama alivyokuwa akisema hapo akitoka, kidhani alikuwa anasema tu kwa utani kwa wanaenda kupokea stakabadhi ambazo zimeweza kuletwa na mkokoteni ama wheelbarrow, lakini nadhani alikuwa tu ni utani. Haya, ndo hizo mtazamaji. Picha ashara kabisa.
Oti bana, mkuje nyuma. Can you hear my voice now? Can you hear my voice? 1 2 1 2 1.
Ndo hizo mtazamaji.
Sauti iko sawa? Hello?
Terms of what? How many of what? Move everything and salt and record.
Now,
na mizoto ni baadhi ya stakabadhi ambazo zimeweza kuletwa na wakili Nyamo, mojawapo tena wa mawakili wa mrengo huu wa Kenya Kwanza. Basi zapokelewa. Zapokelewa, zakaguliwa.
I was your employee at some point.
You were a partner at some point.
And we worked together.
Have you finished the gentleman with the applause?
We are still
applauding.
This week is for 5.
They are separate. Two sets of affidavits.
From a different position.
But they are not from a different position.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, hao ama hizo pia ni stakabadhi zaidi ambazo zimeweza kuwasilishwa hapa, ambazo zimewasilishwa tena na mawakili zaidi wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, ambapo tumemwona wakili Wilfred Nyamo na vile vile Elias Mutuma wameweza kufika hapa kuweza kuleta stakabadhi zaidi. Basi onekana kama vile bado hawajaweza kuleta stakabadhi zote zinazohitajika. Wanaendelea kusubiri. Wanaweza kusubiri kuweza kuona kama stakabadhi zaidi zitaweza kuletwa, na vile vile kama basi hazitaweza kuletwa, basi wana ahadi hapo kesho vile vile kuweza kuleta. Manake tumemsikia Gladys Boschole akisema kuwa bado wana siku moja ambayo ni hapo kesho ndo tamati ya siku ambayo wanafaa basi kuweza kuwasilisha majibu yao. Hapo katikati basi tunamwona wakili Elias Mutuma ambaye aliweza kuleta stakabadhi hizo akiwa na Wilfred Nyamo. Huyo ni wakili Adrian Kamotho. Bila shaka tutaendelea tu kusubiri kuweza kuona kama iwapo watawasilisha stakabadhi zote hii leo ama wataweza kuziwasilisha hizo ambazo zitaweza kusalia, basi zitaweza kuwasilishwa hapo kesho. Manake kesho ndio siku ya mwisho ambayo wanatarajiwa kuweza kuwasilisha stakabadhi hizo. Na tukiweza kuangalia tu baadhi ya majibu ambayo wameweza kuleta hii leo kutokana na majibu yao, ni kuwa wanasema kuwa wakiweza kuangalia rufaa hii iliyowasilishwa na kiongozi wa mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja, ni kuwa imekuwa kama ni kaida. Imekuwa kama kaida. Basi wanaona ama wanaonelea kwamba wanaiomba mahakama ya upeo isiweze kuangazia rufaa hiyo. Vile vile ameweza kusema kuwa baadhi ya mambo ambayo ameweza kutajwa hapa katika rufaa hiyo sio ya kweli, kwani kilinganisha kuwa stakabadhi ama video ambazo zinawasilishwa hapo na baadhi ya mashahidi sio kweli. Basi tutakuwa tukipitia Tutakuwa tukipitia majibu haya ambayo yapo katika stakabadhi ambayo ina takriban kurasa 256 kuweza kutaka tu kujua kweli ni nini. Basi mtazamaji, tunaendelea tu kusubiri tuweze kuelewa ama kujua iwapo wataweza kufanikiwa kuwasilisha stakabadhi zote hii leo ama zitaletwa hapo kesho.
Ruto was declared by the IEBC. If indeed the elections and the results as declared by the IEBC were free, fair, valid, verifiable as envisaged in the Constitution or not. So all our eyes in the next couple of days, even as Wamboi still gives us these live pictures from the Supreme Court, we'll be here from especially here on NTV.
I mean, honestly, like, so what? Nani amekwambia? Nani amekwambia?
Uzuri ya huko.
Mimi niambie hivi.
Na yeye angerusha maneno.
Na wewe ukiswa anakuambia toka. Anakuambia sana unaona jamaa ile kamera kubwa. Ule jamaa ile kamera imekuwa
Bila shaka mtazamaji, Bila shaka mtazamaji, kama tulivyokuwa tumekujuza ni kuwa hapa ambapo tupo wanaendelea tu kupokea baadhi ya stakabadhi ambazo zinaendelea kuwasilishwa na wale mawakili wanaomwakilisha William Samoei Ruto, ambaye ndo alikuwa ametangazwa kuwa alikuwa ameshinda siku ya tarehe 15 mwezi huu. Basi kufikia sasa ni kuwa tumeweza kuongea tu na baadhi ya mawakili na wameweza kutujuza kuwa wanasubiri majibu ya ambayo yapo kwenye boksi kama vile 2 iweze kuwasili hapa, na baada ya hapo basi watakuwa wanaongea na wanahabari kirasmi ili kuweza kutujuza yale mambo ambayo wameweza kujibu rufaa hiyo ambayo iliweza kuwasilishwa na anayeongoza mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja. Basi tunaendelea tu kufuatilia kukita kambi hapa. Kwa sasa wale ambao tuwaona wameweza kufika kwa sasa ni kwa tumuona wakili Wilfred Nyamu, Kivutha Kibwana, Kioko Kilokomi, Kithure Kindiki, vile vile Veronica Maina, Gladys Boschule, Samson Cherargei. Hao tu ni baadhi ya wanasiasa na vile vile mawakili wa Kenya Kwanza ambao wameweza kufika hapa. Basi tunaendelea tu kufuatilia kuweza kujua wamewasilisha nini. Watakuwa wanatujuza hapo awali kilicho kwenye majibu haya ambayo wameweza kuwasilisha kwa sasa. Basi kwa sasa na kurejesha kwake mwenzangu Zainab Said ambaye yupo studioni. Tutakuwa tunaendelea hapa pindi tu stakabadhi hizo zingine zitakapowasili. Kwako Zainab.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Allah? We've got to take some time off and laugh, and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
Karibu tena mtazamaji, ni Kivumbi 2022 ambapo hii leo tunaandaa mdahalo ambapo tunatoa fursa kwa Wakenya kuuliza maswali kwa mpeperusha bendera ya urais kwa tiketi ya UDA kwenye mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, naibu rais William Ruto. Sasa hivi tumekuwa tukiendelea na masuala kuhusu uchumi, na nipe muda huu ni utoe kwa Victor Otieno ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa Vifa Consult ambaye anataka kuuliza swali kuhusu wafanyabiashara wadogo.
Thank you very much. Kenya is regarded as the Silicon Valley of Africa, and we've seen Kenyan startups, which are businesses that use technology to solve problems, really thrive. We have Kenya performing very well in terms of Global Innovation Index, Startup Ecosystem Index. We've seen a lot of big tech multinational setup in Kenya, your Amazon, your Microsoft, etc. The question maybe that I want to ask is, what solution do you have for Kenyan startups? A young man in Kisumu who's found a way of, converting water hyacinths to biogas. You have a young man from where who's discovered a way of using rice husk to make some, building materials. If you look at your pillar number 5, which is the digital superhighway, which tries to address innovation, the focus there is on infrastructure in terms of, adding, the fiber backbone, which is foundational but doesn't really address the challenges that young innovators are facing at the counties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor. And you're right that Kenya scores very well in the international ratings as an innovation hub. M-Pesa, for example, and all the other innovations that have not only gone international, but they have really served us very well. And I hope, by the way, the next speaker is going to be a lady. Because I think we've had only men speak. So Victor, part of scaling up, the innovations you have mentioned, they are there. But from where I sit, knowing the talent that we have in Kenya, we should actually be further than where we are today. The reason why we addressed the foundational, providing the digital superhighway, is so that we can rope in many more young people who today have no access to internet. They cannot explore their talent. They cannot work with information that they can access in that space, in the digital space, that can actually bring out their talent. So we are addressing it in two ways. We are addressing, number one, we are addressing on making sure that we don't limit that space. At the moment, we have innovations, but we think we are not even 1% of the talent or of the innovation capacity that we can have from the young people around in our country. That's number one. So we are addressing that by making sure that deploying, a wider reach, and to make it much more accessible, so that every market, we have said the 24,000 markets, the almost 21,000 schools, and all that space will have digital capacity, and people can access the digital space and do their thing. But we have also said, if you read carefully the Hustler Fund, we have also said a percentage of the Hustler Fund will go to startups, will go to crowdfunding, will go to the space around raising capital, so that we can profile whatever talent that is coming up. The constraint normally is, even when a young person or a Kenyan has a certain innovation, they do not have money to capitalize it. And many a times, they sell it at very minimal gain, and then it is the profits go to many other people. So we have said these 50 billion shillings that is going to be available in the Hustler Fund will also be available for startups, people who are good in bringing out apps and making sure that we can leverage and capitalize the talent that we have in the digital space. So we are sorting it two ways. Number one, providing a wider net for more people to come on board, and number two, for providing the resources for startups to capitalize what they are doing and make it commercial.
Naam, swali lingine la mwisho kabla tuingie kwa wanawake. Tunalipata
kwa ule wa mitumba.
Na wa mitumba ni vile hakuja. Yeah. Miamai Wambua ambaye ni mkuu wa miradi katika Jua Kali Federation anataka kuuliza swali kuhusu maslahi ya wafanyakazi katika sekta ya Jua Kali.
Asante. Your Excellency, thank you very much. And the Jua Kali sector has been touted by previous administrations as a forerunner for our industrialization. And there has been attempts. In fact, even when we look at our Kenya Vision 2030, there has also been attempts to that effect, or assertion to that effect as well. And Your Excellency, we are very proud that in one way or the other, one of our Jua Kali sector flagship product is a wheelbarrow. And yeah, so while we identify with that wheelbarrow, we also know that there is a wheelbarrow that comes from China. So we are competing in terms of our production with the Chinese wheelbarrows. So in your manifesto, therefore, I see, and we have interrogated. So on page 18 and 19, you have indicated that one of the intervention is infrastructure and capacity building. Your Excellency, actually, if you go any county, you find there's an area called Jua Kali. So that means that we are all over the place. But we have about 500 parcels of land that had been designated and allocated for Jua Kali artisans. But they have been grabbed, almost 80% of them. So your proposal to allocate or to put in each ward land for infrastructure, where is that land going to come from? Is it likely to also go the same way that those others have gone? And since you call it a transformation or transforming the micro and small enterprise, how long do you estimate that this transformation will take, and what is one indicator of that transformation? Is it possible that we can export wheelbarrows to China in your term if you succeed to be president? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wambua, is it? Wambua? Thank you very much for asking. That's a very important question to us. The Jua Kali sector today employs about 3 million people. Maybe slightly more, maybe 3.5 million people. And that is the sector that we have said is the precursor for our manufacturing and industrialization plan. Because you have a body of people who already have skills. What they are lacking is equipment, space, and market for what they are doing. We are focused on several areas. If you look at our manifesto keenly, we are looking at how do we make the Jua Kali participate more in making sure that they become catalysts for our housing program. How do we standardize housing products? We have a standard window that the Jua Kali can produce in mass. We have a standard door. We have a standard door holder. We have a standard window holder that the Jua Kali can produce in mass and make sure that we reduce the cost of our building infrastructure. We reduce the cost of building products. If you produce doors en masse, we can reduce the cost by up to 40%. Today, we are producing designer doors for every house. It is different from the other one. Every door is different from the other one. And the cost of a designer is the cost of a designer. It's very expensive. But if we were to standardize, we can scale up the jua kali. That's number one. Number two, we are looking at which are these other products that we can produce. I have told you we are targeting leather, we are targeting textile, because these are labor-intensive value chains. This will give us the jobs we are looking for. Let me give you an example. Today, we are importing all the shoes for our children who are going to school. What will happen if we decide that in every county, we are going to make the shoes for our children? We are making 15 million shoes every year for our kids who are going to school. That's a huge industry. We're going to hire there 200,000-300,000 people to make shoes just for our kids going to school. And we have said differently, we are going to use Kenyan leather that is being thrown today, that is being eaten by dogs, that farmers are complaining they don't know how to dispose it. That's how we're going to do it. And for your information, I have personally visited Athi River. There is a good guy there called Rao. He is turning our leather into gold, you know, just here in Athi River. So that whole jua kali sector is the place we are going to do our leather industry, our textile industry, our products of construction products industry, and most of the time it's just lack of equipment, because equipment sometimes is very expensive. In fact, for example, just allow me to say this. I bought this bench in my place in Karen. And the fellow who sold me that bench told me he just needed an equipment of 70,000 shillings to bend the steel. You know, he was bending it using his own his muscles, and it was taking forever. So there is just basic equipment given to the jua kali sector, and we can easily double the number of people who today are serving in the jua kali sector. And we have said in our manifesto that we are going to connect every jua kali, and we are now going to give it a different name, not just jua kali. We're going to connect them to our TVETs, so that as the graduates come out of our TVETs, their skills are readily available to scale up our jua kali sector. So that's the area where we intend to create jobs, and that's a very big space. And it will also help us with our program on housing that is supposed to create jobs. Remember, every intervention we are looking at is how do we create jobs, because we have 5 million young people in Kenya today with certificates and degrees and diplomas who have no jobs. So that is our target. We are focusing on where do we create the jobs. Jua kali will give us the jobs. The leather value chain will give us the jobs. The textile value chain will give us the jobs. Those are the spaces we are looking at. Our housing plan is going to give us the jobs we are looking for.
Ask about where the land is going to come from briefly before we move on.
What we are going to do is, we have land that is available at the moment, but we will go out of our way and buy land, you know, and designate, you know, these as industrial zones. There is no shortcut. You know, if you have to scale up what you are looking for, you not only buy the land, but we are saying everywhere where we have land, we will scale up the infrastructure. You've seen it in our manifesto. We have talked about the infrastructure to scale up all the jua kali sectors. Where we do not have land, we will buy the land and build the infrastructure. Because with the infrastructure, the jua kali themselves can catalyze the whole creation of jobs.
So I want us to move on now to gender parity. And you've talked about, as Kenya Kwanza, if you were to get into power, you'd ensure half of your cabinet is female. Then you have male on the other side. Although the argument would be already you had the opportunity to select a female running mate, as the other 3 presidential candidates have female running mates, and the 2 of you will sit in the cabinet. You say we will make sure it's 50-50. I want to invite now Florence Machio. She's Regional Technical Advisor, that's Population Action International, to ask 2 questions.
I'm happy you've said I can ask 2 questions. Good evening. In your manifesto, in your women's charter actually, you talk about the first 3 months when you get into power, you will ensure that there's a mechanism to implement the 2/3 gender rule. You've been in government since 2013, and you've said in your charter that women will no longer have to wait when you get into government. What stopped you since 2013 from ensuring we don't have to wait, because we've been waiting? Then the other question is, you also indicated commitment around sexual gender-based violence and gender-based violence as a whole. In 2021, the government of Kenya has committed itself towards ending GBV by 2026. There are about 12 commitments around GBV. As you are aware, we have about 40% of Kenyan women who constantly are facing the risk of sexual gender-based violence, and we have 1 in 5 children facing the risk of child marriage and FGM. Now, out of that, what are your key priority, three personal key priorities around GBV? Because as Kenyan women, we can no longer live in a country where we are not safe. And you mentioned in your charter that you will have an office which will be female-led within the president's office to take care of what you indicated in your charter, women's issue. The challenge of that for me as a woman is that every time we mention GBV, it becomes a women's issue, yet it is a societal issue. Aren't you perpetuating the same narrative that GBV is a women's issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't get your name. Florence. Thank you very much, Florence, for your question. We are the only coalition that has actually sat down and worked on a women's charter, meaning that we are serious about the women issues. We did not want to confuse the women issues with all the other issues. That's why we sat down and worked out a women charter, which we signed. And I dare say we are the only coalition that has actually outlined a women's charter that is supposed to take care of issues that today are affecting women, even if they are societal issues. And I agree with you that they are societal issues. In fact, last night in Marsabit, a lady, and I told that lady, if I was a voter in Marsabit, I would vote for her. She spoke so candidly about what goes on in Marsabit, for example. And she said, many women, they are actually beaten by their husbands. And because society does not, you cannot go and report your husband, she said many women are actually traumatized. And they cannot perform their function as mothers. And there is a problem. And there is no way of dealing with it. And I thought, that's really serious. You know, here is custom that says you cannot go and report your husband, but there are real problems. So, and I agree with you that these are issues that require attention. And why we recommended that an office should be women-led, it is said it is the wearer of the shoe who knows where it pinches. And I said, this is necessary, and I discussed with many women leaders. It's not something we parachuted from somewhere. And they recommended that it's good to have this challenge of women issues, especially about gender-based violence, about FGM and all the things that go with it, at a level which can be addressed at a cabinet level, and at a level where whoever it is that is handling has the highest authority ear, you know. So, and I thought it was a good suggestion. We are open to negotiate if you have better ideas. We are not saying we have a monopoly of the best ideas. We are ready to listen. We want because we want to deal with this problem. What we want to walk away from is the tokenism around women issues. We want to walk away from that because many people say, okay, do this so that the women are happy. I don't want to go there. We want to sort out real issues. When I undertook that as a commitment, 50% of our cabinet will be women, it was a commitment that I intend to keep because I have made it public. No other candidate can make such a commitment public. They dodge around the issue, number one. Number two, I also made a commitment that we are going to develop a mechanism. In fact, we have very credible suggestions by women leaders in our coalition. Boss Sholay, for example, has suggestions. She has legislative proposals that can actually help us sort out the gender issue, even without changing the constitution. So that's why I agreed that we are going to have a mechanism, either what Boss Sholay is suggesting or a hybrid of what he's suggesting and what others are suggesting. And I committed that within the first 1 year, we will sort out this issue of two-third gender rule and the gender parity issues. You've asked me a very interesting question that I have been around for a while. Why haven't I done this? Let me also tell you that there are things you can do when you are operating at a level where you are subordinate to somebody else. But there are issues that you can take head on when you are the person in charge. I have never been president of Kenya. Yeah? This is the day, this is the moment that I am offering myself to be president of Kenya. I want you to judge me as president of Kenya with the commitment that I have made. I want to tell you that it is doable. If you have the political goodwill, I don't want to discuss whether there was or there was not. I believe with sufficient political goodwill, it is easy to deal with the challenge of two-third gender rule. Let me also give you one more example. I am the only person, and I don't want to say it loudly, I'm the only person in Bomas, if you were to be keen, I'm the only person who actually spoke for women in Bomas. Many of them were actually agreeing to be removed from the National Assembly, taken to the Senate, where they are, their contribution is very minimal, you know, with the BBI stories. And it was really a downgrade of women leadership. You cannot take away the position of women today in the National Assembly and take them to the Senate where there is no financial influence. They cannot influence the budget. They cannot do anything. And then many women, unfortunately, were supporting the BBI, even though the BBI was downgrading their participation.
Okay.
I'm the only person who spoke for them. And I intend to speak for women because I believe in women empowerment. I believe in my own daughters. And my wife is a great example of what women can do.
Aya, tupate swali kutoka kwa Irene Soila ambaye ni mshauri wa mipango katika shirika la kutetea haki za kibinadamu Kenya Human Rights Commission.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. My question revolves around historical land injustices. And as I ask my question, I think I will also go back to refer to an issue that we've just spoken about, the issue and the question around the SGR. And my issue around historical land injustices, and my take is that it excludes some segments of the communities from mainstream economic, political, and social spaces. In fact, historical land injustices impede on cohesion and integration. So then, what is your plan to resolve the questions around historical land injustices, which we have lived with since our independence, and also the emergence of evictions and displacement of people of Kenya. Then taking you back to the SGR question, that you have comprehensively lauded the project. SGR sits in a land that has historical questions. I don't know whether you know about that. And the Naivasha, the use of Naivasha as a place for SGR, sometimes it loses the real intentions, because if you want to talk about where SGR is placed, it's placed in a land called Kido, where I come from. And that land has displaced its owners to have the project. And the irony about the project is that SGR has been built and the rail has been built over us, our infrastructure destroyed and left unattended. SGR is well lit, power all over. But 500 meters from the SGR, the community do not have power. SGR, enjoys water services. The community in the area do not have water. I think that is too much of madharau for the people. For me, if you ask me. And not just that, to also say that we have been fighting for Kido for the longest time. We have even gone to the African courts to claim the right of the people of Kido. The government doesn't listen to us. It doesn't listen to anyone. In fact, just like when you talk about state capture, I have seen the government of Kenya capture a few Maasais at the expense of many others. Yes. So please help us see how these historical land injustices will be resolved in your government.
Thank you very much. Irene? Soila. Thank you very much, Soila. Let me start where the question you asked first. We have discussed in our manifesto the whole subject of settlement, of people who today live in their country as squatters. We have said that, like was done with the colonialists, when land was purchased by government using public resources to settle Kenyans who had been displaced by the white settlers, we are going to go back there. We have huge tracts of land owned by people called absentee landlords, all manner of people, all manner of titling of who owns this land. And a big problem, for example, is at the coast. We have not said that we are just going to centralize it around the coast. We are going to make sure that the colonial villages, for example, in Nyeri, there are people who have lived in colonial villages forever. These are people who are due, and rightfully so, for land purchased by the government of Kenya so that they are settled and they stop living like squatters, or they stop living as squatters in their own country 59 years after independence. So we have a comprehensive plan, and we have said we're going to fund that plan from public resources. We're going to buy 1 million acres. We have continuously said we will buy it in purchase, and we will also make sure that the settlement in these areas is in such a manner that we also respect planning, so that we don't also create slums out of settlements that we are going to settle Kenyans. So we have a plan. If you read through our manifesto, that plan is there. Maybe there isn't sufficient detail because we already had quite a bit of detail in many other areas. So that's one. Two, that will extend to areas where we have historical injustices. And I agree with you, Kido is a big problem. It is. I don't want to say many things, but if you speak to your member of parliament, he's called Aramat. Yeah, if you speak to Aramat, he knows what I have done as a person to support the community there on that particular issue. Because I believe that what is going on there is fraud. Yeah? A few people were enticed and they were given a little piece of land, and it was assumed that the whole community was satisfied, which is not true. That's what you've just said. So that's a discussion that we're going to have. And that is, and even if that land is supposed to be used for public good, to build the intention we have of an industrial city, it is land that the Constitution gives government the instruments on how to acquire it. Through compulsory acquisition, they can be paid for value and they can be settled elsewhere, because even if government wanted my house in Karen, they would come for it. Even if it's for public good, I would be paid and I would relocate, just like everybody else. So we will ensure that such, and including, that does not take away the whole SGR concept though. I know there could be that challenge, but that does not mean the original concept of having SGR, of having an industrial city in Naivasha, on benefiting from our geothermal resources, making sure that we get power at cheaper prices, and making sure that we use the steam there to grow industry, to create jobs, so that Kenyans can have a decent life, is lost. It is not. We can sort out the problems and keep the SGR alive.
Sasa tugeukie maswala yanayohusu dini. Tamuita Sheikh Ibrahim Lithome ambaye ni msomi wa dini ya Kiislamu na wakili katika msikiti wa Jamii.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa. I think you'll agree with me, Mheshimiwa, that religion is a very emotive issue.
I agree.
And again, I keep on saying that I'm not a Muslim in Kenya by accident, neither are you a Christian in Kenya by accident. It's God's plan. And that's why in the preamble of our constitution, we have it very clearly that we are proud of our diversity, ethnic, religious, and everything. And the constitution guarantees the rights of everybody. It is not lost to Kenyans, and especially that Muslim voter in Marsabit, in Mandera, in Mombasa, in my county, Kajiado, a statement that you made some times back, and they would just want an assurance from a Ruto presidency. You said, Kenya is a Christian nation and I have no apologies to make. Turudi nyuma kidogo tukipekua kumbukumbu, when you were the Minister of Higher Education, you had also a certain stand about the Kadhi's courts in the Constitution. As a lawyer, I know my rights are guaranteed in the Constitution. But that small person at the grassroots there, ananiuliza maswali mengi as I go around also telling them to vote wisely. Wananiambia, how are we assured under a Ruto presidency of our religious rights? Tonight I want you to assure that Muslim voter there. What did you mean by that? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. And thank you very much for bringing out that question, because I know some of my competitors have tried to twist it, of course, to benefit the political moment. If you check on that day that I made that statement, I was in Embu. And I made that statement when I was in a church in Embu. And in the same day, I came to do a fundraising for a madrasa in the afternoon in Embu, the same place. And when I was in that function of a Muslim religious function, I corrected my statement and I said, Kenya is a God-fearing nation. That was my statement. Because I am a very strong believer as a Christian. But I am also clear in my mind to respect other people's religion. And in fact, I have had the occasion of telling some Muslim friends of mine that I draw a lot of inspiration from my Muslim brothers and sisters in the way they carry out their religion, their commitment, the fact that they spend time, even better than us as Christians, in observing their religion. They pray 5 times a day. They have time to fast. I fast also as a Christian, but not as often as Muslims. So, and I remember saying this statement that my Bishop Silas Diego, once told me that I wish you Christians would be as committed to your religion as the Muslims. You know? So we draw a lot of inspiration from how Muslims conduct their religion. Let me say this finally. Being a Christian leader, I think, and this is verifiable, that I have built more Muslim religious institutions than any Christian in Kenya. That's also true. I have built many mosques. I have built many madrasas. I have participated, I think the last count, maybe we have raised, together with many other friends, close to maybe 600-700 million to build Muslim religious institutions in many parts of Kenya. That tells you my commitment as a Christian leader to protecting the interest of other religions.
No.
I am willing to deploy my own resources to support other religions. That tells you you are not only safe as a Muslim under my presidency, but you will benefit as a Muslim. I will help you build more madrasas and I will help you build more mosques.
Haya, kumbuka tulisema kuna makofi.
And the issue, let me say something about Kathi's codes. About the Kathi's codes and the Constitution. Absolutely, we had, as a Christian fraternity, we had no problem with Kathi's codes. All the Christians were saying is, can we also have Christian codes to match the Kathi's codes? And I don't think Muslims have a problem with Christians having Christian codes to deal with Christian marriages. But then the counter argument was, actually the Constitution as it is now is in synchrony with our religious beliefs. So there is absolutely no reason to have a Christian court, when actually the court as is set up now can actually discharge the responsibility that a Christian court would discharge. So there is the argument there was zero.
Aya, tumpate sasa Joseph Atela ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa muungano wa watu wanaoishi na ulemavu CDPOK. Swali lake linaambatana na ajira kwa watu walio na ulemavu na utoaji kandarasi kwa watu walio na ulemavu.
Thank you so much, Zubeida. Your Excellency, sir, I'll speak from my seat here.
Yes, thank you.
First, we really recognize the effort that your party, UDA, has done to give people with disabilities opportunity to have their own disability league there. But straight to the point, we have a challenge in the government that you serve. We talk about, if we talk about the minimum employment opportunity, the government of the day has not even reached the 2%, of the required 5% minimum.
Threshold, yeah.
Threshold. And as we live along that, there is also issue with access to government procurement opportunities. And in this case, persons with disabilities are put together with women and youth, and they need to get 30% threshold again. Now, if you become the president of Kenya, if we leave alone the appointive positions under affirmative action, that is comprised of around 98 positions. Which strategy will your government employ to ensure that the government parastatals, state agencies, and ensure that they give persons with disabilities employment opportunity? That is as representatives in the boards and also as secretariat. Currently, we only have one PS who is a person with disability and 2 commissioners.
Yes.
So I think you can see things are not good. So what will be your strategy to ensure that this group doesn't cry again?
Let me say, my good brother, 4 things. Number 1, as a commitment to people living with disability, as a party, we waived any requirement of payment of whatever sort for a person living with disability to participate in our nomination. That is why we ended up for the first time with about 300 people living with disability participating in our nomination. And the good news, we actually have 3 of them who managed to win nominations, and they are today candidates. I was in a constituency in central Igembe this weekend with one of person with disability in his ward who won our nominations. That's number 1. Number 2, we have taken the position as a coalition that we will make our contribution in making sure that people living with disability have space in our legislature. As we talk today, the last 2 assemblies, in the last election and the one of 2017, only I think 17 counties actually satisfied the threshold of having 2 people nominated to the assembly. 20 had 1. The rest did not have even a person with disability. We have taken the position that in our nomination schedule as a coalition, the first slot, the first 2 go to people living with disability, so that we satisfy that particular threshold in terms of the legislature. Because when we send you to the legislature, either in counties or at the National Assembly, we give you a voice where you can speak issues that affect people living with disability. Number 3, we actually, my brother Musalia, who is sitting here, and myself, we sat down with people living with disability to work on a disability charter for Kenya Kwanza. We are the only coalition that has actually sat down with the leadership of people living with disability and worked out how we are going to deal with the issues and challenges that people living with disability have, including the very issues you have mentioned, the issues of the 5% threshold in boards, in appointed positions, in areas that require people living with disability. And if you look keenly at our charter, we have made commitments on the intentions we have and the plan we have for people living with disability.
All right, asante sana. We are 17 minutes past 11. It's time is not on our side, but I can see the finish line. We have around 3 more questions to go. So I want us to quickly get into education because this is again a very important area. Wazazi wa CBC sijui kama wako hapa, including Zubeda. So Ken Chesa, who's advocate of the High Court of Kenya and consultant on education law and policy. Karibu sana kwa hilo swali. This is Ken Chesa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais. Swali langu kwa sekta ya elimu ni kwamba iwapo Wakenya watakukubalia Agosti 9 na uwe rais wa tano wa Jamhuri, utakuwa rais wakati sekta ya elimu inashuhudia mtaala mpya wa CBC. Utakuwa ni mtaala wa mpito, transitional curriculum. Ni mtaala ambao unakumbwa na changamoto kadha wa kadha, zikiwemo ukosefu wa miundombinu, uhaba wa walimu, na pia walimu hawajapata matayarisho ya kutosha. Lakini la muhimu ni kwamba pia mtaala huu unakuja na gharama kwa wazazi walalahoi. Je, kama rais, ni hatua zipi za dharura na za kimkakati ambazo utachukua kuhakikisha ufanisi wa mtaala wa CBC?
Kwa ufupi, 3 things. One, first, we believe that taking our education the route of competence-based is the right trajectory. We have no quarrel with competence-based learning and even examination. That's the route we must go. The only challenge we have is that the program needed a lot more consultation, a lot more interrogation, which we can do without necessarily interfering with students and learning. In any case, UNESCO suggests that a curriculum should be reviewed every 5 years. In fact, we are actually in the 5th year of implementation of CBC. So we are at a good place to interrogate it. How has it affected, as you say, hustler families? You know, the expenses that come with it. How has it affected the whole learning environment? And how can we make it better? Beyond the CBC, we have challenges with teachers. We have committed ourselves as Kenya Kwanza. We have looked at the gap. We are the only coalition that has sat down with education professionals in a symposia. We spend a whole day. Actually, we spend several weeks, and then at a personal level, I sat there with my good brother Musalia, with my good brother Mutua, and many of the Kenya Kwanza leaders, and listened to teachers as professionals. And we committed ourselves that we are going to eliminate the backlog of 116,000 teachers in 2 years. We have also committed ourselves that we are going to have something called minimum essential services for every school. I was in a school today in Ileret. Ileret is the end of the world. You know, it is Dasnach, the smallest community in Kenya. I went there today because I went there 6 years ago and started a secondary school. They didn't have a secondary school. You know, they have 4 teachers in a whole standard 1 to standard 8. I had helped at that time to I sponsored some teachers to go to college. 5 of them, they came back, they are now teaching. But there is a serious teacher shortage. And the reason why I went there today, I wanted to witness firsthand. They don't have much of a vote. But I wanted them to know that a presidential candidate has gone to Dasnach, you know, Ileret, where nobody has gone there. Not even the governor wants to go there, because they need to feel that somebody thinks about them. But let me make the point. This is the point I'm making, that we want to make sure that every school can run. If we continue saying that we give capitation, a school with 100 students is much more difficult to run than a school with 1,000 students. A school with 1,000 students has economies of scale. With 100 students is much more difficult. So we are going to set a threshold that is minimum for us to run a school effectively. Okay. We have also committed to teachers that this thing about delocalization, which looks like a punishment to teachers, we're going to deal with it. Delocalization needs to happen at the point where a teacher is being hired. When they are still flexible, it is a good concept, but implemented wrongly. Right. It must not look like a punishment, and any teacher who is willing to work away from their home should, instead of it looking for like a punishment, should get actually an allowance for working away from home.
Okay.
So that we have, and we have many other things. Allow me to just say this one, because it's important. Our university higher education is in a crisis.
And we have a student university leader here.
Okay.
All right. So Melvin Thogo, right on cue. She's president of the University of Nairobi Student Association.
Okay.
So you have cued her.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now, I'm glad that you guys highlighted that there is an issue with funding, and you said that you're going to increase the funding to bridge the 45% gap. However, we need more details, because when you look at funding, there are certain issues that are affected deeply. For example, the universities have had to lay off so many staff, including tutors, and this is affecting our academic performance. So what are you going to do about the collective bargaining agreement for us to be able to get enough staff in the university? Another thing that is very important, and I don't know if the government is still thinking about it, is the research fund. You see, every other day people talk about brain drain. And the main reason that we have this is because we are not funding our institutions, we are not funding the research sector, and because of this, external forces come to fund us. And now what happens is that they have to take credit for what we do. But we have a lot of bright students in this school who we can actually tap into as a government and help. So what is your plan on the research fund? Another thing, I saw you guys will amalgamate the HELB, TVET, and universities, and this is another problem. What has been happening over the years is that the government is not understanding what universities are supposed to do and where the TVETs are supposed to be. So the danger is you guys are empowering TVETs at the expense of universities. What has happened during this intake is that I think people have seen that there are publications that top students are shying away from universities and taking TVETs. That's a lie. What's happening is that they have been suppressed to take TVETs to prove a point and to be able to tell that TVETs are now more helpful than universities. But that's a lie, and we should not do that, because for you to have been educated to this point, you know how much a university is important, and nobody should assume that they're the same with TVETs or that the TVETs can take their place. Thank you.
I agree with you in all the submissions you have made. Only that we need to align. You know what we are saying, and I agree with you that universities are now forced to take shortcuts, and shortcuts we end up with half-baked graduates, because if a course is costing 100,000 and we have only factored in 55,000. That means there will be extra, there will be things that you will miss. Either you will miss class hours, or you will miss tutorial hours, or you will miss practical hours. Somebody has to compensate for it. That's why we are saying our universities, our higher education is in a crisis, you know. So we can only provide 55% of what is required for TVET and for university education, right? And there is no conflict between university and TVET. All we are saying is, you know, we did a very poor job for a very long time with TVET, you know? We actually branded it wrongly. It was made to look like the people going to TVET are failures. So it was the wrong branding. And you know, TVET has its place in our economy. If you are training managers at the university, you cannot, they have to manage some people. Where are these people they're going to manage? You have to train other people in other categories so that you have a wholesome society. So what we did, and maybe sometimes, allow me to explain this, because I am the person actually behind TVET. And I came into that space appreciating that I went to university myself. So I'm not saying that I have any quarrel with people going to university. Yeah? But there was a gap when we did a skills audit. It was obvious that we were training people at a management level and few people at a place where they could actually have skills and competencies. So that gap needed to be closed. And for your information, At that time, it was much more expensive to go to a TVET institution than to go to university. So we had to correct that. That is why we provided additional funding to make sure that TVETs are also viable. Many parents, if you give them a choice between taking their child to a university or to a TVET, they would go to a university because government was giving more money for kids going to university. It was cheaper to educate somebody at the university than it was at the TVET. So everybody was struggling to go to a university. But when we provided now the option and we made it also possible for government to fund the TVET, that is why in 2013, there were only 89,000 admissions to TVET. Today, we have 500,000 to TVET because people have found value. Because the people going to TVET, they also come out with skills. And they can fit into society. They can fit into the areas that originally we had gaps. We had gaps with technologists. We had gaps with technicians. We had gaps with many of those areas. And that is why even our construction industry was suffering. We had too many poor connections with our electricians, too many poor connections with our plumbers, too many poor connections with all the other areas. But now we are closing that gap. So, allow me to finish this. It's very important to that girl there.
Melvin.
Melvin. It's very important to Melvin and hundreds of thousands of her colleagues. Why we decided that let us have, and we spoke to even Uasin, they were represented in our meeting. We spoke to lecturers, we spoke to vice chancellors, we spoke to student leaders. We must harmonize the money we have and the training. How many people should we be training at TVET? How many people should we be training at the next level? How many doctors should we be training? Because we must align our human resource with our industry requirements so that we do not train too many of a certain sector and then they come out and they have no space because that space is full. So we must align our resources as government, training people who will fit into our development trajectory so that we spend our resources wisely. We have a limited pass of resources. And you know, there are people who can fund their university education. Today, you are not even given an option whether you want to fund it yourself. Everybody is given loan equally. There are parents who do not mind paying because they have the capacity. And they can pay for whatever courses they want their children to go and learn. But then we must use public resources for areas, and allow me just kidogo, for areas for areas that are important for our development. We have a Vision 2030. If we do not have the human capital to implement Vision 2030, we are told it can become Vision 3020.
Kwa sababu mara nyingi huwa tunatumiwa kama sauti ya mwananchi, lakini mara nyingi hatuna wa kutuzungumzia. Leo tuna mwenzetu ambaye atazungumza kwa niaba yetu, Eric Odwor, ambaye ni katibu mkuu wa muungano wa wanahabari nchini. Atazungumza kuhusu haki za wanahabari na vile vile kuna mdahalo unaokuja wa wagombea urais na manaibu wao. Swali lako ni lipi?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me start from the last one, and we'll want a straight answer from DP. Are you attending the presidential debate? Then now, the media will play a very critical role in terms of checks and balances, holding your government to account for all these pledges that you are making. When TNA and URP formed the government in 2013, the first target was the media, to weaken the media, make the media very vulnerable, and as a result, we lost so many jobs. By creating government advertising agency, coming up with different laws just to make sure that the revenue to the media, the taps dry up. What guarantee are you giving us that under your government, we'll have a viable media that not only protects the rights of journalists, but also contributes to the growth of the economy? So what guarantee are you going to give us in terms of making sure that we have a free, viable, and independent media where journalists enjoy their rights and their privileges? And then lastly, we have a public broadcaster that actually is in the deathbed. What plans do you have to revive Kenya Broadcasting Corporation so that it can play its role of public good? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. And the issue of the presidential debate, I have made my position very clear. The media have a responsibility to be free and independent. When we raised issues that the media was biased against us, I remember managers of several media houses called me and told me, give us the details, give us the evidence. The Media Council the other day gave out the evidence, and it was very clear that we got 30-something% of the coverage. Our competitors got 60-something of coverage. I mean, if the media is that biased, surely, how do we submit ourselves to a media that has already decided they have a candidate? I mean, it's just a question of fairness. So if the media has decided they have a candidate, I think it's only fair that they call their candidate to the presidential debate.
Yet here you are. We realize our
Pardon?
media.
Yeah?
We are media, and yet here you are. We have been having this conversation since a few minutes to 9. Now, let's be fair.
No, I'm just saying.
Here, because this is not some other entity. This is the media in which you are speaking.
I am just saying.
Yes, sir.
You're giving me this space, and which I appreciate, all right? But I am sure all my other competitors will get maybe better space until I see. Because if we go by the what has been going on, and it's not my argument, it's not me versus you. It is the Media Council who have come out with the information that the media is biased.
Lakini kuna
that's what I'm saying.
Kuna mkutano wako wote ambao haujaangaziwa naibu rais. Wakati ambapo ulizindua manifesto iliyekuwa yote. Taarifa unapoenda katika maeneo ya mashinani.
Even on that day of the manifesto, right? And I want to be respectful to other candidates.
Roots.
A fellow was parachuted so that we share the screen.
He was cleared by the IEBC.
Which again speaks to the same narrative of a biased media. So honestly, I mean, the media need to interrogate itself. You need a soul searching. So that, and I appreciate, and I'm not saying this out of the blues. I'm just saying, the media, please, this is our country, and I'm not saying give me unfair coverage. I'm just saying be fair to all of us.
Kidogo katika kufafanua, kwa mfano, unaposema kwamba unabaguliwa na vyombo vya habari, ni kubaguliwa kwa misingi ya taarifa zinazoangaziwa, au ni urefu wa taarifa zile, au ni taarifa gani labda umefanya, ama mkutano ambao umeufanya ambao haujaangaziwa, ili ieleweke.
Zubeda.
Ili ieleweke.
Zubeda. Zubeda, what the position is this?
You may want to tell your supporters at the back,
okay,
actually your media team, to perhaps allow us have a conversation in which all can listen.
Let's keep to the rules.
Yes, please.
Let us keep to the rules, because two wrongs don't add up to a right. Two wrongs don't add up to a right. We know the media has been biased against us, but we don't have to be biased against you. We're just asking. It's just a fair thing to ask. Why is it so difficult for us to be fair? Why? Why the evidence is out there, and it is not me. It is the Media Council who has said, this is the position of the coverage, you know. And you can go and interrogate the report. I have no input in that report. I did not make any contribution to that report.
You know what's interesting? I'll just to the point as we move on to the last question that you have raised on Wajakoya and that he was being covered. So you'd have us, he's a presidential candidate, cleared by the IEBC, just as you have been cleared by the IEBC. So you would have had us ignore him completely, because we have covered all candidates. He just happened to launch his manifesto at the same time you
I
were.
didn't say that. So you're telling me it's a coincidence?
We don't plan.
Maybe,
We don't plan your
so, but you know,
schedule.
it just speaks to the same narrative that the Media Council is saying that the media is biased against us, and that's the fact. But anyway, let me leave that there.
Now,
So
kidogo tu
I am giving the media.
Naomba kwa heshima kubwa. Huu mdahalo nadhani ni tofauti na kampeni za kisiasa. Huu mdahalo unaangaziwa ili kuwatangamanisha na wananchi na kuwaeleza ni kwa nini wawapigie kura. Sisi letu ni kutoa fursa kwa wagombea kuja kuuza sera zao na kutangamana na wapiga kura. Namna ambavyo tumefanya leo ni tofauti na mikutano ya kisiasa ambayo inaandaliwa na viongozi kuomba kura kule mashinani. Letu ni uombi tu kwamba uje na wagombea wengine tunawaita wanakuja kuuza sera zao katika mikutano ya hadhara.
But you see, you are bringing us to a platform which you have already influenced in a certain way. So we are not coming to play on a level playing field. You have skewed the level playing field because the media already has a candidate, and it is obvious. You give him all the time he wants. And until the Media Council itself have come out to say this place is biased. It's not me saying, it's the Media Council saying. But anyway, let me say this.
Utakuja kwenye mkutano na makamu wako pia vile vile.
So
umetuma mwaliko.
We will make a decision at the opportune moment. We will take the right decision, you know. We will make that decision. And I really want to beg the media to be sensitive, you know, to the fact that this is Kenya. And you know, there is a shortage of fools in Kenya. Kenyans can see through this, and they can see clearly that there is no fairness. Now, how will you hold whatever candidate that you are supporting? It means you can never interrogate that candidate if ever he was supposed to be anything, because you already blindly, you know, want to say this is a good man, give him all the airtime, give him. Why don't you allow us to compete? Why don't you give us a fair level so that everybody? Yeah. So anyway, but we are going to make a decision. There was one issue you said, yes, good. I agree with you that the government advertising agency has been used against the media. I agree that it has been used to blackmail the media, and it is not right. If it will take reforming the government advertising agency so that it stops dictating to the media how they carry, what they carry, and if it does not, I will abolish the government advertising agency. If it doesn't style up, I will have a conversation with the media and look at how do we structure the government advertising agency in such a manner that it coordinates government advertising without necessarily being an instrument of intimidating and blackmailing the media, that if you write this story, we are not going to pay you what is due to you. If you don't write this story in this manner, we are going to do this. That is not part of being the country that we are, a democratic country, where the media is allowed to interrogate all of us as leaders and be able to ask the difficult questions to all of us. That I agree with you totally, that what has gone on is not right.
Aya, tunapokaribia kuhitimisha KBC.
KBC is a huge government resource, and I agree with you entirely. It has been steeped in debt. We have quite a huge debt hanging around KBC. As Kenya Kwanza, we will look at how it is going to be sorted out so that we can again bring back KBC and establish its credibility. The problem with KBC of the past was that it became a mouthpiece of whoever was in government, and it lost credibility. It must keep to being objective. It must keep to being balanced. It cannot be a place where they just report the president from morning up to evening, you know, like the way KBC has always operated. It has to operate differently. Otherwise, nobody's going to advertise. They will not run as a commercial entity. We must run KBC as a commercial entity. It must make money. It must run on itself. We cannot continue funding KBC from public coffers.
Naam. Tupate swali kutoka kwa Kevin Osido ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa County Governance Watch. Swali lake linahusu ugatuzi.
Tunamaliza zile stadiums tunaje.
Asante sana kwa nafasi hii Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais. Tena ningependa kushukuru kwa nafasi yako ili uje tuchape gumzo pamoja. Sasa, according to the section 187 of the Public Finance Management Act, there is an established institution that is supposed to, among others, protect devolution. And this is the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council. For 9 years, Your Excellency, you have been the chair of this particular council. And in your manifesto, you actually have promised to transfer all functions constitutionally earmarked as devolved functions to counties within 6 months. For all these 9 years, where has been the problem? And where is a commitment that you want to make to the people of Kenya that your government, if Kenyans vote for you in 32 days, will be able to make devolution work? But you know that you and I are Christians and we pray to the same God, and there's a space of forgiveness. If the media has offended you, sir, you know, sometimes we even kneel down, and if you want me to kneel, no. to beg you on behalf of the media, we are a mouthpiece as an institution. We watch over county governments, and the media plays a very critical role. You cannot keep fighting with the media as a president, sir. Please accept the invitation and show up and speak to Kenyans. Thank you.
I have, my good brother, I have not said I'm not showing up. I have just said we will make that decision. But for heaven's sake, is it too much to ask the media to be balanced? I thought every media pride itself in being fair, objective. Where does that...
This is the first presidential town hall of this election. And who's our guest? Do you know who he is? No, tell me. Let's guess. There you go. To his question.
It's called William Ruto. But Kenyans are yet to watch what you're going to do with the others. Yeah? you're not yet off the hook. So anyway, so my good brother, I am not being too hard on the media. I am just, you know, I was told one thing by Paul Muite, and I keep repeating this. Paul Muite told me when I first came into Parliament in 1998. He looked at me and he told me, young man. Then I was a Kano MP, very enthusiastic, 31 years, you know. So he told me, listen, young man, the best way to support a government is to criticize it when it goes wrong. That thing has never left my mind. The fact that I am raising issues about the media is because I support the media, and I want the media to do the right thing. If I didn't care about the media, I would say, you know, let them do whatever it is they want. But I support the media. And the best way to support the media is to criticize it when it goes wrong so that it corrects itself and they do the right thing so that we are all happy. So the fact that I am criticizing the media, Sophia, is not because I have any issue. I love the media. I love you guys.
I look forward to seeing you in the presidential debates. Excellent.
You just need to do the right thing. let's go back to devolution. I have been the chair of IBEC, and if you ask all the governors, they know my contribution on matters to do with devolution. Alfred Mutua is sitting right behind there. I have been the catalyst in making sure that whatever issues that are there between the national government and the county governments are ironed out. In fact, we were supposed to transfer functions over a period of 3 years. We accelerated that to 1 year. Majority of the functions. There have been outstanding, contestations on funding of some devolved functions that is still in the national government. Those are the discussions I am saying we will finalize, because it's been a gradual process. We've done many things in between. We've looked at assets, we've looked at liabilities, we've done many things just to make sure that counties are progressing. The last thing we did, for example, which was a milestone, we actually gave authority for Laikipia County to borrow money. For the first time, a county is going to borrow money in the public space. So it's a journey. And I am very proud that I have worked with many governors, and they know my disposition when it comes to county governments. And our commitment in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto is because somebody like Musalia Mudavadi has been the Minister for Local Government. We all understand what value counties can bring on board. Many people, for example, have been pushing that we should reverse the issue of counties taking over health. I have been a very ardent supporter of the counties because counties have brought a lot of value in matters of health. There are challenges. We can sort out the challenges without necessarily reversing the role of counties in matters to do with health.
All right, and finally, a promise that you made before about stadiums came to haunt you quite a number of times. It's one of those clips that's shared widely. We have two sportsmen with us tonight that I want to introduce to ask their questions back to back so that you can cover them and we close. We have Ronald Okoth, who's a former professional footballer, Sports Soccer Academy CEO. We also have with us Innocent Mutiso, who's taxation on corporates that want to sponsor sporting activities. Both of you, gentlemen, karibu.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think mine is just a quick one. As a former athlete and coach at the grassroots, I'm hoping you'll consider building more sporting infrastructures at the grassroots to promote the growth of sports and talent nurturing, because the value of our local sports industries is underrated, despite playing a big role in achieving the sustainable development goals. So this is just a parting shot that I'm passing to you so that you can consider this if elected in office. But my other main question is, if elected in office, what other projects do you think are critical to community development, especially in informal sectors?
First of all, it's a great honor to address Your Excellency, the Deputy President, directly. It's not every day that you get a common mwananchi having a Q&A with your politician. And still sticking on sports, what will your government put in place to invite more corporates into the sporting industry? Because many corporates are shying away from sponsoring or partnering with sports federations or clubs because of high taxation, especially betting companies. And this makes the sportsman not earn enough to make a living or invest for the future, considering the life of a sportsman is very precarious. Up to 35 years is vastly the retirement age, as opposed to 60 years in the traditional formal jobs. Or, God forbid, get a serious injury like the one I got that made me retire from football in my 20s, and that quashed my dreams for playing for Arsenal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good people. Let me say three things. Number one, when we came into office, we actually looked at sports and we created a fund specifically to deal with matters sports. And let me answer I think this issue of the stadia has been a big issue. The first thing that I want to say about the stadia is it was a commitment, appreciating where we are as a country, a sporting nation, a nation that has built a huge profile around sports. The commitment to work on stadia was a positive commitment. It may have taken longer than we wanted to do it, but I was in Meru, for example. The stadia in Meru is out of this world. I was in Tharaka-Nithi. The stadium is ready. Many of the stadia we committed ourselves to build are now actually getting ready. That's number one. Number two, we actually have a dedicated fund now so that we are not, engaged in a game of guesswork anymore. We now have an arts and sports fund, which generated, I think, 18 billion shillings last year. Unfortunately, and that's what we have made as a commitment in Kenya Kwanza. We have said the money that comes from that fund will from now henceforth be used to develop sports infrastructure. More stadia in slum areas, more facilities in many of the areas that we are using for our academy. We need to devolve the sports academy that's in Nairobi so that more and more young people can get training in sports. That fund, Sophia, was actually used to build hospitals this year, which I think was the wrong thing to do, because that fund is a sports fund. We should deploy it to build sports infrastructure. If you look at our manifesto also, we have said we are going to create a manufacturing industry around our sports. We have a big asset in developing footwear, clothing around sports, because we have the brand. We have Kipchoge Keino. We have the big brands. Those brands can sell internationally. We are looking at Kenya Kwanza building a whole industry, a sportswear industry around our sports men and women. So we are looking at that. We are looking at making sure that this fund develops infrastructure in our sporting area. You may want to know that until 2016, every sports man or woman who went out of the country received no recognition by government of Kenya. Today, every person in any field in sports, if you come back with a gold, the government of Kenya gives you $1 million shillings. If you come back with a bronze, there is money for it. If you come back with silver, there is money for it. We have, and that money used to take ages to pay. We now pay that money when you arrive, so that we also promote our sportsmen and women. We're going to look at options of how do we make sure that our sportsmen and women don't retire to squalor. Many of them are doing very badly, and these are big brands, people who won Olympics, people who won world records, and today they are not living well. We are looking at what are the interventions we need to make so that, as my good brother there said, many of these people retire at 30, 40, 35. So, because they cannot do the rigors of what is required of them. How do we make sure that we protect them and protect their savings so that they don't live badly when they get out of sports?
Naam, katika muda wa dakika 4 tutakuwa tunaingia Ijumaa, lakini tupate swali kwa sababu sasa hivi kila mtu anazungumza kuhusu teknolojia, iwapo tunahitaji mfumo wa dijitali katika uchaguzi na kadhalika. Tumpate Alex Gakuru, ambaye ni mkurugenzi wa Center for Law in Information Technology, aulize swali lake.
Alex,
Alex Gakuru, good evening and thank you for taking my question.
Good evening, Alex.
Communication is to what society is, education, literally every sector, what the nervous, CNS is to the body. When anything interferes with communication, it has the potential in the worst case scenario to paralyze that body, even of the society. You have spoken about 5 million graduates and certificate holders in this country who don't have anything to do. Victor spoke about entrepreneurs who are endowed with very many of them in the ICT realm that are actually doing a lot of great things. We are all enabled by one thing, communication. And when anything comes in the way of law, has legal overreach to frustrate that communication, which is a fundamental right guaranteed by the Constitution, we get into a big problem. There is one particular law which has become extremely mischievous of late in not only barring all these citizens, every citizen in Kenya. There's an airtime tax. It's also responsible for data bundles tax. It's responsible for money transfer tax, SIM card tax, the latest one. Now it has even a smartphone tax added, all of them added to the people. It even introduced last year for the first time something called digital services tax at 1.5%. This year, it was even getting more greedy. It wanted to make it 3%. I don't know if it remained at 1.5. How sure are we that in your government, if elected, that this trend will not only be reversed, some of these taxes wiped so that communication is free, amplifying the communication, but also we are not going to see it progressing to have like some neighboring countries have gone ahead to create an SMS, a chat, an online, maybe a Twitter tax, because it can get worse if it has already become this bad and it's so new. Because this negates all the things we have been doing, achieving on ICT, and then we'll continue doing paralysis and analysis 60 years left in independence, why we don't develop. Thank you so much for my question.
Thank you very much, Alex. The whole concept of us deploying 100,000 kilometers of fiber around the country is to make sure that people have access. And for your information, if you listen to me carefully, we were saying that we need to reduce on these bundles and people paying and people being taxed. So first and foremost, we need to deploy the infrastructure so that, because today, the reason why government is going fishing with the tax is because the telcos are making a killing. You know, the Safaricom and the Telecom Kenya, they are making super profits selling these facilities to Kenyans. I spoke to a young man. Actually, I spoke to a nephew, and I asked him, "How much money do you spend on the net?" You know, so he explained to me, "Oh, you know, I have this facility and I have this facility." So it came to about 400 shillings every week. You know, this is a gentleman who is in school. You know, 400 shillings. So that is huge. That's 1,500, 2,000 every month. So that's where all these telcos are making money. And of course, when you are making money, government looks for where to find money. That's why all this taxing is going in that direction. When we deploy the infrastructure, and for your information, the biggest pushback from our deployment of the fiber optic on the Kenya power line has been the telcos. They've been against it because it's their business. But we are saying we must overcome it because we must make it that much more cheaper for Kenyans to access the net and for Kenyans to use the net for the greater good, for doing business, for what we are looking at, Alex, is we are looking at the superhighway being just like building a road. You don't charge people for using the road, but when you facilitate them to move around, then they can buy things in a shop, and then you charge them for buying things in a shop. So we are going to change the metrics so that you don't have to pay for using the digital highway, but you pay for using the products in the digital space. Okay. Whether it's an app, whether it's M-Pesa, whether it's the next thing, but we're going to deploy the highway to be available to as many people as possible. And that's where we can actually remove all these spaces where there is taxation. Taxation will be taken to products, not the highway.
Katika kuhitimisha labda sekunde 5 za kufunga, una imani na IEBC kwamba wataandaa uchaguzi wa huru na haki?
Niko na imani na IEBC.
Hauna wasiwasi wote?
Mimi
wa digitali au analogi kwa sababu?
Mimi sina wasiwasi wowote na IEBC. Whether they bring the manual register or they bring the digital register, our concern as Kenya Kwanza has always been that the people of Kenya must be given the space to decide. The irony of the whole of this conversation is that our friends, our competitors, were actually the biggest advocates for a digital register. They even went to court to make sure it is the register must be digital. You have seen their arguments that they wanted a digital register. And in fact, they made all manner of claims against the manual register. That was 5 years ago. Our competitors, ODM specifically, actually used a digital register for their own nominations. For them to come and argue for a manual register is really, mind-boggling. There must be something absolutely afoot. So and the suggestions that are now coming, and ODM has gone to its default position. They want to boycott the election because there is no manual register. The same manual register they were arguing against in the last election. So ODM needs to make up its mind. Do they want a manual register, which they argued against in 2017? Do they want a digital register? This is quite puzzling, But what I want to assure the people of Kenya as Kenya Kwanza is that all these games, theatrics being played by ODM and our competitors, Kenyans should come forward and vote. And the election is going to be peaceful. When you see ODM play these kind of games, they want to take us the usual route of refusing the outcome of the election, organizing street demonstrations, pulling down the railway, swearing in themselves, and that kind of other stories. And I want to tell the people of Kenya, we must stop this thing. People must be Democrats. I must give credit. The other day, for the first time, my good brother Raila Odinga said that he will concede defeat for the first time. I don't know whether by saying what he said yesterday, he was actually negating when he said that there will be no election. I don't understand what this all is about. If ODM have realized that they do not have numbers to win the election, if they realize that the deep state and the system they always thought will help them win the election cannot win them the election, they should not bring roadblocks. They should not begin to accuse unfairly the IEBC. The IEBC is an independent organization. You cannot issue ultimatums. You cannot intimidate or blackmail the IEBC. If every candidate said, unless their conditions are met, there will not be an election, what are we saying?
Asante sana. Tunakutakia kila laheri katika kinyang'anyiro hiki.
Asante sana.
Tunasema asante
But
sana.
I want to ask every Kenyan
No.
to come forward and vote.
No.
There will be a peaceful election, and we will respect the outcome or the decision of the people of Kenya.
Naam, na tunasema asante sana. Umeketi nasi mpaka saa 6 usiku.
Asante.
Inadhihirisha wewe ni rafiki wa vyombo vya habari.
I am your great friend.
Asante sana kwa kututengea muda wako na kwa kukubali wito wetu, mwaliko wetu, na kwa kujibu maswali ambayo yamewasilishwa kwako. Tunasema asante sana. Si kitu ambacho tunachukulia kwa mzaha.
I also don't take it for granted. Thank you very much as KTN for giving me this platform to explain our manifesto and to engage with these great Kenyans. Again, thank you very much.
Asante sana, asante. Na kwa wageni wetu tunasema asante sana kwa kufaulisha mjadala huo. Sisi sio sisi bila nyinyi. Nyinyi ndio mmefanya mkutano huu ukafaulu, kikao hiki kikafaulu, na tunatumai kwamba mmepata majibu kwa maswali yote ambayo mlikuwa nayo na ufafanuzi, kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mnatuelekeza, nyinyi ndio wataalamu. Natumai kwamba mmepata majibu kwa matana maswali ambayo mmekuwa nayo. Ni Kivumbi 2022. Sofia, leo ni siku ya Kiswahili. Siku ya Kiswahili imeisha, lakini
naweza jaribu. Barabara kabisa. Kama alivyosema, nataka kusema asante sana. On a sincere note, especially to you all for being here, the time, the patience, and taking, time to ask these questions, but also to be patient with all the delays. Thank you so very much. Mungu awabariki sana, and thank you as well.
Allow me to make the apology.
Okay.
Yes. I want to very sincerely apologize. I am the cause of the delay. They were just being kind to me, not to say, because I was held outside there in Marsabit. I sincerely apologize. I know many of you came earlier and you have stayed late. I also don't take it for granted that you have sat long to ask your question. And I hope that the small answers I have given have shed light, not just to you, but to other Kenyans who are watching out there.
Kurudi kwa Kiswahili ni kusema, unajua, it takes a village kuproduce show kama hii. Kwa hivyo to the team behind the scenes, tunataka kusema asante sana kwa kuwa nasi, and to our viewers at home pia tunashukuru sana watching this special presidential town hall. Jina langu ni Sofia Wanuna.
Kumbuka, uliza inakuja kwa wagombea wote. Kuna Wajakoya, Raila,
kuna Raila,
Waihiga. Tutakuja kwenu nyote tusikize, tuwapatie fursa ya kuuza sera zenu kwa Wakenya. Jina langu ni Zubeida Kome, ni Kivumbi 2022, na kutakia usiku mwema. Shukran sana kwa kutazama.
Good night. Asante. You made it.
We have infrastructure and of course the economy. Welcome back, and I'd like to hand it over to Ali Manzo.
Asante sana Ken. Vile vile tunashukuru sana uwepo wa baadhi ya wageni ambao wamefika hapa siku leo, na vile vile tunatambua uwepo wa seneta wa hii county ambaye pia yuko siku hii ya leo anasikiza mjadala huu akiwa pamoja na wakazi hapa, ambaye ni Abdul Haji. Tunasema shukran sana kwa nyote kufika siku hii ya leo, lakini kuna swala zito hapa la maji. Nimetembea ile eneo kutoka maeneo ya Bakaramso huko sehemu za Wajiri, Border Point 1, sehemu za Mandera, kuja mpaka hapa Garissa, maeneo kama ya Fafi, Jara na kadhalika. Tatizo sugu lililoko ni la maji. Miaka nenda miaka rudi, tumetoka katika serikali kuu ambayo ilikuwa ikisimamia swala la usimamizi mpaka tukaja katika serikali za ugatuzi, lakini hili tatizo bado lipo. Hili tatizo suluhu yake nipi? Nikianza na Yusuf.
Asante Alimanzu. Hiyo ndio shida number 1 tuko nayo hapa. The biggest problem which we have here in Garissa is that of water, and it's very unfortunate. The river passes just within the town, and without any exaggeration, I will want to state that my tap water in the house went dry in April 2013, right after the inception of devolution. And it's also very unfortunate that we have a well-built infrastructure inherited from the national government that was built when my party leader, Honorable Martha Karua, was the Minister for Water. That infrastructure covers all corners of the town. It doesn't even require any addition. All that we miss to do is proper management of that system. It was the first time in 2013 that we had water is being disconnected because of non-payment of electricity bill. Imagine of a country receiving about 8 billion from the national government in a year being unable to pay a bill of a few millions. I don't have an answer for it. And the problem still continues to this very day. The solution which I will have for the same is, one, you cannot take away the personnel from the machinery and the systems we are talking about. What I came to learn is the personnel are very demoralized. They are not motivated. They are not paid well. There is no proper structure for growth. Personnel are stagnating in their positions. So remunerations don't add up. So I'll start by motivating the staff in the first place, putting up a proper system while taking into consideration issues of merit and qualification, come up with such a proper structure.
Muda wako nadhani umeisha. Katika mikakati ambayo labda ulionayo kuhakikisha kwamba wakazi wanaoishi maeneo ya Fafi, Ijara na kadhalika Mbalambala wanapata maji ambayo yanatiririka kupitia mabomba.
For me, I had an opportunity to meet with the senior staff and technical team from the water body. The challenges that we discovered, number one, is management issue. In that the last two successive government or administration of Garissa County have appointed people who are not supposed to be able to, who do not have the skills or the technical skill to run such an organization. So for me, first, I will address the issue of management of the water, Gawasco specifically. Secondly, we have years of neglect in terms of management or maintenance of equipment. The other issue here is the storage facility. The storage tanks at just across here, the capacity is 24,000 cubic meter. 24,000 cubic meter. That's about 24 million liters. Unfortunately, the tanks are filled with mud, so it's almost 3/4 of the tank, or we can only store almost a quarter. That information is from the staff of Gawasco. We have storage facilities which are also neglected, the one near Northern Water Board and the old facility at the Jamhuri Club, which needs to be addressed, maintained, so that they can hold enough capacity for the county. The county consumption per day is 30 million. What we have, according to the staff, is half of that, 15%. So it is just, and if you add up the 3 tanks I've talked about, which was about 30-something thousand, 25 plus 17 is almost 43,000 cubic meter storage facility. So if you manage and maintain those facilities, I think it will have adequate water supply for the town.
I'll get back to you, but Mheshimiwa Nadhif, we have River Tana passing here from the high areas, and ni maji mengi sana ambayo yanapitishwa hapa kuelekea katika Bahari Hindi. Katika kipindi chako cha kwanza ulipokuwa, ni mikakati gani ama sera gani mlikuwa zinawaendesha kuhakikisha kwamba kama alivyoelezea Mheshimiwa Deko ni kwamba tuna tanki lakini hatuna usimamizi mbora? Ni sera ni mbaya ama ni usimamizi ambao haukuwepo tangu hapo katika serikali ya kwanza?
I think Ali, again it's just good to understand where we came from. We took over from the Municipal Council of Garissa, which did not have any effective water management system. When I took over, we immediately, first of all, revitalized the water system in Garissa by revamping the existing infrastructure properly and adding new. I don't know where my friend Yusuf lives in Garissa to say that he missed water from 2013. But I can tell you, again, without fear of contradiction, and many of people who are here can vouch for that, 80% of this town during my time was getting water and people were showering with showers. Let me just in summary very quickly, summarize for you some of the key achievements that we did in Garissa Township on water matters. We constructed 4 new tanks in the town, in very strategic aspects of the places of the town. We also bought 16 new pumps for Gawasco in exchange of the older ones that were there. We had 2 new high-power generators for Gawasco to ensure that even in the event of KPLC, power outages, we still had water running. We had laid new pipings for more than 3,000 kilometers in the town. And the estimated number of households that actually were benefiting were more than 34,000 people in the town. We have this data. Mm-hmm. This is not just a story that we're telling, but we have them as realities, and you can refer to them. If I was to be asked, what I had in plan for my second term was the town has grown. And this is a town that is growing in leaps compared to many other towns in this country. So what we need to do, and this is a very simple plan, which actually I had in plan to put into effect, is to create new water supply points or new water sourcing points from Tana River. The town is still using the old one, which was being used from the days of colonialism. Now what we need to do is to create new other, maybe 3, 4, 5 other ones, so that they can supply from other parts of the river into the newer parts of the town. And this is something very simple. It's a plan that we have in place, which we are ready to implement as soon as we are back.
Ndio tumetengeneza matanki mapya ambayo yanahifadhi maji kwa wingi, mumeweka pipe zile mabomba kufikisha katika manyumba, lakini bado tatizo la maji liko pale pale, Mheshimiwa Nandi.
Ali, I think again, it's only fair if even you people in the media will do a bit of comparative analysis between my government and my time and the current system, which some of my friends here actually promoted to bring on board. What we're saying is that things have fallen apart since this regime has come into place. Today we are talking of hospitals. Garissa General Hospital having no water, it has never missed, and you can confirm that yourself. We have never had water problem in our mosques or in our places of worship, for that matter. We have never had water problem in our schools. I will personally attend to that myself. So what we are comparing, unfortunately, or what the problems we're having right now, are problems brought about by the current regime, and they were not mine.
Vyema kabisa, Mheshimiwa Liko.
Unfortunately, the governor keeps on throwing out figures here and there that I've done this, we have done this. Unfortunately, there is imperial data somewhere here and there. I want to remind him, and as the aspirant has said, we had a water problem since 2013. There is a phrase they say in Garissa, Garis Wanjogne Ogo, meaning we were in Garissa also. This idea of throwing up figures here and there, I think is unfortunate. The governor just said here, they constructed 3,000 kilometers of piping in Garissa Township. I have told you I met the staff of Gawasco. They have never had a change of equipment since 2002, when 2004, when this water pipeline was constructed. Unfortunately, we keep on being told there is data, there is imperial information, there is this, there is that. Everyone knows, everyone can attest to it. This is very unfortunate information we are being fed to. Garissa had a problem from 2013, water shortage. This is a fact. There is no way we had 80% water from 2013 until 2017. Then it started collapsing. The systems have started collapsing from the onset. Municipal Council of Garissa was not managing the water department here. The water ministry, it was under the Ministry of Water. So these are information we are just being given in broad daylight while we are here, and we know this information.
What is the solution?
The solution, as I've told you, is to first maintaining the equipment that is already in place. I don't think we need more storage tanks as attested or given to us by the Gawasco team. That we have enough storage facilities here in Garissa. Is only the maintenance part that is missing.
Thank you very much. On the issue of waste management, maybe tumekuja kwenye safari, tunaona uchafu umezagaa kila mahali. Bwana mmoja hapa anasema kwamba ng'ombe wale pia, mifugo inaonekana inarandaranda mitahani, chupa za plastiki zimemwagwa kila mahali. Hivi kwa nini mji uko mchafu hivi? Deko endelea.
It's just as I've said from the beginning, solid waste management is a problem here in Garissa. We understand that. We don't have enough equipment to manage that. So it's for us in the next government to avail those equipment. I want to warn the governor here not to take credit for the waste equipment that was supported or given to us by Turkey government. This was because I know he will come up with that information now. He will take credit for it. That equipment was sourced, or rather was asked for by the municipal of Garissa County, but came just the start of devolution. So in his term, let him not talk about what he has achieved in terms of the equipment or what he has provided for the county to manage the waste. So for me, as next governor, definitely, we have the same problem now because those equipment are not working, those waste trucks are not working. So inshallah, given the opportunity to run this county, we will definitely have a plan, or we have a plan in place to ensure that we manage our waste disposal systems.
Vyema kabisa, Meja Deko. Yusuf, hili swala la mazingira upande wako, bila shaka mji mchafu, sura mbaya kabisa ambao kwa wageni ambao wanaoingia ama kupita mji huu, hivi suluhu ni ipi kuhakikisha kwamba mnasimamia vizuri pia masuala ya waste management na kuhakikisha kwamba labda hata kama kuna kitu kinarudi baada yake?
Asante Ali. If I may revisit the issue of water, just to finalize, one thing I will have done is to constitute a sub-cabinet committee, that is CSCs for the county, to study the water problem and come up with a recommendation which I will implement. Number two, I will facilitate the management of Gawasco to visit and benchmark with other facilities in the country, like Kisumu, where I partly worked in. Another thing which I will do is I will map the town, try see if I can code the systems, come up with a system to generate revenue from the bills we can collect from the people. That alone can run the water department, I will say, is enough. If now again to the question of the waste management, it's a lot connected to the water as well. The best way is Garissa is not well planned physically. I will try survey the town first for us to have a proper workable system that can practically be used to, let's say, even map and identify areas. I will assign managers to different parts of the town, maybe it's in divisional levels, such a thing, or locational even, to enable us give proper attention to the problem. One other thing which I may explore is privatize the waste collection system. I may also borrow leave from some developed countries where waste are recycled, see if I can approach some of those plants and give them contracts if they are ready to do the same here.
Thank you. In 1 minute, naomba munifahamu na hili swala. Kenya kama ulimwengu mzima unakumbwa na tatizo la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, ama ukipenda the effects of climate change. Here in this region, it's open. Animals are dying due to long drought season and such. Mheshimiwa Nadhif, how well do you understand the issue, and what are you trying to tell people of this region that we can do A, B, C, D to mitigate the issues?
Ali, thanks for the question, and I want to say quite a bit about that. But before that, I don't know why you didn't give me a chance to talk about waste management, because that's a very, very important area, even though my friend here wanted to discard that. That's an area we took over very well, again, from the municipal council. And the trucks that he mentioned are trucks that I managed to get them from the Turkish government during my time. Probably, actually, I can say I was the only governor out of 47 governors who managed to get or bring to the country those kind of trucks, other than the Nairobi City County. These are very, very modern garbage collection vehicles, and the garbage, together with the garbage skips that were everywhere. So we had a very, very robust garbage collection system in Garissa, and for that matter also in other parts of the county. What we are seeing today is very unfortunate, and I'm sure you have seen that during your few days being here. Garbage everywhere, and you ask yourself, what happened to those vehicles? And the answer you get is they're all on a stone somewhere. Now, I think my advice to my colleagues probably is they would have done a bit justice to themselves and to the audience by first of all trying to get data where we took all this county from ourselves, what we did, so they get a bit to be fair in their discussion. Otherwise, if we just throw blames, it doesn't matter much a lot. Now, having said that, on the issue of climate change, I mean, these are problems that we face. Our region, as you know, is dry land. And for me, the plans that I had in place, even from before, and which I hopefully intend to implement, is going into massive dry land farming for my people. Most of our people are actually pastoralists, and I think we have come to terms with the fact that we must do dry land farming, and we have identified.
I think that's
I think I have not justified.
Let's add you 1 more minute.
Thank
please.
you. We have mapped out the county and identified 3 key parts of this county where dry land farming can be done, both for our people in terms of farming and farming output, and also for fodder for our pastoralist communities. That is one in Gababa, not far from where Twan River is, in the southern part of the county. The other one in the Fafi Plains, in Fafi sub-county, where we believe, following some tests, we can be able to generate some underground water. And the other one is in the northern part of the county, the Waso Nyiro, or the Waso Plains. In those 3 places, we believe we have identified and we have clear strategy to do serious dry land farming. We do not have a large population. The entire population of this county is about 700,000, 800,000. We believe if we are serious enough and we get the necessary support, not only from the national government, but also from donor institutions, we can do serious dry land farming to mitigate the risks of the droughts that we incur.
Thank you very much, Major. Your take on the issue of climate change and
yes, this is, as you said, vile ulisema, hii ni shida ya dunia mzima. It's a world over problem that we need to put in mitigation measures so that we don't have the effects. As we speak, we had a serious drought situation in the region, and it's actually as of now again we have another drought looking like we'll have another situation of the same that happened last year, towards the end of last year. So for us as a county, it's just to see how we can support our livestock production or livestock farmers to protect them or put in place measures to help them during that period. One of them is the issue of market for their livestock, to see, because there's nothing much we can do about it at the moment, but just to see how those effects can be managed. Livestock establishment of feedlots, fodder growth along the River Tana. I don't want to say we will do irrigation schemes in dry areas. We already have the same problem there. We already had the same issue in the current governor and even the previous governor on issue of dry land, which never happened in their time. So for me is to make sure that I put in place measures that to protect the farmers from those losses they are encountering or they will encounter as a result of the climate change. I've told you water harvesting as one of them, fodder production along the River Tana, establishment of feedlots, which I have tried as an individual, and it worked well until the markets forced us to stop for a while, and because we couldn't get support from the governments.
Thank you very much. Mheshimiwa Hassan, naona umeandika sana hapo.
Asante.
Lakini kukufahamisha tu, kuna baadhi ya kaunti hapa nchini Kenya wamechukua tahadhari za mapema, wamekuja na development plans ambazo zinahakikisha kwamba wana mitigate effects za climate change na kadhalika. Iwapo utapata fursa kwenye hili tatizo ambalo tulionalo, ambalo linaathiri sana pia sehemu hii ya Garissa, labda ni mambo gani utayapa kipaumbele katika kupambana na matatizo haya yanayozalishwa zaidi na mabadiliko haya ya tabia nchi?
Asante Alimanzu. Kama ningerudia point ambao sikuilisema about the cows which loiter a lot in the markets within town. I will sponsor a bill in the county assembly to remove the cows from town, the cows itself. That I will do through imposition of fines, which might be even more than the value of the cow. And I'm sure within no time, the cows will be out there. And our mothers in the market will no longer face the problem of cows snatching their feeds, their goods from them. Coming to the climate issue and the drought in particular, the main economic activity of our people is livestock keeping. Now, and what we know for a fact is the scarcity which we face is that of water, not grass as such or feeds. Garissa is expansive. We have vast grasslands. Maybe the best thing to do will be to have mega dams built in each of the original 7 sub-counties, I would say. I'll build mega dams in the same. And then several other accessible dams for the cows to access water from. And with that, I think there will be no need for one going to his pocket to try feed a cow from his pocket, which is never sustainable. That would be the main thing. But again, on the bigger issue of climate change, there's need for awareness to the people on what climate change entails, the use of plastic bags, throwing them haphazardly around, how that is also connected to waste management. And we will partner with the bigger world, since it is an international issue, on coming up with ways to address the same.
Thank you.
Very
One
quickly.
minute, Mheshimiwa, 1 minute.
Less than that, actually. The points I elucidated on dryland farming are long-term plans that actually we will be seeking, donor and the government institutions to help us. But in the short term, we will continue doing what we did in my first term. For instance, water harvesting in the rural parts of the country where most of our people live, as a means of mitigating the drought. We constructed more than 25 boreholes, drilled and very well equipped. We also dug more than 80 water pans in the rural parts of the county to help our pastoralist communities. And for that matter, also we extended water to many towns in this county. Actually, let me just say very quickly, the largest water project in a sub-county, I can say, in this region was done in this county in Masalani, where we have a major water treatment plant, which of course, hopefully will one day serve a big section or a big chunk of that sub-county. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a brief response to that?
To what he has just said.
Okay, minute also.
He has stated many number of boreholes being installed over the past years, which we don't have a record of. I don't think if that statistic is accurate. Proceed.
All right. The people of Garissa know if those boreholes exist or not. The people of Garissa are listening. Gentlemen, thank you for that. We'd like to go to the other topic of the night, and this is about the economy. And this is the biggest headache for any of the presidential candidates. And definitely this comes down to the governors. And you're in charge, or you want to be in charge of a county that is very vast and has very limited opportunities. So this question seeks to understand your knowledge of this county and what you are likely to do to improve the economic well-being of the county of Garissa. So I begin in no particular order again with Yusuf. Yusuf, what are the opportunities available for the people of Garissa to create own source revenue, and how much would that be, and how much will it complement what the national government is giving to this county?
Thank you, Ken. This county is endowed with many resources, natural ones, most of them. And if I may just enumerate a few. Tana River passes through the county all along about 300 kilometers length. And then you have wildlife animals around which can attract tourists. Then you have the livestock market, which is here quite the biggest in the region. And then you have the Lapstead corridor, which is coming up. So if I may enumerate a lot, if I may explain further what I mean by now, the resources. Tana River can be used for agriculture. Currently we have some of our people practicing agricultural farming, but they do need support. They suffer from problems such as recurrent floods, which can be mitigated through installation of bigger dams itself, which can store the waters, the excess, and value addition for the agricultural products. Many of our farmers grow tomatoes, which is very perishable, as you know. I will put up a plant, a factory, to add value into the same and save them from that menace. And then on the on the wildlife issue, we have unique species, if you may add. We have Herola, we have a white giraffe in Shekbini, which can all attract tourists and generate foreign currency for us here. The Lapset corridor, which is coming up, can be utilized a lot. It entails a road network, it entails a train, it entails a pipeline. We can put up markets all along the roads. Can I?
Okay, I'll come
because
back.
It's a big issue. If I may
I'll
add.
come back to you because you haven't even responded to your projection of own source revenue. So hold
Yeah,
your thoughts.
because-
I'm going to come back to you, but I'll give the major. Tell me, with all these opportunities that are available, why is it that County 07 is still seen as lagging behind, and especially in having its own source of revenue to complement what the government issues?
To begin with, we have enough resources in Garissa. Garissa County, as one of my brother here said, livestock is a source of income. Farming is another source where we can generate revenue for the county. We have gypsum mineral in Garissa County that if fully it has a lot of potential in terms of revenue generation. As he said, we have also the Lapset project coming up. Garissa, fortunately, is a center to many sub-counties, many other counties of Tana River, Wajir and Mandera, Isiolo. It's a central place and southern part of Somalia that we can take advantage as a county to spur an economic growth for our county. So the other problem is the collection of revenue from the businesses and in the county. So we intend to increase that aspect of so that we able to collect, supplement the budgets.
What is the
allocated
plan?
to us.
How do you intend to?
Automation of revenue collection in the markets and all the other business entities that operate here. Support value addition to our farming produce. That way we'll be able to collect more revenue. Our livestock market is one of the biggest in the region here. As a result of that, we can take advantage of that, collect revenue from there, improve the livestock market for our farmers, value addition for that. Instead of taking live animals all the way to Nairobi and Mombasa, why don't we set up facilities here that can be used by our farmers to add value to their products?
All right, you used your time really well, but I'm coming back to you. Governor Nadif, this is interesting. With all these opportunities, please enumerate to the people of Garissa how many of these opportunities you used, you tapped, and if you were able to create some revenue out of it, and if it was sufficient even to run just the operations of the county.
You see, Ken, again, I think this is an issue that we need to understand where we were and where we are and where we are heading. Number one, devolution came at a time when we were really marginalized as a county and as a region for that matter. So what we did ourselves was, first of all, to ensure the devolution funds trickled down to our people properly by creating or by coming up with innovative, empowerment programs. Earlier on, I mentioned a program that I called Ugatuzi Nakazi, which empowered a large number of men and young men, which actually was a reason for good money circulation in our markets. This is a very important aspect of the economy, money circulation. Today, you might be asking this question because you are coming to a very, very poor county, a county that actually is crying for lack of money circulation. What we did was to ensure, through those kind of programs, through the Ugatuzi program, which enabled money circulation, through small contracts given to women and the youth and the elderly for that matter, we ensured there was sufficient money circulation. I want to respect the opinion of my brother here that revenue automation is key, and we actually went ahead with that program. But again, the culture of our people paying revenue is yet to be achieved to the full extent. People are still very, very negative. So you don't want to stop at just trying to aim money circulation, or rather revenue collection, but rather create. One of my key, hopefully, agendas going forward is to work on small-scale industries. This is particularly true because we cannot employ all the youth who are jobless in the county. So,
Okay, you'll have an opportunity to finish your thoughts on that. I'll go back to Yusuf. Talk to us about automation now, in line with ensuring that the revenue that is collected is kept, and also the culture of people of Garissa, traders, and the people who should be paying revenue, not paying revenue. How do you intend to change this going forward if you're elected governor?
Thank you, Ken. On the question of automation, I will utilize the use of technology, come up with mobile technology to collect, to use for collection of tax, so that we're able to seal loopholes, because I know much of the revenue collected does not reach the county. So if we utilize technology, come up with mobile app to do real-time follow-up on the same, I think we're able to seal the technology. On the question of people not remitting the taxes, it's understandable when you don't give return for service. Yeah? Whatever you collect, you don't also give service to the people. There's still money from, the people know there's money from the national government, but you are never doing your best to give them service. They don't also get that motivation to pay. So we will give service to the people, and now, again, make them now aware of what that revenue which we are collecting can do in the betterment of their life. So it needs psychological address, but it starts by showing them good example in the first place in terms of good governance. But on the question which you asked earlier on what we can raise in terms of revenue, I believe we can raise another 8 billion shillings by ourselves around. One, the market here is a big market, a regional one. If we have proper collection, of revenue which can be well tracked, we can see loopholes we're able to raise. The market which just got banned the other day, I have a plan for it. That is of installing a 4-story building which has a parking, all the lower level underground, that is, which we can collect revenue from on a daily basis. Then we will have the same mothers. If you remind me,
we'll give you one more minute.
Then you may have the same mothers who had stalls in the market. Their stalls well demarcated, then they can be given their stalls at the first floor. Then you can have a bigger shopping malls at the second floor. Then you can have a hotel, you can have a recreational area, you can have some sports centers, you can have social halls for people to meet. And with
do
all
you
that,
intend to use public money in this dream? Or partnerships, PPPs?
I will do partnership. But my guess of the same is I can raise 4 billion shillings from that market alone on a yearly basis.
Okay, thank you.
Now, not to mention the other ones, the other resources which I told you. Agriculture, value addition, meat factory here in partnership with KMC. You can have a lot here.
I'll add you 30 seconds. Why do you think in his first term that was so hard to achieve? Just in 30 seconds. Why did he do what you're dreaming of in his first term?
And he was. That's a very good question.
And you were part of it because you were in the county as the first class.
That is a very legitimate question, by the way. He had the best opportunity. There was money, cash money then. The county had no credits for that matter, as it is currently. He was able to come up with plans. I was having a chat with a friend the other day, and we were asking ourselves the same question. My friend will tell me the governor was quite overexcited. He couldn't understand what the office entailed. Yeah? So he had no plans. The 5 years just ended like that, but he had the opportunity.
Okay, he will get an opportunity to respond. But I want to, you have the chance of becoming the next governor. How much additional revenue do you think you can tell your people here that you can collect, and what structures will you put in place even as you respond?
Do I go to the rejoinder first or the question you asked?
It's your time. You utilize it however you wish.
I wanted to go back to the rejoinder on what the former governor said on the Ugatuzi program. Unfortunately, I want to say here that program was a political survival tactics or technique for re-election. That's the fact of the matter. It was implemented haphazardly in the last year before the election. You know, I said Garissa Wanjog, we were in Garissa, and we know what was happening. So that program did not be able to sustain itself after his re-election. I mean, after the next government that came into place. Because those people who were employed were not actually employed. And what they were employed for, they were not engaged to do what they were employed for. So it was very clear that the program itself was just for that period, for re-election purposes. Secondly, the issue of contracts that were issued to spur economic growth here. Unfortunately, all what Governor Nadif said here, that he issued contracts to people of Garissa County, and the projects he claims to have done here in Garissa County was at the expense of the people of Garissa County. The contractors, he left a bill of pending bills of 4.2 billion shillings. There are people who are not paid. In fact, I can see one particular fella here I'm looking at. Unfortunately, he's supporting the same governor. That, yes, unfortunately, because I know why. 4.2 billion pending bills were left by the former government. There are people who died, who died, and their children under a lot of pressure to repay those loans they took from bank facilities.
All right, that's your time, but because I added him time, I'll allow you to finish what you were saying.
Yes.
But particularly, what is your projection? It's important that we understand your projection for the county.
Yes, in the last financial year, the county government of Garissa, from own revenue collection, was 890-something million shillings, if I remember well, on revenue collection, the whole year. This is unfortunate. And as he said, people will not pay for what you have not offered or what you have not provided. The problem here is traders are not willing to pay for services they have not been given. In that, the government or the county government is not providing those services they are supposed to pay for. So the licenses, they are feeling that you are not giving them enough facilities in terms of to improve their trade and their businesses. So for us as a county, we must put in place measures to encourage our business community to be able to generate more so that they give us more in revenue.
Okay. Well said. Governor, your time to respond. There are a lot of things that have been mentioned, and perhaps qualify that statement that revenue collection is a little bit difficult, and why there is no corresponding services to the amount that is being demanded. And if you're given another chance, what would you do differently in this county?
Ken, first of all, I'll avoid being dragged into some of the issues being mentioned here, like people died because of deaths and kind of things. I think facts are facts and will always remain facts. The debt that we left in our books is known, not just to the people of Garissa, but to the national audit and the necessary, the rightful departments. We were never anywhere near that figure my colleague is talking about. And I think it will be good if we concentrate on things that matter. What I want to say is, in my first term, we actually did a lot in terms of ensuring we collect revenue, we collect water for Gawasco also. But whatever we collected was not, to the extent that we'll have wished to collect. And this is because, I'm saying largely, because our people need to change the culture. It's a culture. That's why you hear of, many governments trying to waive once in a while here and so forth and so on. So revenue collection is possible, can be done. We have attempted to do that. We did quite a bit of it. But I want to say that it's a process that will take its own time. But let me concentrate more on really what my plans are going forward. I was saying one of my key, hopefully one of the key issues I want to concentrate on is smaller scale industries. Yes, we do have indeed quite a good number of opportunities for economic development. We talk about livestock sector. It's a very important sector. We can go, we plan to have abattoirs, at least one or two of them, in two different parts of the county. Good ones that actually can indeed process enough meat even for export to other parts of the country. We'll go for hides and skins processing, is one of the key plans also we have. We have a good amount of agricultural, so we'll also aim and target to do a smaller scale farming industries like tomato processing and these kind of things. Yeah.
In this minute that we are adding you, perhaps because you have been the governor of this county, what is the potential for this county, noting all these opportunities that are available? What is the potential in terms of own revenue?
In terms of? Own revenue generation. Oh yes, these are really key issues. We had them in our first plan, but unfortunately we didn't achieve. But these are again issues that we expect to also get the national government support in many ways, get PPPs into action, and get, for that matter, donor institutions who are ready and willing. Okay. So we have blueprints ready for all these areas that I'm discussing, and I believe that this actually will be cornerstone aspects to prompt our economy.
All right, because you had responded, sadly we have to move away from this topic, but because you had responded on the market, I'd like to give Major an opportunity. That market has burned down, I am told, about 9 times. He has answered on the market. What in about a minute, what is your plan for that market?
Okay, the plan is, I agree with him. We have the same thinking on how to improve that market. Put up a modern facility. It's a shanty if you look at the way they've constructed that. It means it calls for, so that we don't have this perennial burning of that market. We definitely have to put up permanent structures and facilitate, even not privately. This one, to be honest with you, we actually talked with my presidential candidate in the event that he wins the election. My presidential candidate is William Ruto, that we will avail funds from the national government. He will support us at the national level so that we put up a modern market for the mothers, because and our parents who are doing their businesses there. So we will put a modern market in that place.
Governor, would you do something different to that market, just in 30 seconds? Because
the market was already well planned, well designed. It was ready for construction. At some point in time, it was criticized, and we put the brakes on. But hopefully, it's a well planned, a very, very nice infrastructure, asset in place here.
All right.
Yeah.
Ali. Thank you very much. Mr. Hassan.
Plans which he said before. And I wonder that which he was not able to do in 5 years, long time, that he's telling us again. I fear it will be a continuation of the same failure.
Thank you very much, but you are part of that government that started all this.
It was part
if
of
okay, let me vindicate myself. Kindly, let's move to. Please. No. With all due respect, we give a fair time to all of you. Let's move to some of our guests here.
1 minute, my
Let's
brother.
hear from our guests here. Hamza.
Watu wana swali nyingi sana, wengine wanaandika ujumbe mfupi au arafa kwa kutaka kujua mengi, hasa wale ambao wamama ama wale ambao wale ambao walipoteza mali katika soko kuu la Garissa. Lakini kabla ya hayo tuwapatie nafasi wananchi ambao wako katika sehemu hii. Labda tuanze na hapa.
My name is Abdi Korio. I have 2 questions for the 3 aspiring governors. One, I have seen and read the manifesto for M4G today. It was enticing, inspiring, and to say the least spicy. I am sure the other 2 will launch theirs and it will be the same. My question is, how will you...
Natumai tutafika kiwango ambapo tutasema mbunge akichaguliwa kwenda bungeni, kazi yake iwe ni kutengeza sheria na kuchunga rasilimali zetu. The executive inaweza tusaidia kuhakikisha kuwa zile miradi ambayo mbunge angependa zifanywe katika maeneo bunge yao zimetendeka.
Kevin, hivi kwamba unamaanisha kwamba tusiende kwa wabunge kuuliza kama wanaweza kutusaidia, dadangu wako na hivi na hivi, inamaanisha tusikwende, Kevin? Ama unataka kutuambiaje? Maana sisi tumechagua wabunge, tunaweka pale, yuko karibu na sisi. Mimi nikihitaji msaada naenda kwa mlango wa mbunge na bisha pale, anifungulie nimwambie shida zangu.
Iseme, kuna mazoea. Unajua mambo mingi inakuja kwa sababu ni mazoea. Wakenya wamezoea shida za aina hizo zikitokea, ukikibia kwa mbunge utapata usaidizi. Na ni kwa sababu akona kiwango cha pesa ametengewa atumie kulingana na vile ye mwenyewe anataka. Na kwa hivyo hayo mazoea kuyaondoa kwa watu sasa ndio itakuwa shida. Na wabunge wanaelewa kuondoa hiyo mazoea kwa watu, waache kukuja kwa ofisi yake kwa sababu wako na pesa. Hapo ndio atakuwa na shida sana, kwa sababu wao hawaelewi hata kama utaondolewa hiyo pesa ya CDF, uko na mshahara, uko na pesa zingine ambazo hauwezi kosa kusaidia mtu anapokuja kwa ofisi yako kwa sababu ako na mahitaji. Na kwa hivyo naweza sema shida moja wanahofia ni hiyo mazoea ya watu wao, kuwa wao wako na pesa ya kuwagawia wanapokuja kwa ofisi yako. Hata wewe mwenyewe ukizoesha mtu uko na pesa, kila wakati akikuja unampa pesa, itakuwa vigumu sana hata utakapokuwa umetoka kwa kazi yako aelewe sasa hauko kwa ile ofisi yako na hauna ile pesa ulikuwa unampatia.
Maana wengi wakichaguliwa wanajificha, inakuwa ni vigumu kuwapata. Mtu anakwenda ofisini kwake unakuta mlolongo wa watu. Tumekuja kumwona mheshimiwa, alafu baadaye lalama zinakuja pale pale kwamba huyu tulimchagua sasa hivi hataonekani, hata kumuona inakuwa shida.
Hiyo mazoea ndio
lakini wewe ndio ni mazoea ndio, lakini wewe ulipokuwa unakwenda kuomba kura, Kevin, Andrew, Kamche, ulisema mimi nitakuwa mtumishi wenu, msitolala wakati wote mkiwa na mahitaji yenu.
Lakini shida inakuwa mazoea ni aina mbili. Mazoea uko na pesa ya mahitaji yoyote, mtu akikuja kwa ofisi yako unawatatulia. Na kuna ile mahitaji ambayo ni ya development, ya maendeleo. Kuwa nimekuahidi mkinichagua maendeleo ya hii area yetu itaendelea mbele. Na sitakuwa na pesa ya kufanya mambo kama haya, lakini ile pesa niko naye ni ya kugawa ndio tukue na maendeleo katika eneo letu. Lazima tukue na tofauti ya mambo mawili, kwa sababu sana kwa sababu unataka huu mtu akue, wakati utakuwa ukitafuta kura tena utaki kumtupa nje, unamzoesha. Na hiyo mazoea ndio nasema inakuwa kasuba ambayo inakuja kukusubua.
Lakini nafikiri hapa matatizo Kevin, Kamche na Andrew, pande zote mbili zina matatizo. Upande wa wale wanaopiga kura, kwa sababu wanajua wakipiga kura sisi huyu tutamfuata wakati wowote mahali popote na tabu zozote, ambapo wanafaa kuwa na mipaka pia, wajue ndio tumemchagua. Lakini na pia kuna huyu ambaye alitaka kuchaguliwa na ashachaguliwa, alipokwenda na kampeni zake alisema kwamba mimi ni mtumishi wenu na wania sio kwa sababu yangu lakini kwa sababu yenu.
Nitakuwepo wakati wote mtakaponihitaji.
Lakini uelewe pia wakati ulikuwa unatafuta kura haukuwa tu unatafuta kwa maneno. Pia ulikuwa unawapatia, na hapo ndio shida inakujia. Ni kama unaambia watu uko na pesa za kuwapatia, kwa sababu hata wakati haukuwa kwa ofisi pia ulikuwa unapatiana pesa. Utakapokuwa umewekwa kwa hiyo ofisi, basi utakuwa na shida kwa sababu umezoesha watu wewe uko na pesa.
Ndio. Na Mkamche, dakika 2 hizo zimebaki.
Dakika 2 zimebaki hizo. Sijui kama kuna mwenye yakimbilia kituo cha kupiga kura sasa, manako utakuwa umechelewa. Kwanza kama ulikuwa unahitajika kupanda inaitwa nini hizi motorbike hizi bodaboda kufika pale, sidhani kama dakika 2 zitakuokolea. Kwa hivyo maeneo haya ama vitu hivyo vya kupiga kura katika kaunti ya Mombasa, Kakamega, maeneo bunge ya Kacheliba. Haya sasa muda ndo huo shakwisha. Haya, hiyo ni ishara sasa kwamba vituo vya kupiga kura katika yale maeneo humu nchini ambapo upigaji kura ulikuwa umeahirishwa kutoka tarehe 9 na ukaletwa siku hii ya leo 29 Agosti, basi ndio tamati yake hiyo. Kama ulikuwa wajaribu kufika, basi meli ishakuacha, ishangwananga na inakwenda hivyo, ishamalizika. Kwa hivyo kama hukufika pale, maskini huna bahati, pole. Waliojitokeza mapema asubuhi, waliojitokeza mida ya mchana, wameweza kupata nafasi ya kuchagua wale watakaowakilisha. Kilichosalia sasa ni nadhani wale maafisa wa IBC pale watachukua muda wa dakika 30 tu kupumzika kidogo, alafu kisha watakuwa ni wenye kwenda moja kwa moja katika kuanza kuhesabu zile kura. Kwenye wadi watakuwa wanafanya ujumlishaji katika kiwango cha wadi pale. Kwenye eneo bunge watakuwa wanapeleka matokeo yale ama hesabu zile katika maeneo ya kuhesabu ama kujumlisha kura katika maeneo bunge, alafu kisha kaunti watakuwa wanaanza pale katika kituo cha kupiga kura, waelekea katika eneo bunge, alafu kisha wakwende kwenye kituo cha kujumlisha kura katika kiwango cha kaunti. Kwa sasa eneo bunge la Kitui Rural tulikuwa na mwanahabari mwenza huko Muoki ambaye amekuwa akishika doria kuanzia asubuhi. Muoki, muda umekwisha, vituo nadhani vitakuwa vimefungwa huko uliko. Sijui kama kuna vile ambavyo vimeanza kuchelewa, pengine vitakuwa vinaongezewa muda, lakini hali halisia ipo vipi hapo ulipo? Wamefunga ama kunaendaje kwa sasa, Muoki?
Shukran za dhati kwa kuwa nasi katika wakati ambapo tunakuja mbashara kutoka eneo bunge la Kitui Rural, ambapo hivi sasa mahali nipo katika hiki ni kituo cha kupigaji kura cha Kisasi, shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Kisasi, na hivi sasa ni saa 11 zimepita kama dakika 2-3, na ni masaa ambayo kwamba kituo cha kupiga kura kimepaswa kuwa kimeshafungwa. Na kama unavyotazama hivi sasa hakuna foleni ambayo imepangwa, na hivi sasa ulilio nao ni baadhi tu wapiga kura ambao wamekuwa wa mwisho kukamilisha shughuli hii ambayo ilianza saa za denashara katika kituo hiki, na hivi labda tutaweza kumzungumza na mmoja kati ya wapiga kura ambayo amekuwa leo wa mwisho, amekuja masaa hayo, na pia nina mmoja ambayo ni mkongwe kwa sasa, ana miaka kama 100. Atakuja kutueleza labda shughuli ilikuwa vipi, ameridhika na mpiga kura wa hapa na shughuli ilikuwa vipi. Labda hebu jitambulishe jina, unaitwa nani, alafu tuambie shughuli ilikuwa vipi.
Kwa majina ninaitwa Festus Ngabe Munyao. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Kisasi.
Labda hebu tueleze shughuli ilikuwa vipi, ulikuja hapa kupiga kura saa ngapi na shughuli imekamilika kama saa ngapi?
Nimekuja hapa saa 10 kamili. Juu nilikuwa mahali fulani mbali kazi. Ndio nimechelewa.
Umeridhika kama mkazi wa eneo hili?
Nimeridhika kabisa, hata hakukuwa na shida yote. Hata fuja kuna.
Na hebu tueleze, tunajua kwamba vituo vinafaa kufunguliwa kuanzia saa 12 za asubuhi. Labda ulikuwa na shughuli ama ulikuwa vipi? Mbona ukaja mida za saa hizi?
Nilikuwa bali kazini. Nilikuwa mahali kazini.
Ulikuwa kazini, lakini ulitenga muda wako ukasema kwamba lazima nije nipige kura.
Niliamua lazima nikuja nipige kura juu nilikuwa pale saa town huko Kitui.
Shukran. All the best. Huyu amekuwa ni mmoja wa wapiga kura wa eneo hili ambaye pia kama ulivyosikia alikuja kupiga kura, alitenga muda wake kutoka zile saa ambazo zimetengwa kuja kupiga kura. Na pia nina mzee mmoja ambaye ni mkongwe kwa sasa sana, ana miaka 100 unavyomwona hivi sasa. Najua kuwa nitatazika tu kidogo kwa kuzungumza, manake kusikia kwake ni kwa utata, lakini nitaweza kuzungumza na yeye. Labda tueleze mzee, hebu tueleze jina lako, waitwa nani na ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Mimi nilifika hapa saa 10. Hii ni saa 11 hivi. Karibu sasa ni saa ngapi? Nilifika hapa saa 10 tu, nafikiri ni saa 10. Nimekuja mimi nichelewa sana.
Hebu tueleze una miaka mingapi kufikia sasa?
Miaka 10. Ina miaka 100. Yana.
Miaka 100.
Yana.
Na umejitokeza kupiga kura leo?
Leo nitakuja kupiga kura.
Umekuwa ukipiga kura miaka yote ambayo umekuwa?
Mimi miaka yote napiganga kura tu. Hapana sherehe yangu. Napiga hapa Kisasi.
Amekuwa ni mzee wa miaka 100 ambaye pia alijitokeza kupiga kura, na hivi sasa nitakuwa nikizungumza na msimamizi mkuu wa kituo hiki ambacho ukiangalia hivi sasa washamaliza shughuli kabambe ya upigaji kura. Ataweza kutueleza labda shughuli ilikuwa vipi na atajitambulisha na atuambie kufikia sasa labda imekuwa vipi. Hebu tueleze, jitambulisha kwa jina lako, alafu tueleze shughuli imekuwa vipi kufikia.
Majina ni Josephat Mutinda Kidheka. Mimi ni PO hapa Kizazi Boys Secondary School polling station. Tulianza vizuri. Tulikuja jana jioni kitu saa 1 hivi tulikuwa tumefika. Na tukapanga mambo yetu vizuri. Tukalala vizuri. Saa 10 tukaamkia kazi. Saa 12 tukafungua kituo na watu wakaanza kumiminika kupiga kura. Wakati wa asubuhi watu walikuwa wanakuja wengi, lakini baadaye watu wakawa wachache. Kufikia saa hii nusu ya watu ambao wamejiandikisha hapa Kisasi, shule ya upili ya Kisasi, wamepiga kura. Kwa hivyo tunaona vile tulikuwa tunatarajia wengi sana wanjafika, lakini nusu yao wamepiga kura na wamechangua wale walikuwa wanatarajia kuchangua siku ya leo.
Shukrani za dhati. Amekuwa ni msimamizi mkuu katika kituo hiki. Kama ulivyosikia, mambo imekuwa shwari na shughuli imekamilika jinsi ilivyopangiwa. Labda tukisha kwako studio tutakuwa tukielezea mengi kuhusiana na jinsi shughuli imekuwa na hivi sasa tungekuwa na muda tungeendelea lakini tungewapa muda, manaki kuna ule muda tengewa ili kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu imesanifishwa. Na labda ni kufahamisha kwamba kituo cha upigaji kura ama eneo bunge la Kitui Rural ni eneo ambalo lina maeneo ama vituo za kupigia kura takriban 154, na shughuli ilianza vizuri kuanzia mida ya dhenashara mpaka hivi sasa, na shughuli imekamilika jinsi ilivyopangiwa. Nakumbuka kwamba wagombeaji walikuwa wawili ambao walikuwa wanawania kiti hiki cha ubunge katika eneo hili, ambao ni mmoja ambaye ni mbunge wa sasa ambaye alikuwa anawania kiti hiki kwa chama cha Wiper ambaye ni David Mwalika, na huyu mwingine alikuwa ni wa chama cha UDA ambaye ni Charles Nyamai ambaye pia alikuwa mbunge katika eneo bunge hili. Labda tutakuwa tukijisha mengi kuhusiana na kitakachojiri, manaki hivi sasa tutaelekea katika kituo kikuu cha kuhesabu kura ambapo kitaandaliwa katika eneo la Mbitini ama ward ya Mbitini. Na hivi sasa labda nitapata muda nitakuwa nikizungumza na baadhi ya wakazi watueleze jinsi shughuli ilivyokuwa, matarajio yao na ni nini hasa wangetaka mbunge ambaye ataibuka mshindi, matakwa ambayo watataka yashughulikiwe kwa kikamilifu. Na tutakuwa tukijisha mengi kuhusiana na masuala ya uchaguzi katika eneo bunge hili ambalo ni eneo bunge ambalo liko katika kaunti ya Kitui. Kumbuka kwamba Kitui lina maeneo bunge 8. Kwako.
Wakati wa kupiga kura umeisha. Naam, shukran sana Mwoki hapo. Mojawapo ya maeneo bunge katika kaunti ya Kitui, eneo bunge la Kitui Rural, ambalo pia ni mojawapo ya maeneo bunge ambayo yamefanya uchaguzi hii siku ya leo kutafuta mwakilishi wa bunge katika bunge la kitaifa. Na tumeona Mwoki umetupatia taswira nzuri huko. Manake tumeona kwamba kuna wazee waliojitokeza kupiga kura. Tutarudi tu kuzungumzia swala hilo kama vijana hawajajitokeza. Mnaona wazee wamejitokeza, na amezungumza akisema kwamba amekuwa akipiga kura kwa muda mrefu. Lakini kwa sasa tufululize hadi kaunti ya Kakamega ambapo Wycliffe Okech naye amekuwa akishika doria kuanzia mida ya asubuhi hadi sasa. Tumekuwa tukizungumza naye katika taarifa zetu za hapo awali, na sasa mida ya kupiga kura ndio hiyo imeshakamilika. Wycliffe, hapo ulipo ni katika kituo cha kupiga kura kama ninavyoona. Sijui kama bado kuna foleni iliyopo kuweza kupiga kura, waliofika pengine mida ya mwisho kupiga kura, ama watu wamekamilika, na idadi iliyojitokeza kwa sasa ambapo wakati wa kupiga kura umeshakamilika, pengine idadi ipo vipi Wycliffe?
Naam, asante sana mwenzangu Kamche. Bila shaka nikiangalia masaa ni dakika 10 tayari zimepita baada ya saa 11, masaa ile ambayo vituo vya kupigia kura vinahitajika kufungwa. Na bila shaka unavyoona hapa nyuma yangu, pale ambapo nilipo kwa sasa ni eneo ambalo linaitwa Chill Park, ambapo kuna vituo kama 7 hivi ambapo vilitumika kwa shughuli hii ya kupiga kura. Na hadi kwa sasa jinsi mwenzangu Martin Kivuti anavyokuonyesha kwenye picha hizo, unaona kwamba hakuna foleni kwa sasa. Kulikuwa na foleni kutangia asubuhi wakati ambapo shughuli hii ilikuwa imefunguliwa kwa wapiga kura hapo mwendo wa saa 12 jinsi inavyotakana, na kuanzia saa hizo ndio kulikuwa na foleni, lakini kuelekea muda wa saa 7 saa 8 foleni kaanza kupungua hadi kwa sasa unavyoona karibu vituo vyote sasa hivi hakuna chochote kilicho na foleni hapa, kuashiria kwamba wapiga kura hakuna wale wanaokuja kwa sasa. Na kile ambacho tumeweza kuona ni kwamba ilipofika muda wa saa 11 muda ambapo shughuli hii inafaa kuwa imetimia, lango ambalo linatumika kuingia katika eneo hili lilikuwa imeweza kufungwa na maafisa wa polisi, nao wakajaja pale kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna wale wanaoingia, bali wale waliokuwa tayari walikuwa ndani kabla ya saa 11 ndio wanapata muda labda nafasi ya kupiga kura. Lakini kwa sasa vituo vyote 7 vilivyo katika eneo hili la Hills Park hakuna chochote, hakuna kile kilicho na wapiga kura, kuashiria kwamba shughuli hii katika eneo hili tayari limekamilika, na hivyo basi